Welcome to the final day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, both this week and at Saratoga, as an unforgettable three-year run comes to a close. Golden Tempo proves he's the king of the three-year-old division, once again making that last to first rush to win the Belmont. Chad Brown has cleaned up this week, wins in the Bed of Roses, New York, Wonder again. He'll try and add a fourth stakes victory in today's Grade 3 Poker, where Zulu Kingdom is the odds-on favorite. Hall of Famer John Velasquez climbs back aboard a familiar companion in today's Soaring Softly. He'll seek a second graded stakes score on Slay the Day, who's strictly the one to beat. All that and more ahead on an incredible final day of action with two graded stakes to close things out on this amazing week of action here at Saratoga Racecourse. Hello everyone, I'm Greg Wolf. This magical three-year run comes to a close after today's card. What a run it has been. It will last memories that will last a lifetime in this sport, even from just this week alone. I think so much that we have to remember and take with us when we go back to Belmont Park. That new reimagined reconstruction will be finished up after the summer season at Saratoga. Before we say goodbye, though, one more 11 race card, two graded stakes to come on this Sunday program. We're just 4 minutes away from the opening race on the card. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. The Poker, race 4. We have the Soaring Softly, three-year-old filly sprinting on the turf, 5.5 furlongs in race 8. That's where John Velasquez will be aboard Slay the Day. And again, we're going to get right into it on the turf at a mile and a 16th with this New York bred entry-level allowance. With me, one of the winningest riders in the history of New York, Richie Migliore, four-time Major League All-Star, Paul Lo Duca. We'll get to the Derby. Amazing performance. This whole week, though, has been tremendous.
It's just been a wonderful celebration of our sport, and the horses delivered in a big way. Great job by the racing office here at NYRA to put together 5 cards that will be ingrained in our memories. Again, true celebration of our sport.
Yeah, and this was a crowd yesterday to rival any crowd that we've had here at Saratoga. Kind of reminded me when American Pharoah came here for the Travers. I remember I kind of walked outside at about 3 o'clock to go to the TV truck for about 15 minutes. Then all of a sudden I came back in and it seemed like 25,000 more people were in here. It got packed in a hurry, but the atmosphere was electric. And like, I can't emphasize more what Mick said, the horses delivered.
Yeah, look, huge thank you to all the fans, too, everyone watching the program, the town of Saratoga, for these last 3 years. It has really been a special experience. This first race here, a mile and a 16th over the inner turf, New York bred, first level allowance race. We were talking before we came on the air, incredibly wide open race, although right now, all of it, Miguel Clement is the favorite off an impressive first out win.
Yeah, I mean, that was a dazzling first effort, and she had a good turn of foot and showed some separation.
Post parade to kick it off. Here's Considerate City.
Yeah, close last time. This horse does have a win, but never has crossed the line first.
Dylan Davis for Jimmy Farrar. Here's the Miguel Clement favorite, all of it.
Again, you had to really appreciate her professionalism on debut and the separation she put on the field the last furlong.
Tehila. Okay, Cantramachi.
Yeah, big long shot here. 1 for 14 lifetime. The lone win was on the dirt.
Another major player, Boomington for trainer George Weaver.
Coming off the layoff, last seen in the Key Sense Stakes last fall, but we've seen a lot of horses come out of that with their 3-year-old debut take steps forward.
Nashika, Flavian Pratt for Mike Maker. We'll get to. Here's the 7, Bertrill. Long shot, who has some races that fit.
Well, the blinkers come off. You look back, way back when the blinkers were off in the Bruce Brown barn, there are a couple races to go to.
Here's On a Summer Day, Javier Castellano for John Pregman Jr.
Well, it took her 16 times to break her maiden, ran against Tuffer, and didn't embarrass herself last time, but has to improve.
One of the great steakhouses in New York City, Bryant and Cooper.
Yeah, that's right.
Roslyn, I should say.
Yeah, Roslyn. You know, this horse dropped and maybe got a little confidence last time, the filly by Slumber.
There is another look at the 8 On a Summer Day as we go backwards. Eventually, the rest of these will come out here. Tongue Twister, there she is, 5-year-old mare for Kerry Bryan.
Yeah, comes off a layoff for Kerry Bryan, first time in her barn. Going to have to improve or get back to some of the better races.
And big price outside Ruben Silvera on Quick Power Nap.
You know, this horse showed a lot of pace last time out at Aqueduct and from the 6 post. I wonder if he's going to send today. Ruben, usually a guy that's very aggressive.
Minute to post coming up. Pick 5 pool over $500,000 here, and you got a profit boost to kick things off in the opener. Hit a win bet on the first race of the day at Belmont at Saratoga. Earn a 20% profit boost. You got to opt in to take advantage. at NYRABets.com. Good luck to everyone playing this afternoon. Post time coming up, but not before we check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And we see all of it as your favorite. Really no problems with her, but I did think there were a couple horses coming back off layoffs that we need to discuss, including the one making her 3-year-old debut. That's number 4, Boomington, for George Weaver, as George often has a lot of success up here at the Spa. And 2, with turf runners coming off 6-month-plus layoffs, he is 15 for 65 with a $3.03 ROI, as she will get Lasix for this return. And her key sense, as well as her I would say her key sense was probably better. Her maiden score, while it was done in dramatic fashion, it was kind of a blanket finish, so I always question the quality of those fields, but she comes back incredibly fit. My problem is she really hasn't filled out any. I wish she just had done some growing, I wish I would have seen some more maturation as far as her physical frame is concerned, but I do think she's dangerous here, because with a little routine improvement to build upon that 66 or 67 buyer, it would make her a major player in here. As we'll move on to the 4-year-old coming back. That's Bryant Cooper, and looks a little, I would say, cheaper on paper, because before we saw her put away for the winter, she was winning claiming 35 non-2 life. But she's a horse that each year I see her, she takes a step forward physically. She's not the most robust behind the saddle. I wish she was a little bit stronger in that department, but she has shown that she can win off of a layoff, as she did so in her first start as a 3-year-old last year. And what really caught my attention was how well she's moving on the track, and just her warm-up was sensational, by far the best out there. I did land, however, Greg, on number 1, Considerate City. I thought she should run well from that inside post position, second off the layoff, and furthermore, she skipped a condition last time, and now back in with the A other than conditions.
Maggie, thank you. Loading for this opener on this final card of this amazing week of action of this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. There's the favorite stepping in, Miguel Clement. What a win he had yesterday, deterministic back-to-back in the Manhattan.
An absolutely picture-perfect ride from Kendrick Carmouche too, Paul.
The horse just has a lot of want. Now Kendrick, 5 for 5 on deterministic.
Incredible. And had to go to plan B.
Yeah, he
Didn't
did.
get the lead.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
wanted the lead, still wins. Here we go. Kick off this Sunday card with this New York bred. Entry-level allowance, mile and a 16th on the turf in our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Quick Power Nap takes up his spot, her spot. They're in the gate, and they're off. Quick start for all of it along the inside, joined by Tongue Twister, who's very fast, and Tongue Twister on the outside is up to take the lead. All of it is prominent in the early going, taken a hold of as Nashika moves up to claim second. Bertrill is in fourth, and they're followed by Considerate City down on the hedge, 6 lengths off the lead as they move into the first turn. Then comes Tahila racing on the inside of Boomington, who's toward the back of the field, both of whom were passed by On a Summer Day in the red colors, who moves up on the outside of Considerate City. Quick Power Nap is 3 deep, part of the last flight, and that leaves Bryant and Cooper as the trailer. The opening quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds, and it is Tongue Twister showing the way with a 2-length advantage over Nashika's second. Then Bertrill, Green Silk's third, followed by All of It, now settled in fourth, 7 lengths off this loose leader. A couple of more. It's Considerate City inside On a Summer Day. That group is followed by Quick Power Nap, Boomington, along with Tahila in that flight. And at the back of the field remains Bryant and Cooper. The half went in 48 and just under 2/5 of a second. And it's still Tongue Twister, who's been loose throughout at a big number. Tongue Twister, 111 and 2 for 6 furlongs, turns for home. The lead diminishing now as Nashika is closing ground, along with All of It, who was so calm earlier, but is all business now. And here comes All of It. All of It under Manny Franco blows by, waves goodbye. Only question, final margin of victory. All of It gets every single bit of it and wins by 3.5 lengths. Considerate City rallied between horses for second, third between Bertrill and Nashika.
Miguel Clement, Jump Sucker Stable, homebred for them. Manny Franco, kickoff the final card of this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with a dominant win.
And just as impressive as she was on debut, facing winners this time, boy, her professionalism in her 2 starts has been really impressive, Paul. She just sits in the pocket, handles traffic, tips out, and a big turn of foot and all of it. Well, that's how I feel about this game. I love all of it.
This is a good, giant win. I always tell everybody the biggest jump in racing, at least for me as a handicapper, is maiden special weight winners against winners for the first time. And it's really tough to do. And she just kind of decimated that field. You see Miguel with deterministic. He also's got a date with the Melbourne Cup. He's had a pretty good weekend.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, Tawny Port winning that golden ticket in the Belmont Gold Cup, and it sounds like Connections do want to make that trip down
Yeah, why
under.
not? That's awesome.
Yeah, have that experience, the race that stops the nation.
Yeah, that would be fun.
This horse pretty impressive, now 2 for 2. And after this effort and how easily she did it as well, you have some good New York bred stakes to come later in the summer, and they got to be eyeing those.
I got to think she is New York bred stakes bound.
Yeah.
And again, I'm just so impressed with, she ran her first race like she had done it before. She ran this race like she's done it 20 times before. This is a nice little filly.
You know, the 5, the Sheikah kind of got in a good spot. You kind of can gauge, you know, Mig said before the race, the horses that were coming out of the Key Sense race, she just decimated a lot of those horses. You would think those would be the fillies that'd be going on to New York bred races on the turf.
Yeah, good point. 2-1-7-5 finish, 2-1 favorite for Miguel Clement. Kicks off this Sunday card here at Belmont at Saratoga. First graded stakes action of the afternoon. We have 2 on the card today. It's the Grade 3 Poker, mile over the inner turf in race 4. And Zulu Kingdom, there's no question, she is the one to beat. She's crossed the wire first each of the last 5 starts, even though she was DQ'd in that Hall of Fame to end her 2025 campaign. She came back, Mig, maybe better than ever in this Maker's Mark at Keeneland.
Yeah, and versatility. You know, that this horse has, can make the pace if necessary, can come from off the pace if necessary. And the Maker's Mark was a grade 1, Paul.
Yeah.
This is a grade 3, actually dropping down in class.
You know, this horse kind of reminds me of deterministic. Coming in, besides the DQ and the Hall of Fame, if you take that out, the horse had won 4 in a row. You got 5-1 on this horse in the Maker's Mark because the numbers were a tiny bit light, but what happens? Kind of runs to his competition. That's why he's 7 for 9 lifetime.
Yeah, excuse me, that record is just remarkable. Is he now this new horse? I mean, that was a next level performance. As good as he's been.
He's really 8 for 9
he went to the
lifetime
next
without
step.
the DQ. Yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah. And listen, it was an unpopular opinion, but watching the drone shot of that DQ in the Hall of Fame last year, I agreed with the steward's call. On the pan shot, not so much. I thought, that wasn't much. When I watched the drone, I could see why they made the change in the order of finish.
That was one of the most dramatic calls of last summer.
It was a controversial call, but I think it was the right call. I'm kind of with Mig as well. It was an unfortunate situation. And at the end of the day, he's just a dominant racehorse. He's won 8 out of 9, like we said, got DQ'd, so it's 7 out of 9. And he draws that cozy inside spot. He has tactical speed. Someone's really going to have to jump up to beat him.
And is there a rider in the room? I mean, we got a room full of great riders that knows how to protect inside position better than Flavien Prat. I don't think there is.
Go ahead.
Brad Ortiz Jr. maybe a very, 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 very close second.
Well, to me, those are the 2 best riders in the world.
Yeah.
And
Did
and
an
then
incredible
obviously
job
add
on-
Jose Ortiz into the
On
mix.
Counting Stars.
Man, just the trip he worked out with Counting Stars is why he's won at least 300 races for the last 10 years in a
Knew
row.
he had to get out. She sort of, we're going to talk Soaring Softly, we can get back to that, but that was a terrific ride to win the Acorn, of course, turning the tables on the Oaks winner. Soaring Softly, 5.5 furlongs on the grass in race 8, grade 3. And another one that looks like, I think maybe even more of a massive standout in this spot. Slay the Day, already a graded stakes winner, going to be very tough. Brian Lynch, John Velasquez will team up.
Here, very fast Ridgeling by Into Mischief. He's out of a Tapit Mare. He's kind of got a pedigree to go pretty long, but he's really found a niche in the sprint market. And, you know, he had a winner. He was very fast at Gulfstream Park. What I love about him, Mig, he's had 3 different racetracks, Gulfstream Park, Keeneland, Philly, I apologize, Keeneland, and Churchill Downs. She's run well. She got popped by Cy-Fair right at the wire.
She did, but I don't think there's any shame in getting popped by Cy-Fair, right? She's awfully good. I agree with you. I like the consistency. I like when Johnny Velasquez rides a horse multiple times. He just seems like he gets into their psyche, their head, and figures them out.
What about his ride on Commandment?
Well, I mean, you know, he wasn't running the turn as well, and he kind of got pushed out by Golden Tempo, the winner. I'm sure Johnny would have loved to have gotten the drop on him and hold him in, but some horses don't run the turns as well as they do the straightaways.
Big bounce back effort from that horse, though.
I mean, Horse Ran Giant. You watched the replay of that race. You know, you'd mentioned it too on the Fox broadcast that Jose Ortiz was able to save a lot of ground. Johnny V could not save a lot of ground with Commandment. He was parked out most of the way. So when they got to the turn, Jose went to the inside, and it was bumper cars. Both cars were going 4 or 5 wide, both horses. It's amazing that those two kind of kicked away.
Really did. And they moved in unison. And you know, there was, like, you saw the contact. You wonder, would Johnny take a shot and claim foul? But I guess, you know, it was just race riding.
Yeah, I thought that might happen. Did not. All of it with the victory. 2 for 2 now. Miguel Clement, again, a homebred for Jump Sucker Stable. And Manny Franco giving thanks to Upstairs for the win.
2 for 2 lifetime now for this filly by Mendelssohn. The Take Charge Indy Mare, Indy's Lady. Jump Sucker Stable, owner and breeder. This has got to be a lot of fun.
Much the best, Considerate City. Bertrill at a big price, getting a piece of it, helping that trifecta. $162 and change. Early pick 4. We will stay on the lawn at a mile and a 16th. We'll set that up when we move over to Fox Sports 1. We'll see you over there after this break as we continue along with this final card of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Welcome to the final day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, both this week and at Saratoga, as an unforgettable 3-year run comes to a close. Golden Tempo proves he's the king of the 3-year-old division, once again making that last to first rush to capture the Belmont Stakes. Chad Brown has cleaned up this week, wins in the Bed of Roses, New York, Wonder again. Can he add another stakes victory in today's Grade 3 poker, where Zulu Kingdom is the odds-on favorite? Hall of Famer John Velasquez climbs aboard a familiar companion in today's Soaring Softly. He'll seek a second graded stakes score on Slay the Day, who's strictly the one to beat. That and more coming up on this Sunday card to close out the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival from here at Saratoga. What a week it has been as you look at Saratoga Race Course here in upstate New York. For now, the weather cooperating. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you on our FS1 coverage. This magical 3-year run here at Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival comes to a close after today's card, but it has produced memories that will last a lifetime. Before we head back to Belmont for this week of action next year, one more 11-race card with 2 graded stakes to come that will kick off with that Grade 3 poker momentarily. That'll be in race 4 on the card this afternoon. We have race 2 about 17 minutes away. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll have an early pick 4 coming up next. That poker is mentioned in race 4, the Soaring Softly, where John Velasquez will be aboard Slay the Day. That happens in race 8. With me, former champion jockey Richie Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. We have to start with the Belmont Stakes, and you don't often say this for a Kentucky Derby winner coming back at his very next start, but a sort of vindication, because so many people felt he won that race because of a pace setup. He proves he is not a one-hit wonder.
No, and I'm one of those people that just thought that he got the right setup, and, you know, obviously a very talented colt, but things went his way in the Derby. He overcame the lack of pace yesterday, and he's clearly the leader in the clubhouse as far as the 3-year-old goes. And one thing I was thinking a lot about, Paul, these horses are so lightly raced now going to the classics that I don't know that we're getting a full handle on just the time frame and how they're evolving and improving. And this horse has been improving.
Yeah, you know, since you stuck blinkers on the horse, I think now 3 starts ago, it's resulted in a couple wins. You know, a squirrely break. He's not the best horse out of the gate. He had a squirrely break in Louisiana Derby, and he just could not make up the ground on emerging market. But, yeah, I think Jose Ortiz has kind of found this horse's, I guess, keys to the engine, might you say, but I think the horse is really puffed up since he's won the Kentucky Derby. You know, sometimes, you know, I think Mig, you talk about horses considered athletes. When you have a big win or you conquer some, they get a lot of confidence. And, you know, we were saying it. That horse walked by us. He was breathing fire in the post-parade yesterday. I think Jose, Cherie, and the horse had confidence in each other.
He was, an absolute standout in the paddock. Here's a look at it from yesterday. And both Jose Ortiz, trainer Cherie DeVaux, they say what this horse lacks in speed, Mig, he makes up for in stamina.
Well, look at the depth of pedigree there. You go really deep into the Phipps family pedigrees. I think it's really remarkable. Vinny Viola, Teresa Viola with St. Elias Stable, and the Phipps family now partnering up, co-breeder, co-owner of this horse. You know, and you think about Vinny Viola. He's got 2 Stanley Cups, 2 Kentucky Derbies. It's kind of a throwback to Art Rooney. You know, with the Pittsburgh Steelers and all that he did as a sportsman and with his stable as well.
Tremendous. It was just a tremendous effort. As you see the 2 horses on the far left side of the 3 horses, as Renegade again trying to run with his brother and Golden Tempo and Jose Ortiz, but Commandment did show up with Johnny V. He ran giant. It seemed like they were like that for about half a mile. They were lapped with each other.
Didn't get the pace set up like the Kentucky Derby. The outside post, and actually broke outward outside of the gate when this is a horse with his running style who has to, as soon as he can, try to get to the inside to save ground. A racetrack as well that was somewhat favoring speed and inside. It overcomes all these things to win and take 2/3 of the Triple Crown. And again, history made. Cherie DeVaux, the first female trainer now to win 2 Triple Crown events in a single season.
Well, think about this, Paul. It wasn't that long ago. In my lifetime, when I first started working on the racetrack, women were not allowed on the backstretch after dark. I mean, you know, the fact that now, look, they're winning the major races everywhere, that's a complete turnaround, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, and, you know, this whole weekend we saw Jen Antonucci had some big wins, Cherie DeVaux, obviously with Englishmen, but this horse right here, staying golden. And, you know, we talked about his record and Renegade's record, right? 2 horses that are come from behinders, but they've never missed the board, and they both didn't. Renegade didn't miss the board. but Golden Tempo was the best yesterday.
Couldn't write this script any better for the final Belmont Stakes and Triple Crown event to take place here at Saratoga, with a Saratoga Springs native winning this race as we bring in Maggie Wolfendale.
I couldn't be happier for Cherie DeVaux, somebody I met when I came up to Saratoga for the first time 16 years ago when she had a small string for Chad Brown, and she has been a tireless worker every step of the way. So she deserves this. And just with it, looking at Golden Tempo in the paddock in the lead up to the Belmont Stakes, he literally looked like a panther. The way he walked, it was just so confident and smooth, and he is really developing into quite an athlete. Definitely looked the best going into the gate. And two, I fully admit, I did not think he was going to get the setup that he needed or the racetrack that he needed. But maybe with a little rain that came down right before the race could have helped his chances a bit. But he just proved best of this crop. And I like the way that throughout the season, he has gradually improved and gotten a faster figure with each subsequent start, going from the 95 that he got in the Kentucky Derby to the 98 that he got yesterday in the Belmont Stakes. And Cherie, she should have felt confident. I mean, she was coming off the back of what arguably is the fastest 3-year-old in the country, a win in the Woody Stevens with the brilliant Englishman yesterday. Greg?
Yeah, a little gravy on top of a Belmont Stakes win with 2 Grade 1s. Another very talented 3-year-old, Golden Tempo, 13th horse in history to win the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont, not including Triple Crown winners. Incredible accomplishment. We came into this race, though, not knowing, up in the air, who's the best 3-year-old. There's no question now it's Golden Tempo.
Oh, he's absolutely seized command of this division. Yeah. Somebody's going to have to step up to the plate the last 2 races he's run, and he can continue to improve. That was only his 5th start.
Yeah, he's going to get better and better, and I just think the longer the distance, the better for him. And Jose Ortiz, the 3rd jockey ever to win both those races and the Oaks, insane.
What a year he's having. He's just remarkable. And think about the move he made, leaving New York to Kentucky and then wintering at the fairgrounds. That led him to these kind of mounts.
He felt Louisiana probably more the important component of that.
Yeah.
Look, he got mounts for Steve Asmussen, wins a Dubai World Cup on Magnitude. Yep. He's been so loyal to Cherie DeVaux, brought her first Breeders' Cup win as well, and now a Derby and a Belmont for those connections. Pretty incredible. As we got race 2 coming up shortly, we'll kick off a pick 4. You can play it right there at Naira Bets. You can play with us all summer long and beyond as well this Saratoga season. Get a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new customers when you punch in that code MATCH200 at sign-up at NairaBets.com. That winner's circle, you expect it to be crowded in a classic race, but it seemed even extra crowded. Of course, Cherie, with so many siblings, family members, friends from around this area, and to win it in front of all of them, it had to be extra special, and she has one lining up in this race as well.
Yeah, remarkable. But like Paul said, it just seemed like the people just kept flowing in continuously through the day. The atmosphere was electric here, and no more electric than that winner's circle scene.
Yeah.
No rest for the weary. Right back to work for Cherie DeVaux. There she is.
Yeah, listen, that's the life of being a horsewoman, horseman. Your stable comes to calling every morning at 4 or 5 in the morning. That's just the bottom line. And you got to love it. You got to enjoy it. You can see Cherie out here. She gets to enjoy it maybe tomorrow or the next day.
And it took her, she went out on her own in 2018. Took her 11 months to get the first win of her career. Took her nearly another 4 months to get that second win of her career. Not for a second did she lose faith in her belief in herself.
Well, she had confidence in her horsemanship, right? She worked for a lot of different people, starting with Chuck Simon. She developed a foundation, and you can build a beautiful house. If it's on a bad foundation, you're going to have problems with the house. Yeah. You've got a good foundation, and she has that foundation.
She's learned a little bit from everybody, and that's the way you got to do. You have your ears open. She's got a little bit of everybody she's worked under.
So Pelican Pride, the 8, the one Cherie DeVaux, Derby and Belmont winning trainer, will send out in the second race as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some horses not trained by Cherie, but hoping to catch up with her in a moment as we'll take a look at a horse trying the turf now in her second start. But boy, is she ever bred to be a turf runner in number 2, New York Special, as she is a half-sister to multiple Grade 1 winning turf horse, Casa Creed. Really loved the Saratoga turf course as well. 4-star Dave wins, and also Greatest Stakes winner Chess's Dream on the turf. There have been 3 additional turf winners in this family as well, and she looks like she should really appreciate getting out to this distance, but especially this surface change, as I thought she ran fairly well in her debut, going the 7 furlongs kind of down on the inside, pressing the pace, not the most comfortable position to be in, especially for a first-time starter, and really kind of gutted it out to end up second that day. Now, she was beaten by Our Preferred Pal, who had numerous chances to break her maiden, but I just appreciate the effort, and I think it sets her up well to get to what she wants to actually do. Now, looking at a horse who's a first-time starter, who's a big price in here, right to her outside is number 3, No Tide. As Phil Antonacci, I always kind of pick up my head because it feels like while he trains at his own training center, he particularly gears his horses up to perform here at Saratoga. And No Tide does have a little bit of pedigree. It's a little bit more of a dirt pedigree, at least on the bottom side, as the dam won her lone start with a 94 buyer going a mile on the dirt. This is her first full, but the second dam did win on the turf, but also really appreciate the synthetic, running a 101 on that surface. But she looks so well suited to these conditions. She's a long, elegantly built filly, very athletic in her frame, definitely has a turf hoof on her, and she has been masterfully prepared for this first start in that she has been so professional here in the paddock. She looks incredibly fit and fine-tuned. At a big price, Greg, she's one I would not be afraid of using underneath.
It's a very interesting race. Thank you, Maggie. Yeah, it seems like a lot of ways to go, even though I know the 7 is getting a lot of attention right now for Miguel Clement. So he looks to go back-to-back. For those just joining us on our FS1 coverage, it was Miguel Clement. Manny Franco winning very impressively with all of it in race 1, who's now 2 for 2. Miguel Clement, of course, with a huge Grade 1 win yesterday as Deterministic went back-to-back in the Manhattan.
Yeah, and a really nice effort. It was a 16th of a mile further than last year. Remember, guys had to switch the course.
Yeah, the course.
And they had to go to a mile and an eighth. And I thought, well, would that last extra 110 yards get him yesterday? No.
Yeah, we talk about what Golden Tempo overcame. What did Deterministic overcome in that Manhattan? Yeah, the extra distance was a question. Also, they wanted to be in front, Paul, and didn't get to the lead, so they had to go to plan B. Kendrick
I had mentioned on air, I had talked to Kendrick. He's, listen, I got to get to the front end and hope that Rhetorical's on my lap and I can just put him away. He broke bad, and what ended up happening, he was on Rhetorical's lap, and he put Rhetorical away. Let there be no doubt, he right now is a tremendous turf horse. He's starting to get up there with the big boys.
John Velasquez, you saw, just get a leg up, the Hall of Famer. He'll be aboard Slay the Day, favorite in the Soaring Softly later on in today's card. Are you guys in agreement that is much the one to beat?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And here he's got Pelican's Pride by Slumber. Slumber has really made a nice impression. He throws runners from limited crops.
Yeah, you know, most of the time you don't really want to breed to long-distance horses on the turf like Slumber, but he's been really versatile.
So what about Cherie DeVaux's runner here, Pelican Pride? John Velasquez will ride here. Productive debut. How does she stack up in this field?
Well, I think she's certainly a player here, a major player. I mean, she finished well on debut. I thought it was a good effort. And it's hard to go a mile on a 16th first time out, Paul. You know, just from a fitness level, should be a bit better today.
The way her horses have been running, this horse second time out, I think the interesting part, this horse was working at Churchill Downs, comes back up here to run.
Talk about on top of the world, Cherie DeVaux, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes. She's with Maggie right now.
And still gracious enough to do a interview here at Saratoga. Cherie, just congratulations on a spectacular day yesterday. Golden Tempo, you had him masterfully prepared. What I love about him is that he just seems to take a step forward with each subsequent start.
And that's just his nature. And that was the conversation we had early on with him, is he's a horse that's very much in development, he's still, I don't think we've seen his best, and I think that's a good thing. He's getting the job done, and there should be more improving in him.
Cherie, I think, though, Englishmen may have stolen the show. As far as 3-year-olds are concerned, no matter what division, he is the fastest in the country right now. I loved what you said when you were watching him come down the lane. I don't need to cheer him on. That was spectacular.
Yeah. No, most definitely. And, you know, the way he ran at Churchill, Crude Velocity is a very good horse, and I don't want to take anything away, but you know, I was a bit disappointed that he couldn't handle that and he kind of flattened out. But I think, you know, he put so much into the race that it might have just been a little too far for him. But he is an exceptionally fast horse, and one that we've always been excited about. And it's just amazing that he's equaled the track record here and almost broke the track record at Fairgrounds being eased up.
It is spectacular individual. Cherie, how about you, though? I know the one word that it comes to your mind is overwhelmed. This has been a wonderful 6 weeks for you. Can you take us through the ride a little bit?
Yeah, so, you know, winning the Kentucky Derby is just, it's a feat. And you almost feel like you have to follow that up with a Belmont win, especially the way he won it. I think there was a little bit of talk that maybe it set up for him. But, you know, the subsequent weeks in between have been busy. They've been fun. But I was really kind of anxious to get him out there yesterday and just hope that he followed up that performance. And he did. So just really kind of solidified the fact that he belongs in the conversation of being a very good horse, you know, and a Triple Crown, you know, type horse.
Greg brought up the fact that it took 11 months to get that first win when you first started training several years ago now. Could you imagine that you're standing in this position now?
Back then, no. While I was in it, it would be profound to say that, you know, 7 years later after I won the first race, that, you know, I'd be in the position that I'm in. You know, I wouldn't be surprised as a whole just because of my personality. When I do something, I want to compete at the highest level. Now, whether that be here or in any other facet of my life. So, you know, it has been amazing that over that time of how far the stables come and, you know, the races that we've won and the great horses and clients that we've gotten to work with and the team that we've built.
I know we're only in the day after and you should be incredibly proud, but it's all about what's next in this game, right? So where could we possibly see Golden Tempo and Englishman next?
So Golden Tempo, both are going to go back to Kentucky. Golden Tempo, we're kind of leaning towards going to the Jim Dandy, training them up to that, and then the Travers. And then Englishman, the Alan Jerkins, is definitely the big target for him.
Great. So we'll see him here again. We're really looking forward to it. Cherie, just a massive congratulations from everybody, I think, involved in racing and beyond.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Congrats to Cherie DeVaux. Great job, Maggie. What an incredible job she's done with this horse and with Englishman as well. As you see most of this field coming through, we'll pick up the post. Right, we pick it up on Cherie DeVaux's filly. Here's Pelican Pride.
Yeah, ran well on debut, finished well, keeps Johnny Velasquez. I'm a big fan of the sire Slumber.
Chad Brown, Klarovich Stable, Silks, Flavian Pratt, factory setting.
Yeah, 4 starts for this filly. They're going to try the turf for the 5th start. And not a bad effort last time going 7 furlongs.
Yeah, getting on turf for the first time, factory setting. Double-digit odds on those connections.
Yeah. I know, right?
Wow. Now we've got a long gap here, too. I believe the 10 we'll see next here shortly. That's Amazing Grace. It's still the 7. Miguel Clement, who won the opener impressively, with the 7 here, Soaring Spirit, looking for the early double. Here's the 10, slowly making her way to the racetrack for the Jimmy Bond Barn. Jamie Rodriguez on Amazing Gracer.
I thought she ran extremely well on off of the layoff, kind of middle moved and then flattened a touch late. Should be a fitter filly today.
Maggie's husband, Tom Morley, morning prayer. We'll have Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
This horse was favorite last time she ran. Now you're getting 20 to 1. I think Ricardo aboard can be a more aggressive. I thought this filly had a shot.
Yeah, way too big a price.
Yeah.
And then a first-time starter for Jorge Abreu. Zap that ghost. Javier Castellano somewhere in the background, just coming onto the racetrack.
And the colors of Al Freed. Al Freed actually galloped horses for Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons when he was a kid, thought about being a jockey. Probably did a little better going into the world of finance, own them instead of ride them. But yeah, the mare has produced 2 turf winners, no debut winners, though, in a very tough post.
So there's your current favorite. Again, the 7, Miguel Clement looking for that early double. The 2, though, New York Special. Pretty incredible week for trainer Mark Casse and those silks as well for Gary Barber. Most notably, a lot of big wins, but Nitrogen off the charts. Maybe stole the show this week.
Yeah, Nitrogen was super impressive. By far and away the best race of her life. But she looked like a different filly than I saw over the winter when she was running at Oaklawn. She ran well there. But watching her warm up, I thought, man, this filly just is taking it to another level. New York Special is a half to Casa Creed. Ran well on debut, showed speed at a tough debut distance, and now gets to the turf being a half to Casa Creed. You got to
Four-star Dave winner.
Yeah, 4-star Dave winner, grade 1 winner for our friend Lee Einsiedler. You got to think the turf is what she's been meant for.
Yeah, this is a tricky race. I thought the 2 and 10 are live as can be because the 10's running right out of his backyard. I mean, Jimmy Bond's got the barn right here, and that horse ran really well here last year at 11-1. I took a shot with 11, but I thought the 2 and 10 were the kind of the fillies you wanted to focus on here.
And let's not forget Pelican Pride as well for Cherie DeVoe.
Yes.
7-2 with John Velasquez aboard, and there she is, the 8, about to step in. You're watching the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, the card that will close things out on this Sunday afternoon from Saratoga Springs here on Fox Sports 1. We send it upstairs with the call, Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. We just see the familiar silks of Factory Setting going in. Clarivate Stables with another outstanding weekend in the winner's circle. Coach of the Year, St. Margaret. St. Margaret has gone in. Here's Morning Prayer. And the last one to load, first-time starter, Zap That Ghost. Daughter of Ghost Zapper. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for Force of Mischief. New York Special is up there. Coach of the Year showing good early speed. Morning Prayer is on the far outside as they move into the first turn, where both Coach of the Year and St. Margaret are now vying for the lead. Those two are 1-2 through the opening quarter mile. New York Special settles just behind the top pair, racing on the inside 4th now, as Morning Prayer reclaims that position. And then it's another length back to No Need to Panic through a quarter that went in 23 1/5 seconds. Force of Mischief is racing right on the inside of rivals as they head toward the half-mile pole. Soaring Spirit is well placed, only 4 lengths off the lead. They are followed by Pelican Pride and No Tide. At the back of the field are Factory Setting. Amazing Gracer caught deep but making some progress, and Zap That Ghost is at the back. They're very compact for the first 7 or 8 of them through a half mile that went in 48-2. And St. Margaret is the leader, pushed by Morning Prayer into the far turn, who's just a half length away in second. Then on the outside of rivals comes No Need to Panic, who's pushed along in third. New York Special is racing in between horses. Pelican Pride is trying to make some headway, racing one from the outside. And the yellow cap of Amazing Gracer is also in the thick of it as the field turns for home. Amazing Gracer is taking off, and wider out, Factory Setting 2. There's 1 furlong to go. Morning Prayer on the inside. New York Special fighting gamely in second. These two sprinting for the line together as Factory Setting takes third. They're coming toward the wire. It's Morning Prayer and a tough New York Special. Here's the line. New York Special, game in victory. Turns away Morning Prayer right on the money. Then it was Factory Setting in third. Multiple horses battling it out for fourth, including Soaring Spirit.
First time on the turf, Mark Casse's tremendous Belmont Stakes Racing Festival continues. Edgard Zayas getting on the lawn for the first time with a win, but a gritty effort as well in defeat for Morning Prayer.
Yeah, I mean, the 11 was giant all the way around the racetrack. Ricardo Santana gave this horse such a good ride, Richie. He got lapped right behind the leaders, 2 wide. He just could not hold off the 2. Kind of like her older brother, likes to win races.
Yeah, and, getting to the turf for the first time with that pedigree, and what a nice ride from Edgard Zayas, who, people maybe not as familiar in the New York area. He's plied his trade in Florida predominantly. He's been riding well, and that was a terrific ride.
As for the 7, who was favored throughout most of the wagering, watch the 8, Johnny V on Pelican Pride. We'll get back to it in a moment. come over on the 7, and we'll, again, get that to you in a moment. 2-11, 9-10, 3-1 on New York Special. Here we go. All right, so keep your eyes on the 8 coming into the 7.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of lost her footing and ducked in, trying to
Kinda
regain her
swerved.
balance. And then, boy, she did good to keep her feet.
They kind of crisscrossed but didn't bump each other. It was weird, right?
Yeah, I think she outbroke her just enough where
Yeah.
it didn't really shut the other filly off. But you could see there, she just lost her balance at the break.
There you see deep and stretch. You know, Ricardo did all he could with Morning Prayer. And Tom Morley's just been really unlucky with a lot of these photos not going his way. But Edgar Zayas, like you said, you know, prominent rider in Florida, usually an aggressive rider, but a very, very strong rider late.
Mig, what's your mindset when you're in a dogfight like that with another rider and a horse down the stretch?
You know, it's interesting. You're always thinking a few strides ahead because you want to have something left. You want something to go to, whether it's your left hand or change out some surprise to kind of get your horse to give you that little extra at the end. But she was game. I mean, this is only her second start. She was down inside. You could see there was room, plenty of room. But Ricardo trying to get down to her, intimidate her a little bit. She was just had a little too much momentum.
They were clear about 5 lengths for the rest of the field.
They kicked on.
Yeah.
Indeed. 3-1, New York Special. Start number 2, maiden breaking score, and it looks like the lawn, certainly her future.
Well, you got a lot to live up to with the older half-brother, but, you know, to me, that just jumped off the page. You know how, guys, when we're doing our work for the races, right, pedigree, bang, Casa Creed just slapped me right in the face. I said, oh, this is the way I'm going.
2-11, 9-8, Edgar Zayas, Marcassi, Silks of Gary Barber. It is New York Special on the final card of this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival from Saratoga, and a great stretch stool to the finish. But it's Cassie once again.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mind Frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mind Frame. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, the ultimate day here at Saratoga, as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And today's second race going to a popular Victor in New York Special, getting to the turf for the first time. And pleased to be joined by winning rider Edgard Zayas. And Edgard, a filly that debuted on the dirt despite having a lot of turf pedigree, being out to Casa Creed. She was always traveling for you, and I know that you do tend to ride a lot of horses for Mark Casse. Did he tell you anything about her?
I was working her before the first time she ran, and we really loved her, and that's the reason they decided to run her on the dirt. How good she was running on working on the dirt, and they decided to take a shot, and it wasn't a bad race. I think the pole position that they really bothered her a little bit, but she's definitely a better filly on the turf.
She was pretty game, I thought, to come through on the inside, which I thought, given her first race, she battled down there on the dirt pretty competitively. So you had to feel pretty confident coming up the inside.
Absolutely. Once I got to the inside, I knew she's really game, and I knew I saved some energy for the end, and she really kicked on nice and finished good.
We'll see you up later in the Soaring Softly with Flowerhead. You were just telling me a kind of an interesting way to get aboard this European Invader.
Yeah. It was, I was telling you through David E, and he really pushed me in to try to get this mount, and looking forward to ride her. I think it's a really tough race, but, the European fillies, they always come running hard on the turf, and hopefully give her a good trip and see how she finishes.
Well, best of luck to you, and congratulations on this winner here.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, Edgard Zayas making an impression here in New York, gets the win with New York Special. Greg?
And that filly Maggie asked about, who Zayas will ride in the Soaring Softly group placed at the Royal Ascot meeting. Not bad in the Queen Mary Stakes. This a rider, Mig, who you know more than anyone about injuries, catapulted from his mount. It was shocking to see on the screen aboard Glint back on the Memorial Day card, Belmont of the Big A, amazingly, and so glad there. He was okay and the horse was okay.
Yeah, thank goodness. I mean, when you are sent that high where you have time to think about where you're going to land,
God.
That's just
Straight
high.
up in the air.
I don't even. Never been there, so I'm not even going to comment. It's got to be, frightening.
$8.86 for the Win New York Special. Turf debut. A winning one as we move on to race 3, start of a mandatory pay pick 5. And we're on the main track for the first time on this Sunday card. 7 furlongs. Allowance optional claiming race in a huge race with who returns here for the 4-year-old debut. Scottish Lassie, who I think you guys would agree had the most lights-out, sensational performance of any 3-year-old filly, including champion Nitrogen from last year with what she did in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
That was just an incredible performance. She just widened at will in hand under Joel Rosario. Now, this is starting off point, but she's a Grade 1 winner, Paul. Even if she's not 100%, she's going to be very tough to beat.
No, she's going to be tough. The fillies she beat, too, immersive. I mean, she just crushed the 2 fillies by 15. She's kind of just hid from them. Now, a race coming back at the Cotillion, I thought it was a good race. Parks can be a funny racetrack. She's going to be really tough to handle here.
We saw what Nitrogen did earlier this week in the Ogden Phipps, and based off what she did, it looks like that division is open and shut. She's that good. It was just incredible. Can Scottish Lassie get back into the conversation? This will be the starting point coming up, trained by Jorge Abreu, brother Fernando. Both terrific trainers. We will have their story when we come back in our continuing FS1 coverage of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
It's Scottish Lassie all alone with a furlong left to go. Immersive is trying to hold second over Dry Powder. A spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths. What an amazing effort. Scottish Lassie and the Coaching Club, American Oaks.
That was one of the standout performances from last summer here at Saratoga. Scottish Lassie just wowed everyone. 15.5 length score in a grade 1, just decimating the competition. The most impressive 3-year-old filly dirt performance we probably saw all year.
She just got so comfortable from the start, jumped off, raced up into Joel Rosario's hands, and widened every call, Paul. Now, this is 7 furlongs, and it's a starting point. She's not facing the same kind of competition.
Both the Abreu brothers, Jorge and Fernando, they came up under incredibly successful trainers. Jorge spent years as an assistant to 5-time champion trainer Chad Brown, and Fernando came up under the chief, Alan Jerkins. Today, those lessons learned are paying off as both are thriving on maybe the most competitive circuit in the sport today.
So Jorge and Fernando, really happy to have you guys sitting down here. 2 brothers, 2 trainers. Jorge, let's start with you. You've had multiple grade 1 winner in Scottish Lassie. Can you explain just what she means to you and what she's done for the stable?
Well, she means everything for me right now. It's very important for this business because you're only as good as your horse and as good as your last race. And by this filly winning of grade 1 in Saratoga, it was great and opened a lot of doors to me.
And Fernando, I mean, we've seen you really make a splash coming up here to New York.
He pushed me to come to New York because I had Patter Pop, and which was behind me, big claiming owner. Fortunately, everything started rolling, and I got a very different stable than George. I don't have that luxury of 2-year-olds yet. They probably consider us a stake trainer and a claimant trainer. When you're gonna go down the Sherrow, and I won't have the claimant 32, I'll have a Scottish Lassie. That's the whole thing that drives me to wake up in the morning.
Plus, we have a different method. He likes to run horses quick. It haven't worked for me. I like that 5 weeks, 6 weeks in between races.
But when you're in the claiming game, I think certain spots you got to put them in. Certain horses you don't want to do too much. 2-year-olds, you come back 14 days, 15 days on work. And I don't like to work horses too much because anything could happen in the morning, and they don't make no money in the stalls. So as a claiming guy, you have to go out there and try to perform for your owners.
How is it kind of competing on the same circuit in
I like
brothers?
when I beat them.
Very, very competitive. Yeah, we go at it. We talk a lot of crap at home and stuff like that, especially if we got in the same race. Unfortunately, he got the upper hand on me now. But
you're coming for him.
Yes, and in the claiming game, I don't think he's as sharp as I am. But, he's...
Well, that's not my forte anyway.
Who do you think, if you have 2 horses, 1 for each of you in the race, who's going to be the worst loser?
If I like my horse, I'm a terrible loser. He could tell you at any level. I live with him, and he had to listen to me like all night long. I don't stop.
You have to hear it.
Yes, he's horrible. Horrible when it comes to
I'm a terrible loser. If I like my horse, if I get beat by somebody that I don't think it should beat me in the race, that's my day right there.
I hate losing too, but I take it a little different. I don't complain as much as him. I stay in my room and just don't come out when they do.
I think there's a deep respect, I think, that you have for one another, right?
Oh, we do.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. Like, I don't know who's his #1 fan besides me. I always root for him, especially on those big races. And forget Scottish Lassie, I want him to do the Derby. He's in that level right now where he could go on and some owners could see him because he does great with 2-year-olds. I'll sit back and watch. It's like me winning the Derby, watching him do it.
Obviously, both these guys as trainers, very competitive. They both want to win. They both want to beat each other. But it's got to be pretty special to be able to have each other to bounce ideas off of and root each other on as well.
Oh, absolutely, right? Rivals on the racetrack, but that respect and brotherly love off the racetrack. And I've known both of them since they first started, actually. Jorge Abreu worked for Angel Cordero when Angel was training horses. And obviously Fernando was with Alan Jerkins forever, and we had a lot of spirited touch football games, Paul.
It's got to be a lot of fun. Listen, I grew up with 2 older brothers, so the sibling rivalry can be very fierce. And I remember I beat my brother in wiffle ball when I was 11 years old, and I almost took a whipping that day. So it just happens, and you're naturally just competitive, right? But those 2 guys seem like they're in it together, right? But they're still like nibbling at each other here and there.
Did you beat him with a wiffle ball and he charged the mound, or what?
Well, here's the deal. My older brothers were very good. They would always let me win to like the 8th inning. I was destined to catch him sooner or later. When I caught my older brother, it was not a fun couple hours after that W. Yeah.
4-5 right now in Scottish Lassie. Let's not forget, she had the best 2-year-old filly performance of that year, even though it was a Mercer who won the championship in the Frizette, and she probably had the best 3-year-old performance on dirt of last year in that Coaching Club American Oaks. Can she get back into the conversation as one of the best distaffers in the country? Let's go to Maggie.
I think the biggest question mark is, can she get back to the winner's circle off of a layoff? Because let's face it, she couldn't win her debut off the ultimate layoff. And last year, she needed a start or 2 to get going to give her best, which was in the CCA Oaks. And it's not like, okay, she ran races where it looked as though she may have been best, but something happened. No, it really looked like she needed those races. So it just feels like, well, this is a very easy spot for her. This might just be a stepping stone, because on top of that, well, I know she won one of her grade 1s, going a 1-turn mile. I ultimately think she is best going around 2 turns. You can just see it. I mean, she has, and again, from 3 to 4, she has grown. And what I really like most is she's filled out, because in that cotillion, she just looked as though she was drawn up a bit, a little weaker across her top line. So physically, 100%, she looks better than ever. I just don't know if the 7 furlong suits her, but we'll see as we'll move on to a horse who does have a race under her belt. And second off the layoff is number 1, Limes Don't Lie. And her race 2 back up here at the spot, going the same distance, would make her very playable here. She beat her stablemate Alieska that day, who would come back and run well and have a pretty nice fall campaign for Chad Brown too. I like what I'm seeing from Limes Don't Lie, another 4-year-old McKinsey filly that looks as though she's going on a bit, as if she's grown, and another one that's stronger behind the saddle. I do think Scottish Lassie is probably obviously a better quality, but she is the one, Limes Don't Lie, that I feel like is probably better at the 7 furlong distance and is incredibly fit, having the tightener under her belt, in which she was kind of ridden like they wanted to get a serious effort out of her, because Chad Brown and Dylan Davis are not 2 people that want the lead every time they go out there, and they were really trying for it last time out. Moving on to Roman Grace, who could play out to be the lone speed in here. She goes first off the claim for Linda Rice. I did think that Amelia Green in her dirt races, had her going really well. She's really, come into her own, especially now as a 5-year-old. But when she walked into the paddock, she's got me wavering a little bit, because she was my top pick in here, because I love speed, and we don't know how the track's playing, as we've had 2 turf races on the card so far, but over the week it has been a little more tilted to front runners. She's just pretty washy in here. Now, they did kind of hose her and sponge her down, but she came in pretty hot, and that is not something I have observed from her in the past, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Post parade when we come back from a timeout. We're approaching the 6-minute mark to post. In the return of multiple grade 1 winners, Scottish Lassie, so brilliant on this track last year in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Stay tuned.
Million two, right there, 1,200,000.
Baeza gets his moment in the sun in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Chancer Mick Patrick wins the Champagne impressively.
Spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. And Golden Tempo once again takes its place at the back of the field. Golden Tempo is coming along with Commandment as the field turns for home. On the inside, Growth Equity is just in front. Chief Wallaby comes to him. Out in the center of the racetrack, Commandment's running a giant race. Renegade in between and Golden Tempo. Golden Tempo. Renegade. Commandment on the outside. Golden Tempo from last to first has to fend off Commandment in the final stride. Golden Tempo pulls away late. Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes.
History-making Triple Crown for Cherie DeVaux. And she had said going into the Kentucky Derby, she never allowed herself to believe Golden Tempo could win the race. Thought the horse could run good, could hit the board. Didn't want to think about if the horse could win it. Very different feelings coming into the Belmont. She felt she had the best horse, even though a lot of handicappers felt otherwise.
Yeah, again, I think we all maybe got a little bit hung up on that. He got the setup in the Derby. That wasn't going to happen again. Well, he didn't need a setup. He was just the best horse.
You know, long shot in the Derby and a forgotten horse in the Belmont Stakes. I think that was better for them. And you could see Jose Ortiz at the end of that race. I kind of felt that. Nobody likes my horse. Take this. You know
Jim
what I mean?
Dandy Travers now the target for the horse who took 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown. Here's Limes Don't Lie, Chad Brown, Dylan Davis.
Talented racehorse. The gate has been this filly's issue. If she can get a little bit better break or just not get bumped in the start, it's going to give her a way better chance.
A true genius in the claiming game. Linda Rice, first off the claim with Roman Grace.
A filly that's versatile, and she could have speed. And like Paul said, there's not a tremendous amount of speed here. Maybe she's the one.
The return of multiple Grade 1 winner. Here she is, Scottish Lassie.
Yeah, the filly to beat. The filly by Mackenzie, Sportsman Stable and Parkland Thoroughbreds, looking for her 4-year-old debut.
Saffie Joseph Jr., Saheen Savachi, Midtown Lights.
I don't see too many Saffie Joseph horses going off at 13-1, and she is a 6-time winner.
And another Chad Brown filly coming off a victory, Philly Freedom.
Yeah, you know, they've stuck blinkers on her 4 starts ago, and, you know, it's resulted in a couple wins. Her numbers haven't soared, but currently your third choice.
Minute to post in Scottish Lassie's comeback race in her 4-year-old debut. Pick 5 begins here. You see that pool, $173,000 and growing. You can play all the action today and all summer long and beyond at Naira Bets. Get a $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up for new members. Match 200 right there at NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So, Mick, what do you expect today from a filly who has been brilliant on more than one occasion but she hasn't produced that consistency every single time.
Yeah, and that is problematic. I will say that I love the fact that she has a 3-quarter workout, 6 furlong workout. That's an old school move. That talks about getting fitness, stamina into a horse. And even if she's 75% ready, I just feel like that's good enough to win here. Sometimes, Paul, it's just as simple as who would I really want to ride in this race? And I'm not giving any great information, giving out a 4 to 5 shot, but boy, I'd sure love to ride her.
Yeah, and she's getting an aggressive warm-up. I wonder if Flavion's, saying we got to take it to this field. Or we're the most talented horse in here. Let's not, give anybody else an advantage.
Win or lose, 4 to 5 seems pretty generous on a 2-time Grade 1 winner in this field. Post time coming up shortly. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, it does, Greg. And I do like the fact that, as you guys were mentioning, the warm-up that she's getting, and she seems to be responding to it in that she has really jumped into the bridle. So it gives the feeling that, no, she won't be out sprinting. And kind of going back to her last race, I think there's two sides of the coin there, in that she was disappointed, or as Connections felt, she didn't get the right ride in that cotillion either, in that she was kind of allowed to drop way off the pace, and I think she is a better filly when she's more forwardly involved in the early fractions. I will say this, however, Jorge Abreu does not have particularly good numbers when, bringing horses back off of these layoffs, but I tried to put it all together into formulator of layoff with the dirt, turning back on it, and he has no numbers for that. But food for thought, route to sprint on the dirt, he's 5 for 22 with a 77-cent ROI. Moving on to the longest shot on the board, Midtown Lights. I agree. You don't often see Saffie Joseph's horses going off at this sort of price, but at least as of yet, or at least as of the last couple efforts, her numbers have been waning a bit. They're not as fast as many of these that come in here with. But her weight and her conditioning are the best I have ever seen it. And it feels as though Saffie kind of, as he went in and reclaimed her, wanted to try to tinker with things a little bit here. So she was wired in her last race in the Biagio's Rose by Bam's Bliss Kiss. She does get to return to Lasix today, and she's third off of a layoff, so I wouldn't automatically dismiss her. But yes, Scottish Lassie, Greg, much the horse to beat.
And let's keep in mind, we saw that Ogden Phipps performance from Nitrogen on Friday, and we have an absolute beast in the division, in this Distaff division. The beast is back, reigning champion 3-year-old filly. But Scottish Lassie, she ran a race last year, in a year that Nitrogen won the championship, faster than any race Nitrogen ran in that championship season. She has that kind of talent.
She does have that kind of talent. The problem is, though, she's shown up with that kind of race twice out of the 7 times she started. And not that she needs that kind of effort here, but it has been a little inconsistent.
Yeah, I get it, but her last 3 efforts, just numbers-wise, they tower over this group.
What will we get first off the bench for Scottish Lassie? Is she a true contender to Nitrogen in this Distaff division? This is the starting point of her 4-year-old campaign. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Freedom. And they're off. And it was an even beginning, and Scottish Lassie asserts herself on the comeback and goes straight to the front. Limes Don't Lie is kicking through along the inside, a joint second through the opening furlong, but it is Scottish Lassie in front. Limes Don't Lie having to steady now as Roman Grace moves into that second spot. Philly Freedom is 3 wide and a length and a half off the lead, and Midtown Lights, who actually broke well, is at the back of the field. So it's Flavien Prat and Scottish Lassie in control to the half-mile pole, doing it easily as they move into the far turn. Limes Don't Lie is hemmed in on the inside of Roman Grace. The opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. In behind them, Philly Freedom is now 4th, 4 lengths off this loose leader who's doing it nicely on the front end, and Midtown Lights is still at the back of the field. So Scottish Lassie untroubled with a 1/4 mile to go, and Limes Don't Lie is a clear-cut second, trying to bridge the gap, making a decision as to where to go. Going outside now with 1 furlong to go. The half went in 45-1. Scottish Lassie and Limes Don't Lie are dominating. Scottish Lassie with a 5-length lead. and has simply overwhelmed the competition, shifting about but blowing them right off the racetrack. Scottish Lassie wins by almost 7 lengths. Limes Don't Lie was second. It got close for third between Midtown Lights and Philly Freedom.
Class prevails, winning trainer Jorge Abreu and Connections, and just too good for this group. Scottish Lassie back to the winner's circle, does this very easily. The competition, it will get a lot tougher from here because she deserves to be going up against the best in the division.
Yeah, no doubt. When she broke as cleanly as she did Paul, and he was able to put her on the lead, she's the best horse. They got to come get her. Now, Flavian's going to ride her through the stretch, right? And I don't think she really appreciated the crop very much. She sort of ring her tail there once. He's going to go at her one more time with the crop. She's going to jump back to her left lead there. You want them to get something out of a race like this, but I don't think she wants much of that crop.
No, she doesn't. You can tell she was swishing her tail, but she's got such a high cruising speed, and you can see Jorge Abreu giving a hug immediately. Sometimes when you're 3 to 5, it's more pressure as a trainer than when you're 6 to 1.
More relief than jubilation,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Well, Pratt decides, look, I'm on the best filly in this race. Let's not mess around. Let's just go to the front.
Yeah, but that's one of his strengths as a rider. He has such a confident way about him. He's like, hey, I'm best. I'm going to throw down the gauntlet, and I appreciate that.
Back to the winner's circle, successful 4-year-old return to the races. Let's go to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined by Jorge Abreu, who had Scottish Lassie ready to go. No messing about today. Flavian had a mission, and she just seems as though she's so comfortable in the front end.
Well, I told Pratt, I said, I don't want you, since you're coming up a layoff, I said, I don't want you head and head with nobody, but if you take an easy lead, you use it to your advantage. I don't want to tell you how to ride her. You know, you're the jock. And she was getting a little tiring at the end, but that was to be expected. She haven't run since September in Parks, so she got the job done.
This was the right stepping stone to catapult her to a bigger 4-year-old campaign.
Well, that's why I didn't want to throw her into the wolf early on to a stake race to make her run her 8 race and finish in second or third. So I said, let me get an easy spot, and she really, you know, we're going to take it from here and see how she comes out and see what we're going to have next.
Well, and a great job by you, because I know she's not the easiest. So it feels as though, looking at her, she's come back as a 4-year-old better than ever.
She came back so strong. No, physically. Like, in the morning, she's very straightforward. She's not a tough horse to gallop. She's a good horse to be around. But she's just so much stronger right now as a 4-year-old. And I feel pretty good.
As you should. Go get your picture taken, man.
Thank you, Manny.
All right, Scottish Lassie. Big crowd here, guys, welcoming her back to this Saratoga winner's circle.
Exciting to see her come back with a victory, as sensational as she has been on a couple of occasions, especially with what Nitrogen did the other day, because we want to see some competition in this distaff division, and maybe she can provide that.
Well, we know when she's on her game and she runs her A race, then she's in the conversation.
Yeah, and I honestly think she's probably better around 2 turns. It's probably not her best distance because she likes to cruise a little bit on the front end. I thought this was a good effort.
Didn't see that showdown between those two last summer. We all wanted to see it. Nitrogen and Scottish Lassie, especially off that Coaching Club American Oaks in the Alabama connections with Scottish Lassie, decided to pass on the Alabama. Instead, freshened up, went to the Cotillion, got beat, and that was the end of her season. Now these two may again be on a collision course.
You know, I think us as fans were a bit disappointed, but if you look at the stops and starts of her campaigns, and I talked with Jorge Abreu about this, she needs a lot of time between her races. She puts a lot into her racing, and she needs time to recover. And he said that's why he was never going to follow up in the Alabama, because he wanted more time for her.
And the way Nitrogen ran, Scottish Lassie probably needed this race to get up to that fitness level.
Maybe Personal Ensign. We'll see them finally meet later this summer. Saratoga, for now, successful return to the races in her 4-year-old debut. For a 2-time Grade 1 winner, does it easily. For Jorge Abreu with Flavian Pratt here in the 3rd from Saratoga. Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Final card before this week of action returns next year back to its permanent home at the new reimagined Belmont Park. It's Scottish Lassie, two-time Grade 1 winner, successful in her 4-year-old return to the races.
And this is a really nice comeback. You want to win your comeback, but you want to get something out of it, something to move forward. And I just hope we get to see a steady, comprehensive campaign for her where we get to see what she's really all about, Paul.
Yeah, and the theme so far this week at Saratoga has been well-crowded winner circles, and another big winner circle there for Scottish Lassie. I'm with Mig. I don't think she was completely cranked today. I think she got a lot out of this race. You can see she got a little bit tired towards the end of the race. She'll be set up really nice for her next start.
Ticked down a notch to 3-5 in the end. Sportsman Stable, Parkland Thoroughbreds, again with Abreu and Pratt. As we move on to our first of 2 graded stakes on this Sunday card, Grade 3 Poker, 4-year-olds and up, mile over the inner turf, and you have to start, obviously, as the board shows, with Zulu Kingdom, who has crossed the wire first for trainer Chad Brown. 5 consecutive starts, although was DQ'd in that Hall of Fame here last summer.
Yeah, an 8 of 9 lifetime. Obviously, it's a very talented horse. And the fact that he has the ability to make the pace if necessary,
yep.
And if someone really wants it, he can come from off the pace. That's a jockey's dream. You don't leave the gate with a preconceived notion. I'll just take it as it comes.
Yeah, when you looked at Scottish Lassie, she really laid over that field, and she ended up, it was 3-5. When you look at this race, it's really going to be tough to beat. Zulu Kingdom draws the rail, and a horse that, Flavien Prat will be aboard. She can go to the front end, like Richie said. She can come from behind. He can. So he can do a lot of different things, and he's just going to take a lot to beat him, and that's probably why you're going to end up seeing, well, right now, 1-5.
And we talk about, crossing the wire first in those last 5 races. Look who he beat last time out. So he beat Rhetorical, who's one of the best turf horses in the country. I know got beat in the Manhattan the other day, but the race out of that ran one of the best turf efforts we've seen in North America in many years at Churchill Downs.
Well, basically, Zulu Kingdom's been in top flight company his entire career since he's gotten here from France. He is a ridgeling, which means he has 1 undescended testicle, but that doesn't mean he can't be a stallion. AP Indy, maybe one of the greatest stallions of all time, was a ridgeling.
One Stripe, I thought, ran really well in the Manhattan yesterday. So, he beat One Stripe last time. There's just going to be a lot to beat Zulu Kingdom today.
1-5 favorite as Chad Brown looks to add yet another stakes victory to a very productive week. We're going to look back on the Manhattan back-to-back winner. Deterministic had to go to Plan B. Did not matter for Kendrick Carmouche. She has never lost aboard Deterministic. We'll tell you what's next for this runner as well.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendee.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima, and a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Rude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
As a multiple Grade 1 winner, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud. A proven sire from the sales ring to the winner's circle. With hundreds of 6-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square, Deterministic, and Napoleon Solo. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
In the Resorts World Casino, Manhattan. Deterministic, last year's Manhattan winner, turns up the pressure now in second through 6 furlongs in 109 and 4. They're at the top of the stretch. It's Rhetorical and Deterministic. Rhetorical has something left. Deterministic's trying to get by him late. Test score is in third, and One Stripe continues to close on the outside of Make Me King. Deterministic gradually wears down Rhetorical. It is Deterministic, and Kendrick Carr moved back-to-back in the Resorts World Casino, Manhattan.
Hollywood could not have scripted a better ending to last year's Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, where that young man was under impossible conditions, the passing of his father, taking over the stable earlier than expected and getting the first Grade 1 win of his career in the race that closed out this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival in the Manhattan with Deterministic. Yesterday goes back-to-back in that race after Kendrick Carmouche had to go to Plan B. They wanted to be in front, had to do it a different way, and now Kendrick Carmouche 5 for 5 aboard this horse.
When a rider doesn't know how to lose on a horse, the confidence level just bubbles over. And I think it was a blessing in disguise that he didn't break as sharp, because it gave him a chance to really settle, Paul. And he had a lot left underneath him, where maybe if Rhetorical was putting pressure on him from the outside, he might have gotten picked off.
I always think, especially at a high level in turf racing, the hardest trip is the stalking trip. Sometimes in dirt racing, it could be the best trip when you're kind of laying off the speed. Because in turf racing, everybody's kind of drafting, right? So you got to put away Rhetorical. Then you got to hold off the other closers. He did both with aplomb. I mean, he went by Rhetorical, held everybody off by a leg. There was really no danger to him late in the race.
And I think what you're saying is 100% correct, too. No cover either, right?
Yeah.
So you're doing that. And I like the word aplomb. You know, you and I are from Brooklyn. I was there longer than you. I never used that word.
Well,
there.
you know, I keep using that word. I keep looking at Wolfie's jacket.
Cut back in distance off the Manhattan win last year and won the 4-star Dave. Sounds like that is the plan again this year. And Miguel Clement, after that victory, says, I believe, well, he believed last year he had the best turf horse in the country. He believes he does again now.
I think the other part about that, too, the danger, he can rate now. That's another thing, because everybody's like, oh, Deterministic, he kind of needs the front end. That's going to put a lot in everybody else's mind, too. This horse can rate off horses now.
Maggie, your thoughts on what you saw yesterday in the Manhattan?
Well, I saw a horse here in the paddock, Greg, that is really just blossoming. Always a good-looking sort, but as a 5-year-old, you just find horses to physically mature to their premium and do so mentally as well. And he has done just that. You know, I think it was truly a feather in his cap having to sit off of Rhetorical there and still be able to finish at a distance where it was a little bit of uncharted territory. And as he takes his 5th graded stake in a row, he also puts down his 4th triple-digit Beyer speed figure after taking and posting a 100 Beyer for that effort in his back-to-back Manhattan victories. It'll be interesting. You know, I get not trying to go for the other Grade 1, which will be named the Christophe Clement this summer up here at the Spa. But it is interesting. You don't often see, going that long of a distance and then turn straight back to the mile, but it's worked before for Deterministic, and hopefully he can have a more complete campaign now as a 5-year-old. But he was sensational yesterday, and so happy for the connections, Greg.
Exciting horse, exciting to see this one go back-to-back. And what a week for Miguel Clement, too. We talked earlier, punching that golden ticket, Tawnyport in the Belmont Gold Cup, and that trip to Melbourne, if connections so choose. Manhattan win, though, was huge. Look, even though they didn't get to the front with this horse, that's his best way to go, isn't it, to be in front?
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse that stays. He doesn't have a huge turn of foot, but he puts himself in the game and he grinds forever. And I love that ISO shot we showed of him. You see how flat his ears were to his head? It was like he didn't have ears. That's when a horse is bearing down, giving you everything they have.
Paulie, Miguel Clement with Rodari, the 3 in here. Everyone seems to be a bit up against it, against Zulu Kingdom. What do you make of Rodari?
Well, if you look at Rodari's form in France, it's pretty good. I mean, the time form ratings of 116, that's an actually exploding rating. You know, getting blinkers for the first time in his career, I thought he was the other one in here that can maybe upset the 2 just because of that upside.
He faced a pretty good horse last start. His stablemate, Deterministic, who just won back-to-back runnings of the Manhattan. And he ran pretty good, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He ran well against Deterministic, and he ran like a horse that was in need of a race, and now they come back with blinkers. He's interesting as a potential upsetter.
Yeah.
Jamie Rodriguez will ride, so Rodari, 5-1 on the board, and yeah, just second state's start. Group winner, multiple group winner overseas in France. And you can't come out of facing any tougher competition than who he just faced last start. But still, you got to deal with a 1-4 favorite who towers seemingly over the competition here. And this horse, Zulu Kingdom, this was the comeback race. Maker's Mark Mile, April 10th at Keeneland. And you know, we see all those ones, the wins, but this win was just so much faster than anything he'd produced to this point.
A good win. I mean, 98 Beyer, like you said, and a horse that had, going into this race, had won 4 in a row and got dismissed kind of at the top board at 5-1 and just never gave him a chance.
No, and he ran on. I think he makes the lead again, too. Do you see anybody that can entertain him on the front end here? Unless they went on a mission, I don't think so.
No, it's going to be very interesting. You know, what Johnny V does with Past the Heat, that's kind of the only other horse. And the blinkers on the 3 can show a little speed with Zulu Kingdom. This on paper doesn't look like it.
Well, more on Zulu. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and taking advantage of an inside post position with his early speed, you would have to think, is Zulu Kingdom, who came into the paddock strutting his stuff, very much on his toes, very animated in his disposition. It continues here. He's a very striking horse. He's a little bit actually swayed back, but he has this long, sloping neck too. So when he frames up, he just looks a picture. He's very kind of interesting looking, to say the least. But it looks as though he's thriving right now. Great energy from him in the paddock, but it was reported by his trainer Chad Brown that he did have a quarter crack after that effort in the Maker's Mark Mile, and he took advantage of other horses being a little less aggressive. I should say Flavien Prat did so. I do notice that he does have a 3/4 shoe here in the paddock, so some corrective shoeing. I will admit, I don't know what he was in before, if this is different, but do note that that has been reported, but it happened relatively shortly after that effort, and he's had a good month of training since then. The horse that seems like the biggest threat to Zulu Kingdom is number 3, Rodari, who was definitely flattered by the fact that the horse we were just talking about, Deterministic, came back to win that Grade 1 Manhattan after taking down the Fort Morrissey. But in the paddock that day, Rodari just struck me more as a miler, which he'll get here because the bulk of his European form and success came at a mile in France. He's just built that way. He's a smaller horse that's a touch more shorter coupled overall, and he was doing a lot of shipping around at that point, right? He had prepared for the U.S. start down at Payson. He had to ship all the way up to New York to Belmont. And then he had to, like everybody else, ship over to Aqueduct. And he just seemed very distracted. He was a little bit studdish. And today he gets to run out of his own stall where he has been training for the most part. And he's just so much more relaxed and focused as those very short cup cheater blinkers go on, that I think will maybe have this horse a little bit more engaged as he does turn back in distance, Greg.
9-2 on Rodari. Gonna try and beat this one here. Pratt talking to Michael Dubb. Zulu Kingdom, there's no question, much the horse to beat. But Rodari seems like a pretty credible foe, and a good point that Maggie brought up too. Getting back to a mile. probably going to help this horse.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you see how confident Flavio is? He doesn't even have any goggles on. No, actually, he took them off of his helmet, put them under his silks because of the rain. He doesn't have any plastic over it. Have a word with his valet.
That's the one he'll hop aboard here momentarily. Let's go back to the Met Mile, and it was Prat aboard Nisos for Bob Baffert, and simply dominant here with Knightsbridge Journalism 4 lengths behind.
Listen, there was a lot of amazing performances. Englishman, Nitrogen. I get it. This horse is like riding a sports car. You talk about push button. This horse broke to the front end, got taken back, and then just lapped these horses like they were standing still. This is a special racehorse, Big.
Special racers, like you said. He's head and head for the lead. Flavien looks over, sees 3 horses stacked up outside him. He says, you know what, this is unsustainable. I'm going to take back.
Unbelievable.
So he basically made 2 different runs, right? One to the lead, took back, came out or in, and then dominated this way. This is serious.
Keep in mind the body of work, too. He's 8 for 10 lifetime with 2 runner-ups. One of those defeats was off more than a year layoff in a Grade 1 where he lost by a neck to mind frame.
He should have won.
The other defeat was going probably a distance he does not want to do at a 1 1/8, having to travel all the way over to Saudi.
And the 2 horses he just beat. I mean, Knightsbridge Journalism are serious racehorses, but this horse is on the top of serious.
But wasn't he defeated by Forever Young there at the 1 1/8 distance?
Yeah, that's his only.
So maybe it wasn't the 1 1/8. Maybe it was just the globe-trotting Forever Young.
Well, maybe a little bit of both. But yeah, Forever Young, certainly one of the best distance dirt horses we've seen in a long time.
The thing about Nisos, he's probably unbeatable at 7 furlongs to a mile. If you want to stretch him out to the classic distances, he's going to be right there at the wire. I mean, I know that they're probably not going to do that, but his race against Forever Young was pretty darn good.
I would hope we would see him in a race like the Whitney and give us a better idea, right?
Yeah.
He's already proven over the track, and now the way he ran yesterday, it certainly looked like he'd get another furlong.
Light drops of rain we hear on our tent above us starting to come down. Hopefully nothing too serious. Take a look at the weather forecast for the rest of the afternoon. I believe for the next hour, light rain, and then I believe expected to stop as they make their way down Champions Way. And here's the radar. I never can read this.
Yeah, I know. You see that little dot that says Saratoga Racecourse?
I mean, I don't see red, so is that, like, good? Usually it's like red, you know, you're looking for shelter.
What does green mean?
Green mean? Go, usually,
Didn't help me a lot, but okay.
What would your weather name have been?
I don't know, but I'm not getting a job at the Weather Channel anytime soon. I know that.
Listen, I'm thinking about it here. We got Paul LaDuca, Richard Migliori, that's 2 vowels. We got Greg Wolfe. Greg Wolfa. You got to give you a vowel at the end of your name. This is Italian set.
All right, I like that. I can roll with that. Honorary Italian for the rest of the show?
Yeah, your real name was Wolferini, but they cut it when you came over there.
Ellis Island back in the day.
2 to 5 favorite, Zulu Kingdom, coming off a Grade 1 win. So dropping in class here.
Dropping in class off a Grade 1 victory. He's going to be very tough to beat.
Miguel Clement walking out Radari.
Yeah, you know, Miguel walked another one out. Hands-on service for Miguel Clement. This horse looks tremendous. Blinkers gone. Going to have to step up to beat Zulu.
Capitol Hill Junior Alvarado for Belmont.
Was beaten 3/4 of a length last year up here in Saratoga in the Manila. But he's a deeper closer in a race with not a lot of speed.
Stablemate past the hat with John Velasquez.
You know, only 4 dirt starts in the 9-race career, but it seems like he excels over the turf.
And another from the Chad Brown barn, Salamis, coming off a Grade 1 victory as well. That was the end of his 3-year-old campaign out at Del Mar in the Hollywood Derby.
Yeah, the Hollywood Derby, that was with Umberto Rispoli. Hasn't been seen since November 29th. The one thing you could say about this race, the 4, 5, and 7, and the 2, all coming off W's.
Well, he just lost his Italian card because he called it Salamis, and I'm looking at salamis. It's been a long week.
Connections might have an issue with you on that one. 4 minutes to post here in this Grade 3 poker. First of 2 graded stakes on our card. Look, we know Zulu Kingdom is a standout, deserves to be a heavy favorite. 4-1 on Rodari is becoming more and more tempting, isn't it?
It really is. This horse has got good races. Look at his time form ratings in Europe. 116 buyer figure in his last start last fall there. Now he comes off the bench, faces deterministic, and probably needed the race. Yeah, I can make a case there.
Let's go to Maggie for more.
Here with Miguel Clement. Oh, we're getting service. Our PA's name is Chance Rains. Can you believe that? I mean, he should be a weatherman. You guys were talking about weatherman names, but Miguel, you have a very classic name, I'll say. I don't know what the heck she's talking about. Talk to me about handling number 3, Rodari, your horse, and passing him off to the pony.
Yeah, no pony. He's very French. He thinks he's the boss and is focused on other things. So we were never able to quite get him used to the American-style pony. We were leading up to the post. So he just goes by himself. He lost his pony privilege.
You did. I witnessed that last time out. The blinkers going on, turning back in distance. It feels like the right kind of recipe.
Yeah, I think I would have loved it if this rain came earlier. It's the only thing probably missing. I'm sure he handles the cut on the ground. It's been very speed favoring, so hence why we put a pair of blinkers on him. And we'll give it a go. We'd just love to follow probably the favorite, and we'll give it to there.
Of course, Rodari finished 3rd behind the big stable star and deterministic. Talk about yesterday. You guys have done such a tremendous job in just keeping this horse, who's so talented, in top form and winning back-to-back-to-back races.
Yeah, I know he's a tremendous athlete. He's a special horse, and we're just all very lucky to be part of the ride, because in anyone else's program, he'd probably do the same. He's just top class, and he's just a dream to work with.
Well, congratulations again. Best of luck here.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys.
Good for Miguel Clement. Done a tremendous job, and he's being very modest right there, but he has done great work with that horse. And it is tough to, at the highest level, reel off the kind of win streak he's put together.
Well, and just, the circumstances in which it came about, awfully big shoes to fill for his father, Christophe Clement, who will be inducted into the Racing's Hall of Fame this summer. They should have done it last year or even previous to that. But that being said, I'm glad that it's going to happen. And I get the biggest kick. I've known Miguel since he's 3 years old. The way he speaks, even the rhythm, the inflection of what he speaks, when he talks about his horse, he sounds just like his father.
Well, I think he has that same even keel that his father. You have to have that, right? As the trainer, you have to have that even keel. Even though you just won a grade 1, the next day, okay, let's go back to work. I got some other horses to attend to, but that's a plus. It's for your clients, for your jockey. You want that calmness about you because everybody else will be calm around you.
Probably expect to see him fairly far back early in this race. A couple of times he's had issues out of the gate as well.
Yeah, listen, that's a little bit of a problem. I picked him, and I think he's a little up against it tactics-wise, but maybe the blinkers get him a little more focused, and maybe he places himself a little better.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look here at one of 2 Hall of Famer Bill Mott's horses, sending out impressive winner, at least on his last race, past the hat, as he was probably taking advantage of a course that was playing kindly to inside runners. But this is a guy that I haven't seen in some of his more recent performances in the paddock, but he got very sharp and keen and energetic. Once they got the tack on him, he had been bouncing on his toes. So I wonder what they do with him, because he's a horse at times can lay close. Is he the horse, Greg, that is laying right off of Zulu Kingdom?
2-5 favorite, Zulu Kingdom, trying to cross the wire first for the 6th time in a row. There was a DQ in the Hall of Fame here last summer, back on August 1st. But this horse has just been a win machine. Rodari at 9-2 second start in the States, coming off that beat to his stablemate Deterministic. Grade 3 poker, first of 2 graded stakes on our Sunday card to this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Salamis goes in, backs away. He's been a little hesitant. They're in the gate. Salamis rears up in the gate. Very fractious is Salamis. And they're off. It was a clean beginning. Past the hat in Zulu Kingdom. Zulu Kingdom asserts himself and says, catch me if you can right away. Radari comes away by himself in third. They're followed by Capitol Hill, and Salamis is at the back of the field. They move into the first turn, and Zulu Kingdom is the leader, with Past the Hat trying to sprint along and stay close to the heavy favorite. It's a gap of 5 back to Radari, who remains in third. Still 4 more lengths back to the 2 trailers, Capitol Hill and Salamis. 23 and 4. Flavien Prat and the heavily favored Zulu Kingdom, taking them toward the half-mile pole. With Past the Hat a length back second, they take closer order. Radari is down on the hedge third, has just 2 to make up suddenly. And then it's Capitol Hill and a break of 3 to Salamis. Zulu Kingdom's half mile was 47 and 3. Gets a nudge to kick on now. And it's Zulu Kingdom, the controlling pace. Past the Hat, all in, trying to get by him second. Followed by Radari third. Capitol Hill on the outside. And Salamis has trailed throughout. Zulu Kingdom in front. On the outside, it's Past the Hat. Past the Hat coming after Zulu Kingdom, and a fresh challenge from Capitol Hill on the outside. Here's Capitol Hill, Zulu Kingdom, and Past the Hat in between them. An absolute thriller. Past the Hat or Capitol Hill. Photo finish. Past the Hat and Capitol Hill. Zulu Kingdom finished third in front of Salamis.
Huge upset in the Grade 3 poker. It looks like Past the Hat out finishing Capitol Hill. Let's take another look.
Yeah, good call by Maggie about Past the Hat. He was in the position that she thought he would be. Here comes the other Bill Mott, Capitol Hill calling with Junior Alvarado, and it's heads up and down on the wire. It sure did look like Past the Hat. Isn't going to need anybody to pass the hat. I thought his nose was in front.
Yeah, this is really tight late in here, and you can see the 4 and the 5 are ding-dong. You can see Junior Alvarado. He kind of made the first move, kind of passed. Wow, that's close. I think the 5, the 4 got the bob right after the wire, but the 5, I think, is going to get there. Yeah, they posted it up 5-4. And Zulu Kingdom probably had to go a little faster, but Past the Hat's the one that made him go fast, Craig.
Bill Mott had it either way. He completes the exacta here, and not far off the track record either. 132 and 4 for Past the Hat. John Velasquez for Mott and Pinnock Stud.
I don't think you can make any excuses for Zulu Kingdom, though, because the nearest pursuer was past that. The nearest pursuer was Past the Hat, and Bill Mott, the youngest trainer ever inducted into Racing's Hall of Fame.
Ding-dong battle to the end here. Johnny V and Jr., and Johnny gets the best of him. I was going to ask you right before the race, Mig, that light rain doesn't affect anything at all, does it?
Nah, not enough rain to really affect the course whatsoever. And I tell you, Radari, the 3 who I liked, had a perfect position, a perfect trip, and had nothing when the real running started.
Quick look at Bill Mott coming down the stairs. Picture time.
This 5 was giant. Put the
again,
pressure on the 2.
Here.
Yeah. Put the pressure on the 2, then hold off the stablemate. Because right here, doesn't it look like Capitol Hill's going right by?
He really does. But one thing about Johnny Velasquez, he always had a little something left, right? And he builds a horse into a finish. And when he went to his left hand, one of the best in the game, this horse found a bit more. That was a very game effort by Past the Hat to hold off his stablemate, Capitol Hill.
Bill Mott with the exacta here, 10-1 over 12-1, of course, his reigning horse of the year. We're waiting to see return here later this summer, Sovereignty.
He's like the one superstar we're still waiting for, right?
Big date ahead. Obviously, we're going to see him next in this Stephen Foster, where it looks like a lot of the big names of the sport will be lining up.
Yeah, and you see Bill Mott's runners going down to the wire. I think one of the best things we saw all weekend is after Deterministic won, Bill Mott went over to Miguel Clement and gave him the biggest hug.
That was a great moment.
It was awesome. It really was, and Bill just a class act.
Absolutely.
Past the Hat at 10-1, 1-5 favorite.
Wow.
Beat in our first of 2 graded stakes to come. And don't forget, John Velasquez, the win here, he's going to be on much the one to beat in our second graded stake later this afternoon in the Soaring Softly. Big chance for a stakes sweep on the final day from the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival for Johnny V. Back in our Fox Sports 1 coverage, it was a wild scene here yesterday for the final Belmont Stakes ever to take place at Saratoga. 46,000 plus on hand to watch the third and final leg of the Triple Crown.
And they were an enthusiastic bunch.
Yeah, they were.
The crowd was electric. It was just a fantastic day, a celebration of our sport as we watch this ding-dong battle of the wire in the poker. This was Bill Mott's 5th win in the poker, more than any other trainer. Surprisingly, though, Paul, John Velasquez's first win in the poker. I didn't think there was a race he hadn't won in New York.
Check another one off the box, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Hall of Fame career just continues. But Pass the Hat was impressive today. Lapped on your favorite and just went on with it.
Bred by Bobby Flay.
Yeah. Beat Bobby Flay is one of my favorite shows. I literally put 25 minutes on in my kitchen and try to do it myself.
I love it.
Pass the Hat. It's a Bill Mott exacta. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Bill Mott, he definitely didn't have to sweat out becoming the winningest trainer here in the poker because both your horses, Bill, ran humongous races.
Ran huge, both, two different types. Johnny was on the horse with a little more speed, and he stalked the leader, stalked the big favorite. And actually, Capitol Hill was a little closer today than what he has been in a few of his other races. He was actually a little sharper away from the gate, and they ran good. Capitol Hill actually put his nose in front of a few jumps before the wire, but he did not get the nod today.
Well, talk about Pass the Hat, though, because he's a horse that had a huge blowout performance, I thought, last time, and it really feels like he's kind of coming into his own. He was also very sharp on this particular occasion.
Right, he was. I mean, he's been training well, and he's come around good. It took us a while to figure out what he wanted to do. Last year when we started him out, we, ran him the first time on the dirt, and he ran well, and then second time no good, so we switched him over to the grass, and he's, gradually gotten a little better and a little better.
We saw the Bernhards here in the winner's circle with you. They're just such a, great kind of operation. Talk a little bit about training for them.
Well, they're good people. They really care about their horses, and they're doing it the right way. They've got, they really do all the best, whatever their horses need, and whatever amount of time that they need, and there's no pressure to run and no pressure to run in big races, but if you're ready, they're all in.
And you're rewarded by how happy they are here in the winner's circle.
It's nice to see. They put a big investment in purchasing Pin Oak in Kentucky, and they've continued to try to breed good horses the way Miss Abercrombie did for Pin Oak.
Absolutely, continuing the tradition, Bill. You're continuing your tradition of winning the poker. Congratulations here at Pass the Hat.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys.
One of the best to ever do it, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, and I know we're going to see and maybe get a better answer to this in a few weeks with his reigning horse of the year, but do you guys fully expect Sovereignty to be the horse to beat in this older horse division going forward?
Oh, absolutely. I do. Changes tactics last time in the Oaklawn Handicap didn't work out. There was no pace. They had to ride the race around the race instead of the horse. I think you'll see the much better version of Sovereignty in the Stephen Foster.
Yeah, and I don't think he was completely 100%. He might have been 100% fitness-wise, but race ready. Sometimes I think that's the biggest part with a horse like him. He's a big strapping racehorse. I think Journalism in that race came back, spun his wheels a little bit yesterday, but I think Sovereignty, when he gets back up here into where he's from, I think he's going to really love working here again. And horses thrive up here. I can't wait till he gets up here.
Stephen Foster next for him, and then he's expected to line up when we open up our brand new reimagined Belmont Park in the Jockey Club Gold Cup September 18th.
It is so exciting that they're going to have the Jockey Club Gold Cup on opening day of the new Belmont. And listen, I'm an old timer, right? I'm more of a traditionalist. For me, the Jockey Club Gold Cup was part of the Belmont Fall Championship Series, and it's going back to its rightful place at Belmont Park. I never really liked that it was in Saratoga.
Bittersweet feelings.
It is.
Wrapping up this week and this week 3-year run at Saratoga, but we're going back to something really incredible for this entire sport. So we're all excited about that as well. Race 5 as we move on, 5.5 furlongs. Sprinting on the turf in this New York Bred entry-level allowance coming up. Right now, Joker on fire, Bruce Levine, Jose Lezcano, the favorite at 3-1.
One last thing I'll say. Saratoga, It's like going to Wrigley Field in the Green Monster too in Fenway. But Belmont is the new Yankee Stadium getting rebuilt, the old Yankee Stadium. You know what I mean? We're going back to where we
and
need
that's where
to
the
go.
Belmont belongs.
100%. Yeah, and like I said, this place, you know, Mick, you've mentioned a million times, what an honor and what a luxury to have this place as being the replacement for the Belmont Stakes. You come up to Saratoga, it's racing, and we all love coming up here. But we want to see Belmont come back in the Belmont Stakes. Those big sweeping turns, it's the test of the champion for a reason because of Belmont.
Having said that, any other excuse we can get to come back up here, we'll take it.
That's true.
Absolutely. Can we maybe come up for the poker a weekend?
Exactly, yeah.
Paul, did you have a favorite stadium in your playing career?
Well, you know, playing at Shea Stadium was just kind of like Aqueduct, right? It had that grit and that something about it that you wanted to come to. I always used to joke around, you go down to the tunnel, you might see a couple of mice running around, but that was part of its charm, right? And I loved it. Dodger Stadium, the cleanest ballpark I've ever been a part of, but that lended to the nice weather in California. I will say this, PNC in Pittsburgh is the most beautiful stadium I've been to with the Allegheny River in the background. Absolutely gorgeous.
We put up some of your stats, too, against some legendary pitchers over the course of this past week. Man, could you hit. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Not just a Belmont Stakes victory. Englishman in that Cherie DeVaux barn. Lights out performance in the Woody Stevens. We'll take a look back when we return on our Fox Sports 1 coverage right after this.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First Mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at nyra.com/Saratoga. You bet with Nyra Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Nyra Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Nyra Bets.
Keeps coming, Explora's down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. Always a runner. She's all the runners on top of the world.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
They're off in the Woody Stevens, presented by Mohegan Sun. An Englishman broke like a shot. And here's the rematch. Englishman and Crude Velocity. Englishman went very wide. Seems like he did so on purpose. And Englishman is flying through the stretch. He's got a 5-length lead. Crude Velocity could not warm him up today. Englishman towering over the competition as Obliteration tries to get second. Englishman, what a tremendous effort to win by 6 lengths.
One of the most electric performances we saw this week, Englishman for Cherie DeVaux and the Woody Stephens, and one of the most highly anticipated rematches as well, maybe outside of that True North sprint with Ben Tornado and Bookham Dano. Englishman, Crude Velocity won round one of the Pat Day Mile at Churchill Downs. No question who round two went to, and they got this horse, Mig, to learn some lessons to rate.
Yeah, well, last time, too, in the Pat Day Mile, he was drawn inside, so he really didn't have that luxury. This time he was drawn outside of Crude Velocity, and he was just allowed to run up into his rider's hands, and, man, he exploded through the stretch.
The race was over about 220 yards out of the gate. Crude Velocity got away with it at Churchill Downs. Didn't get away with it yesterday. He has to be a better gate horse. He just can't run with a horse with this much talent. He was able to use his horse as a target at Churchill Downs. But this horse just showed, and you can see Jose Ortiz put up the silent notion with his fingers like, Mr. Baffert, you thought Crude Velocity was it? No.
Equals the track record that was set by Darby Creek Road, 120.40 in this dominant victory.
In 1978, I was here that day. That was the same day that Affirmed caught Sensitive Prince in the shadow of the wire in the Jim Dandy, giving him considerable weight. He carried 128 pounds. I think Sensitive Prince got him with 114. But Darby Creek Road was a really good horse. And Ruben Hernandez actually rode him the day he ran the 7/8. And 48 years later, equal the track record. That's doing something.
Pretty good 1-2 punch in your barn of Golden Tempo, the Derby Belmont Stakes winner, and now Englishman as well. Maggie, your thoughts on what we witnessed in that performance yesterday?
Englishman was absolutely sensational. He was the best performance, I think, that we saw yesterday on the entire card, posting that 114 buyer. And it was funny, I was standing in here with Cherie DeVaux for the paddock, and I wasn't joking. I said it honestly to her. I said, well, if we're just judging horses between you and the two on appearances, you're a standout. And she goes, well, Crude Velocity can run though, Maggie. And she was right. She is right, but her horse was just in a different stratosphere when it came to cutting back to the 7 furlongs in the Woody Stephens. So as we got to hear from her earlier, looking forward to a campaign right back here at Saratoga as he will participate, hopefully, all fingers crossed, in that H. Allen Jerkins coming up in the summer in August. So I really thought, Greg, that Englishman I don't want to say stole the show, but he was definitely one of the headlining acts.
Yeah, 1A. No question, the Golden Tempo, what he did, that's at the top of the list. But this was electric. I mean, what he did was sensational, and going to keep this horse sprinting, doing what he does best.
Yeah, but she's got both bases covered, Cherie DeVaux does, right? Sprinting 3-year-old, routing 3-year-old. Nice if you don't have to match them up anywhere, but at least they have contrasting styles. The Englishman's got speed squared.
Yeah, anytime you equal or break a track record that's 48 years old, and I'm tired of people saying, oh, the track was fast. You don't think the track was a fast track over the last 48 years at some point in time? The horse ran a hole through the wind. And when you run 100 and some odd buyer like that in the 4th career start, this horse is freaky-ish type.
We put the question up, who do you believe is the best 3-year-old in Cherie DeVaux's barn?
I think it's Englishman, but I like to own Golden Tempo. Would I put it that way?
I'll answer it diplomatically, okay? This isn't me riding. This is me now. The Englishman's the fastest 3-year-old in our barn. Yeah. But I don't think you can say he's better than Golden Tempo, because Golden Tempo he's already a multiple grade 1 winner, dual classic winner.
What do you think, Greg? It's tough.
It's not tough. I mean, I think, the fastest horse, there's no question, what we saw yesterday, Englishman. But again, who would you rather have, the Derby and Belmont winner?
Yeah, up to a mile, we'll take the Englishman. Over a mile, again, she has both bases covered. So
crazy.
Yeah. End of the year might be a different answer, right?
No, but yeah, it might be a different answer. But the way that horse run, you just don't pop up. I always say you don't pop up and hit a 500-foot home run. You either got it in the tank or you don't. You just don't pop up and run a 114 buyer unless you got that in the tank. So that's tough to do. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Incredible. Grade 1 Woody Stephens. 2/3 of the Triple Crown. Things could not be going better for Cherie DeVaux right now.
Kind of cool, too. She won the Woody Stephens and then goes on to win the Belmont. Well, Woody won 5 Belmonts in a row.
Unbelievable.
Race 5, 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the turf. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at a long shot that I am really intrigued by, and that is number 2, Truman's Commander, as he's only sprinted once on the turf in his career. That was his debut up here at Saratoga, in which he just did not get away that cleanly, and the horses that finished 1, 2, 3 were virtually 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack, just kind of trading positions. So if you weren't forward in that race, you weren't finishing. And Truman's Commander has since stretched out and been successful. And he's run against some pretty nice horses, including his stablemate Blackmail, who won our Woodhaven at Aqueduct and also finished second over the week in the Pennine Ridge. 1,000 Sticks, he would win a stake himself with an 86. And in that last race there at Gulfstream Park in January, Truman's Commander was wide the entire way, and as many replays as I watch from Gulfstream, I rarely on the turf ever see a horse able to win that doesn't save ground at some point during the running of the race. And Truman's Commander, he is very stout, very compact, also incredibly sharp, as he will turn back in distance off this layoff. Now, yes, I do wish he was a little bit more fit, but with that inside draw, I'm hoping that Edgar Zayas, who looks to win another race here for Mark Casse, can get this guy in at least a decent position, because at least physically, he's built to handle this 5.5 furlongs. Number 3, Van Vollenhoven, he's had his chances, and he's also had some trips. I start to wonder, is he the one causing these terrible trips that he often gets? But Van Vollenhoven is a horse I typically like in the paddock, and today, off of a layoff, it's much the same. If anything, he's kind of filled out and put on some conditioning. He looks fantastic here, great disposition as well. Again, like I said, it's just, is the 5.5 a little sharp for him? I half think that, because he is a bit of a longer, scopier type of horse where he's not built like that true turf sprinter. So we'll see how he does. He is taking some money on the board, indicating that he very well may be live. Greg?
5.5 furlongs of the grass coming up. We're approaching the 8-minute mark to post. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back. It is this one, Joker on Fire, the 10. Still your favorite. 2 tries on the lawn, a win and a runner-up finish, and those came in each of the last 2 starts. Stay with us. little, well, more than a stroll downtown. This person's walking very fast, actually. Down Broadway. So much to do in town before and after the races. Went by Mrs. London's there.
Mrs. London's is good, huh?
It is good. Hard to, you walking by there, hard to not go in for some pastries. And then about one more block, make a left, and you can be on your way to the racetrack. But we're going to go back down Broadway one more time. Do a little
Fast
shopping,
pace,
maybe.
though. Fast pace.
5.5 on the turf coming up. New York Scrappy is going to kick off the post parade.
Getting back on the turf after being a long time, but these connections, look at Katsumachi had Buddha at a big price yesterday.
Yeah, I think 24-1.
Yeah.
Truman's Commander. We will see next. Edgard Zayas already on the board with a win today. Mark Casse barn again. Here we go.
White hot barn by Mark Casse. Getting back with New York breds after being down in South Florida, Tampa, Gulfstream over the winter. But looking at this horse from a size-wise, I think the turnback might be good for him.
Route speed cutting back for the two. Here's Von Vollenhoven, David Duggan.
I thought this horse had a look, too, at 6-1. Javier Castellano from a 15-1 morning line.
Here's a player, 313, Mel Gidding, Sean Bridgman.
I think the speed of the speed here. Sean Bridgman, a former Eclipse Award-winning apprentice jockey.
B Provocateur, Ruben Silvera for Rudy Rodriguez.
He back on the turf where this Ridgeling had his first two starts, got to improve.
Miguel Clement Bart won the opener with a horse who was a first out winner. Here's a first out winner, Wrighton.
Yeah, returns as a gelding after a winning effort last fall. And, yeah, that was a big effort. This horse should not be overlooked.
Jorge Abreu, that big win with Scottish Lassie we just saw earlier on the card. We'll get back to that one. Here's the 9, Diliello, Tom Morley.
Yeah, Tom just missed and hit Ricardo Sano with a runner earlier in the card. This one will get Lasix for the 2026 debut.
And there's the 7 for Jorge Abreu, Moonlight Drive.
Yeah, gate-to-wire winner last time with Dylan aboard against Maiden is going to have to improve today, but getting played at 7-2.
Here's the favorite still, Joker on fire. Jose Lezcano rides.
Both turf efforts really good for Bruce Levine, a guy who knows how to win. And Jose Lezcano, maybe the most underrated rider on this circuit.
3-year-old debut for Cristobal.
Yeah, it gets Lasix. You know, they tinkered with blinkers with this horse last year. The 2-year-old numbers are not far off.
And Epitaph gets in from the also eligible list. This horse has actually, that came as a 2-year-old, one of the fastest turf races of anyone in this field, 44-1.
Isn't it kind of interesting, though? It seems like this horse shows more speed when, he's on the dirt, but does have that big figure on the turf. Draws in, completely overlooked at 43-1.
I didn't even know the horse was in, I'll be honest.
Wow. Let's go back to the 10, Joker on Fire. Who is your favorite again, 3-1? So Bruce Levine barn, Jose Lezcano, 2 tries on the turf. Did not try this one on the turf until career start number 9, and it resulted in a 4-length win.
A good win, right? And they took the blinkers off. So a lot of change, right? So they tried blinkers a little bit, then they go first on turf, blinkers off, and boom, everything paid off. The horse did not break well, got the W done, and then, was very good on this day. Then came back next start and ran another good effort. Mig, obviously, these horses can get a new lease on life at a different surface.
Yeah, absolutely. And breaking, this horse breaking his maiden on the turf was even more impressive than it looks on paper, because you can say maiden 50, 1x4, but this horse was way poorly, made this long, steady, grinding run. I think this horse is a major, major player.
And then a good effort first try against winners off a lengthy layoff. So improvement off that could be very dangerous. Where are you going to wind up, Mig?
I landed on the 3, Van Vollenhoven, if I'm saying that correctly, as I drop my stick. The horse, they tried dirt going into the winter to see if it was worth keeping this horse in training. Okay, they backed off. I love the way the horse is training into this race. And you guys know, I'm a big Dave Duggan fan. I think he does tremendous work with his horses.
Paulie?
I landed on the 2, Truman's Commander, looking for another one for Edgar Zayas and Mark Casse. This horse's first start, short on the turf, terrible beginning. Now, Edgar Zayas got on this horse in his second career start, and this horse showed a lot of speed going long. I think back with a cutback with Edgar aboard, who's a good gate jockey. You see Maggie lands on this horse too, so hopefully we can get this horse home at 11-1.
Let's hear from Maggie.
And Paulie, I'm glad we're on the same page. This horse also was listed as a late change. He's a first-time gelding, and I do love that angle as we'll look at 2 other first-time geldings here, including number 6, Wrighton for Miguel Clement. And yes, he debuted in a maiden 50, but he's also meant to debut quite a bit earlier than that, as he was a late vet scratch back on June 19th of last year. And you could see he didn't move very well behind. And really, the best thing to do for a horse when that's one of the problems is to geld them. It just makes them freer back there, and they can use themselves so much more properly in their trainings, which will make them better horses, obviously, in the afternoon. He looks much better from an overall standpoint, from fitness to strength to movement. And if he's able to run that same race, albeit against a weaker field, well, it makes him a player here with that 76 buyers. He sits up there at 8-1. Moving on to the other first-time gelding, which was listed as a later change, in number 11, Cristobal, who comes back for his 3-year-old Bow, also gets Lasix. He's very sharp. You know, a lot of times when horses get Lasix for the first time, it'll kind of take the edge off them. And as you can see, as he's gotten quite hot, there's a good lather there on his neck. He's been like that throughout the preliminaries. So not something I necessarily saw from him in any of his 2-year-old efforts. He does look very fit, very strong, and he's filled out nicely. He's a little bit intriguing up there at 14-1. So we'll see. I like Joker on Fire here, Greg, but I thought this was a bit of a deeper race than defaulting to the favorite.
Yeah, board sort of telling you that story, very mild favoritism to the 10, Joker on Fire. Difficult race here to start off a mandatory pay pick 5.
It really is. I mean, you know, a big field, a lot of horses that look somewhat similar. I think this is one of those races, Paul, where trips are going to make a big difference.
Yeah, that's 100%. Because the 7 and the 10 here, the 7's coming off a maiden win, and the 10, I would probably play the 10 over the 7 at that price. But again, I landed on the 2 because I just think you have to go somewhere in that middle range, because it looks like a lot of these horses in that middle, like the 9 and the 11, they got looks here at 14-1. A lot of horses here at prices got looks.
And if we're playing this pick 5, several races where you probably want coverage, and this is probably one of them, but maybe you can narrow down that Soaring Softly with Slay of the Day.
I think Slay of the Day will be the most singled horse in the pick 6 and the pick 5s. Yeah.
See what happens here. 5.5 on the lawn, 3-1 favorite. Joker on Fire. Jose Lezcano, the 10. You're watching the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival on Fox Sports 1. We send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Here's B Provocateur going in. Cristobal joins the fray. And Epitaph. They're in the gate. And they're off. Wrighton hept in the air and is last. 3:13 is very quick away from there. B Provocateur is up close in the opening stages, and Joker on Fire on the pace, while in hand just a half length off them in third. They are followed by Epitaph, who's widest of all. Down on the inside comes New York Scrappy, who's racing about 2.5 or so off the lead. Van Vollenhoven with the red cap is racing in between rivals. They are followed by Moonlight Drive, Green Cap, and down on the inside, Truman's Commander. The opening quarter went in 21 1/5 seconds. In behind this group comes Cristobal with 9 legs to make up. The 2 trailers, Wrighton and Dilliello, is at the back there at the top of the stretch, and they're fanned across the course. On the inside, B Provocateur. Inside of them, New York Scrappy is coming through with a nice bid. Center of the course, Van Vollenhoven is there too, and even wider out, Cristobal and Truman's Commander. Blanket finish. New York Scrappy outran them all. Van Vollenhoven was second. And in behind that, it was a photo for third between Cristobal and Truman's Commander.
New York Scrappy at 10-1 was 20-1 in the morning line. Ilke Cantermachi, Sylvester Gonzalez.
This horse was barreling his way through horses. Sylvester Gonzalez, Ilke Cantermachi has just caused 2 giant upsets. This horse got bet, but this horse was absolutely barreling through horses at the top of the lane. Came out late. It's going to be very interesting whether the stewards take a look at this, but the 1 gets the job done here at a price.
Yeah, he had a lot of horse going into the far turn. He was loaded, needed a place to go. finds the seam right here. Now that you want that horse inside of you to kind of fall away. He had to steady slightly, but he did it just right, Sil Gonzalez. And I thought that Ben Vollenhoven was going to get there. You saw Javier go back to his right hand. Right there, the horse had to take a step in. When he had to correct him right there, slowed a little bit of his momentum.
Wow, 10-1. This horse got bet down 20-1 more than the first and second place finishers, Greg, both got bet down from 10-1. The 3 was 15-1 on the morning line. And we'll get back to the head-on. You can see here late in the race, does New York Scrappy come out at all? But, you know, you kind of look. He gets through right here. He's the horse on the farthest right of the screen with the Z on his forehead. And the blinkers. Right here, he's going to come out a little bit. I don't know if the 10 was already done with her race, though.
So I think right here, when Javier goes back right-handed, he's the one. They both took a little step in, step out, but I think it was the onus was more on the outside horse. I think that was one where Javier Castellano might have wished he had kept his crop in his left hand.
1-3, 11-2. Yeah, this one bet down from 20-1 to 10-1 morning line, and the runner-up, Van Vollenhoven, was 15-1 morning line, goes off at 5-1. But yeah, it does not look like much here that we would expect any sort of change.
This horse was getting steady. This horse was so full run. If you go back to the pack stretch, I said the one is so headstrong. You got to give credit to Sylvester Gonzalez to stay with it.
He rode a really nice race, saving ground. Ultra important in turf racing, especially. He got the trip.
And look, hats off. It has been incredibly hard to beat Mark Casse runners this week.
The two, I thought Edgar Zayas gave the two a tremendous ride. He kind of went outside the one, had dead aim, and everybody kind of had dead aim, but it looked like New York Scrappy just had a ton left. And back on the turf, 0 for 5 on the turf, now 1 for 6.
Yeah, last time on the turf, it was going longer, shortening up, getting back to grass, and New York Scrappy back in the winner's circle, and in the winner's circle for the first time ever on the turf at 10-1. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look back at some more Grade 1 performances from Saturday. Told you how tough Mark Casse, his barn, has been, teaming up with Gary Barber. Just a Game, leading every Classic Q every step of the way in the Just a Game. And Reef Runner punching his ticket back to the Breeders' Cup.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup.
In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1-horse race, National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Back with you on the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at our Fox Sports 1 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Race 5 in the books here on the final card to take place here at Saratoga for this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And it's New York Scrappy up the inside. Sylvester Gonzalez for the Cantermachi Barn. First time in a long time, Mig, back on the lawn.
And got to, had the perfect post to save every inch of ground, but Gonzalez pulled it off with a perfect ride. Patient, strong finish. He never turned his crop over, too, just tapped him on the shoulder.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Sylvester Gonzalez, who is celebrating his first Saratoga win.
Saratoga win, yes.
You got a big smile.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very thankful, to be able to come out here to the spa. Beautiful weekend, and to get a victory is even a bonus,
Especially for your main guys. The Cantermacis, they have supported you. You've come to Aqueduct on several occasions to ride their horses. In fact, you go back-to-back on New York Scrappy.
Yeah, back-to-back. I mean, Scrappy, I don't know what it is about it. He likes my riding, I guess. Today on the turf, first time on the turf for me with him. And he was game as can be. He broke good. Obviously, there was a little bit of speed in the race. But down the stretch, he was all game. I was able to find a seam, and he finished up well.
Talk about riding the turf like that, especially with the rails down. You're on the hedge. I mean, you're one off the rail, essentially. But are there nerves? Is it nerve-wracking being that close and kind of in and amongst horses?
Yeah, it is a little bit nerve-wracking because you really don't know if it's going to open up. You hope it opens up, but if not, you have to go to plan B. I just try to save all the ground in the turn and just banking that it was going to open up a little bit. I had plenty horse where I felt comfortable that we can make a move happen,
Sylvester, you made a living for yourself at Parks mainly, but with a win up here in the spa on a high-profile weekend, what could it do for your career?
I mean, riding for these guys, for Ilkay and Matt, they've helped me throughout my career. The sky's the limit for them guys, and I'm just glad to be on the ride with them,
Wonderfully humble. Well done. Congratulations, though. This has to be so exciting.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Greg.
What a moment for that young rider to get your first win on these sacred grounds during this special week of action. Pretty incredible, and to do so at 10-1 here.
You could just see how happy he was.
Yeah.
To win here, this is like walking into Yankee Stadium, win a race here, hit a home run, and they've done such good work, the Cantermacis. Evie Jets is the horse you were looking to talk about, and I just love to see that happiness, that pride, that satisfaction of getting your first win, but not only getting your first win in Saratoga, delivering a ride like that to get it.
What did it feel like for you when you got that first victory here?
Came up here as an apprentice. It was pouring rain, 1981, opening day. I rode every race that day, got shut out all the way to the last race. And I won on a horse named Hilaris Paul in the slop. I was exhausted because it's so hard to ride in the rain to begin with, and especially when you're getting your butt kicked all day.
It's got to be an awesome feeling. You look at a guy like Sylvester. This isn't people that have won 40, 50 races. He's a pretty good jockey and been a good jockey for a long time, like Maggie said, over at Parks in Pennsylvania. But when he gets his first win, that smile on his face. I said yesterday, Saratoga is the one place where grown men can act like children. I was talking to the connections of Bookham Dano. They said they just can't. They see themselves on TV and they don't know how they're going to react. But that's what happens when you win here at Saratoga.
Special moment that young man will never forget. With this victory. Gonna have to talk to the cameraman to get that winner's circle photo.
Yep.
So New York Scrappy here in the 5th. Coming up next is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs. And you have to start here with Booked for Steve Asmussen, who has a race under the belt, Paulie. It came at Churchill Downs and comes in, according to the DRF Clocker reports, with a pretty big work as well.
Yeah, it was even money on debut at Churchill Downs. Did not break well. And I think the shining point for this horse is a lot of 2-year-olds when they're first starting out, they don't really like to pass each other. This horse passed horses, ran a good finish. Jose Ortiz rode this horse first time out. He's not on this horse today. He was, Ricardo Santana gets them out, and, obviously him and Steve got connections that go way back. But, sometimes fitness or a start can win over these horses' debuts. But it's really exciting, especially when you get 2-year-olds here in Saratoga. Some new sires. We see a couple by Life is Good. It's really exciting because you never see the next superstars of our game.
Let's go back to some Grade 1 action from yesterday. We talked about how dominant Mark Casse has been this week. Kingston, he won with Mibago. Ogden Phipps with Nitrogen. Acorn Counting Stars. And then Classic Q leading every single step of the way, Mig, in the Just a Game.
Yeah, under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, she just kept finding. One of the things I love watching Johnny ride, Paul, is he builds a horse into that finish, right? He doesn't go from a rating hole to a drive. He kind of builds them into that finish, and she just kept finding.
Yeah, she kind of switched back to her left lead there late in the race, but again, winning by daylight, that was kind of the theme. Mark Casse's horses didn't just, Mibago by a pole, this horse by a couple, Nitrogen by a pole. He didn't just win these races, Greg. He won them with ease.
They're finding more late.
Yeah.
And doing it in incredibly fast time as well.
And you, like Paul said, jump back to her left lead, but you see her demeanor. I always look at horses' eye and their ears. And when their ears are flat against their head like that, she almost had her eye rolled back like a shark there. They're just in another zone. They're just reaching for it.
She's had a couple really good races here up at Saratoga. Again, I think she likes it up here, but when she has the front end and you don't oppose her early, she becomes very dangerous.
Meanwhile, the Jaipur winning your end for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Reef Runner was a little nervous in the paddock. Arad Ortiz Jr. said, though, when he broke, he knew this race was over.
Wow. That's pretty confident, but I tell you what, he was always traveling, and he angled out to the clear here. He found more. This is a homebred for Alex and Joanne Leblong, and they've been globetrotting with him, got to experience the Mideast with him, and he came home. And years ago, it would take horses a while to recover from that kind of trip. Not anymore. It seems like they've learned the formula.
It was a good field. John the Beerman cut out some really fast fractions on the rail, kind of jumped a shadow kind of mid-stretch and still ran a courageous third, but Reef Runner got the job done here. And you can see Irad kind of flagged him, never really had to use his crop.
Big effort.
Beats a very good group here, too.
The mare, A.G. Bullet, another big effort from her off the bench.
Yeah, she's good, man.
This was a good race.
Yeah.
3 cheers to the breeder from our friends at Three Chimneys, where dreams are born. And here's a look at the Grade 1 winners from this week. So many impressive performances, and we're going to ask you guys in a moment what was the most impressive, but what a list of stars.
We were so blessed with just wonderful racing, and the racing office did an amazing job putting these cards together. And big thank you to the horses, because they showed up and they put on the show.
You say it a lot, and it's true. I mean, this week of racing, it truly is a celebration of our sport. So we see that list of those Grade 1 winners. Paul, we'll start with you. Which Grade 1 performance to you was the most impressive?
For me, it was Nysos. I just think he's just at another level than a lot of these other horses, the older horses. Like I said earlier, I just think, anywhere from like 7 furlongs to a mile and 16th, I truly feel there's not another horse on the planet that can beat this horse. He's that good. I just think the way he ran, was able to go to the front, settle, and then just re-rally. It put away Knightsbridge and Journalism, 2 very good horses. You're looking at a superstar.
And yeah, again, the career resume, he is not far away from being perfect.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
What a performance from Nysos. So Meg, I'll ask you the same question. Which Grade 1 performance to you was the most impressive this week?
Well, I'll be your Huckleberry. I'll be Captain Obvious. I'll go with Englishman. I was up at the set on the quarter pole, and I was watching the race live as they went by. And when he asked him to run, the way he bore down, and then he's wrapped up late, ears, flicking back and forth. And you can make the case that it ain't no reason to, because they don't pay you extra for track records. But if he had ridden him out through the wire, he may have sole ownership of the track record for 7 furlongs. But despite that, he's tied with a horse named Darby Creek Road, who set that track record 48 years ago.
Just incredible what he was able to produce. Again, for the Cherie de Vauban, what a week she had. We'll go to Maggie with the same question.
Well, we're not going to split hairs here, but when the Darby Creek Road set that track record, they only did times in fifths. Now we have to 100th of a second. So still don't know exactly who was faster on the racetrack, but definitely Englishman for me. I was really blown away by that performance that he delivered in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens, a horse that I think last time when he was beaten by Crude Velocity, yes, the gut reaction is a mile a little too far from him, which it very well could be, and he could be just a better sprinter overall. But he also kind of suffered a defeat. He suffered that punch, and what I like is that he responded by saying, he took a big step forward out of that Pat Day mile to then cut back this furlong to the Woody Stephens, and I'm really looking forward to what may come of him throughout this summer. I've always been such a fan of sprinters. I know we treasure and highly regard our Triple Crown races and our classics, but for me, I've always been a sprinter type of gal, and I was really impressed with Englishman yesterday. And plus, Greg, I suppose it helps I'm married to one as well, so I'm kind of obligated to like Englishman.
That's great.
No nitrogen for anyone after what she did in the Ogden Phipps.
Yeah, she sailed. I want to know who was going faster in the lane, Englishman or Nitrogen. They both broke the speed limit.
They both went. Easily could have went.
Barrier.
Easily could have went with Nitrogen as well, but I just was so taken with that performance from the Englishman. The way he finished the deal, he quickened. I mean, sometimes horses are widening just because the horses behind them their stride is deteriorating. That wasn't the case here. He ran away from them.
Alan Jerkins, the target next for Englishman. Jim Dandy Travers for the Belmont Derby winner, Golden Tempo. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Race 6 starts the pick 6 at our final card from the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs, and this is the one to beat. Booked Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. Start number 2. Trying to break through and get that first career win when we come back. Great to have you with us on this Sunday card as we close out this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and with it, this tremendous 3-year run.
Let there be one, Greg.
before we go back to the new reimagined Belmont Park, which we're all excited about. This entire sport is excited about. Opening day, of course, September 18th, Jockey Club Gold Cup. But what an incredible substitution this has been.
Well, usually, there's almost like this lull. We leave Saratoga, we're all tired. It's almost like a post-Saratoga hangover. Not this year.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the excitement level is just going to continue on to that opening in New Belmont.
Indeed. This is the horse to beat. To start off the pick six, booked start number 2 for Steve Asmussen. Let's go to Maggie.
And what does he ever look at here in the paddock? And so often, as we saw earlier this week, with the few two-year-old races we've run, experience does seem to go a long way. And booked, there was a little smoke when you look at the price that he was first time out, being even money that day. He would break slow from that inside post position, but today at least he draws more towards the outside. Now he's not particularly sharp in here. He is very calm, quiet, professional. That is kind of a Steve Asmussen MO, to be fair. But as far as physical frame is concerned, this guy just looks like he's so much more advanced than the rest of his competition here. So I really like him. I think he's going to be tough to beat here and holds the experience edge over several of these, though there are 2 others in here that have run before. As we'll move on to those first-time starters, including number 3, Just a Holiday. Paid $800,000 for this horse as a yearling, son of Justify, and is half to one of Wesley's Grade 1 winners in Chi-Town Lady. 3 of the 6 siblings did win first time out as well. Now he's another one that has been very professional here in the paddock. He's actually the only horse that they have kept outside, and Wesley saddling under the 3 tree, which he always does, no matter what number he actually is. But today, the stars aligned. Wearing blinkers, as Wesley's 2-year-olds all do. I like him, and I like the workouts he comes in here off of, as you can watch them online. Watching his gate breeze, however, he did break a little slow. And while he easily passed a mate that had run before and finished second, Happy Away, and he's been working very well against that horse, I just wonder if he's slow out of the gate, how much is that going to affect how he performs here in his debut? Now, Todd Pletcher will send out number 5, Pinpoint, a son of Not This Time, who his numbers and his stats are just out of this world. 18% with his 2-year-old debuters, very good no matter what kind of condition his horses are running in. Looking at this one as the dam, she won first time out, but was also greatest stakes place going long on the dirt. Just get the feeling that 5.5 might be a little bit quick for him. And I don't love the fact that for Todd Pletcher, he's wearing blinkers first time out. And this is generally a hint that maybe he's not showing Todd everything that he wants to see from him in the morning. He has been a little bit green here, not acting up, but just kind of that calling out to his other friends here in the paddock and hoping for a response, just a little bit of the baby Huey type of attitude. I like him. I'll watch him with interest. I just don't know if first asking is going to be the winning one. Greg?
See what happens. Post parade coming up shortly, approaching the 5-minute mark to post in a race that will kick off the pick 6. We love 2-year-old racing at Saratoga, and a little early preview of what we're going to do a lot of this summer.
Yeah, and booked for Jackpot Farms, son of Yalpon. We've talked about Yalpon. He's really been a good sire. And this one they paid $325,000, and this will cost him the race last time, Mig.
Yeah, and he broke a step slow, and then he just ducked into that empty space. Horses are like water. Young, inexperienced horses will go to the path of least resistance, that empty space away from horses. But he finished with energy.
It's encouraging, because I try to ask this to Mig. 2-year-olds just don't like to pass each other, especially in their first career start. So that's the bright spot of this race.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're used to being in company, being in amongst their, and most trainers work horses in company. I'm a great believer. There is a point where you have to allow a horse to assert their dominance in the morning. You can't continually hold them up next to other horses, because what are you teaching them? You're teaching them to run with horses, not past horses.
9 to 5 right now for start number 2. We saw this a lot last summer, and Tom Amoss had said a lot that he felt that was the most competitive Churchill Downs meet he had seen in a long time. But it was horses with experience, particularly 2-year-olds, coming in with a race under their belt. who had a lot of success in these 2-year-old races at Saratoga.
I think overall, coming in from Churchill Downs was a key from any horse. It just seemed like that racetrack got horses fit up here. And then it's even more evident when you have a horse that's got a start. It's just, they're just light years above a lot of these other runners. You were talking about, we were talking about the 8, Moto Wally. That horse has been working great guns in the morning. You're getting 12-1 because I think these other horses have experience.
So that race was booked was 4.5 furlongs. He's got another 220 yards to work with today.
Early in the year for these 2-year-olds, obviously, to get started. But considering that, is that even more of an advantage to have a race under your belt?
Oh, I think so, absolutely. And he's just much better posted, right? He's towards the outside. He's not going to be in the gate as long. He does have a runner drawn outside of him, so at least he's got something to keep his focus as well, so he won't duck out into empty space. It's always fun with the 2-year-olds. It's always exciting, and especially, I know this isn't the Saratoga meet, but we're in Saratoga. How many champions have debuted here?
A lot. And I think the good part about it is you have horses like Drain the Clock, who was great here when he ran, siring. He's the sire of the 4, so new sires. Speaker's Corner, who's a really nice horse, although Flightline kind of put him to bed.
Yes, he did in that mile.
And then booked. And then Motowalia, Life is Good. So you're seeing new sires, obviously, that were talented on the race course.
Post-break coming up. There's Blackjack, first-time starter for Jorge Delgado.
Yeah, American Freedom, first-time starter for Harlan's Holiday Mare, 21-1.
Edgar Zayas will be aboard. Another first-time starter, the 2 Jack's Golden Goal.
A nice steady work tab for this horse. Not taking a lot of money. You get Dalila Rivera, who I've been impressed with.
Pedigree play here. Wesley Ward's So Dangerous, first time out, Just a Holiday.
Yeah, Justified Colt. They paid $800,000 for, so been working well in the morning.
Dan produced Grade 1 winner Chi-Town Lady. The 4 Cut Down the Nets debuts for Amelia Green.
That's what the Knicks will be doing in a couple of games, cutting down those nets, drain the clock. 1 starter, 1 win. He's 1 for 1 so far, first crop sire.
2-0 series lead. They're halfway there. Pinpoint for Todd Pletcher, who Maggie touched on.
Yeah, not this time. Colt with a nice pedigree.
Beach Sandals with a race under the belt for Mark Casse.
Good speed on debut. White Hot Barn and Mark Casse, Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez up.
Let's go to the 8. Motowali, Bill Mott Jr. Alvarado.
Life is Good, another first crop sire. 4 for 8 with his first 8 starters, 4 first-time starter winners.
Here's the favorite, debuted at Churchill. Start number 2 coming up for Steve Asmussen.
The one to beat. She was even money. He was even money first time out. You just got to hope the gate isn't a thing that happens more often than not.
And the Speaker's Corner first-time starter, Paul was alluding to, for the Tom Morley Barn call attendant.
Yeah, but out of a mare, Hot Hippie, who doesn't like a Hot Hippie, has had 3 foals to race, all 3 won on debut. So this colt got some siblings to live up to.
You were talking about sometimes the Belmont training tracks could be fast out of the gate. This one does have a fast work out of the gate.
Fast work out of the gate, but it's a funny pole, and it's always faster than it really is. They kind of break on the outside fence. It's a running start, and it's almost like a little bit short of a half a mile.
Match 200. I believe I have that right. Yep, match 200. That code you use to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at NYRA Bets for new customers. Play with us today in this Pick 6 and then all summer long, Saratoga and beyond. As we take another look here at the favorite. And this used to be the dominant team in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Getting the band back together here. Yeah. Sometimes when a jockey and a trainer really understand each other, they understand their philosophy or their approaches to racing, that's when they really hit on all cylinders. So it's nice to see Ricardo getting some play back in the Asmussen barn.
His horse is interesting, right? Ran first time at Churchill Downs, then went to Turfway Park before coming up here. But I like that this horse has gotten a couple works here at Saratoga.
It's been a dream week for Mark Casse. Can it continue here in this 2-year-old race as we go to Maggie?
Evan, all right, looking at number 6 in here, Beach Sandals. He has experience, he has speed, and boy, is he built like that. Massive hind end and engine to him. As we'll also take a look at number 8, Motowali for Bill Mott. Good-looking horse. It's not really Bill's MO to kind of get them cranked up and ready to win this early, and he is wearing blinkers. He just looks like he might need a start, as we do see the one acting up going into the gate. That is Blackjack. And then we'll touch on number 10, Call Attendant. As you heard Richie say, does have a pedigree that speaks precocity. He is very athletic. I obviously know this horse a little bit in the morning, a very professional type of 2-year-old, and he did work a nice 10 flat at the OBS April sale and galloped out really well. But he's quite long and lanky in his physical makeup that I just feel like the 5/8 might be a little bit too quick, and the 9, let's face it, Booked, is going to be very tough to beat as they are almost in line, and we'll head up to Frank Miramati for the call of this 2-year-old race.
Call attendant. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Blackjack is going out for the early lead. Beach Sandals is up close in the early going. They are joined by Booked, who's on the far outside as they run down the back stretch, and Call Attendant is quicker than all. So it's Call Attendant now in front, Blackjack second, Booked on the move, taking that second spot. It's a gap of 3 back to Jack's Golden Goal, who's on the inside fourth through a quarter that was zipped in 22 seconds flat. Cut Down the Nets is next. A length and a half back, Just a Holiday is hard-ridden, losing some ground. Then Beach Sandals, who was up close, now more than a dozen lengths off the pace, coming toward the quarter pole. Motowali and Pinpoint, they turn for home, and it's Booked. And Ricardo Santana Jr. trying to hold off the bid into second from Jack's Golden Goal, who's finishing very nicely, but it's Booked with a 4-length lead close to home. Then Blackjack, a distant third. They string out behind the talented Booked. Booked wins by 2.5. Jack's Golden Goal was solid in defeat. Third went to Blackjack. Photo fourth, Cut Down the Nets, and Pinpoint, who picked it up late out of last.
Favorite Booked with the win, Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. First time started a big price. Jack's Golden Goal second and a long way back to third.
And the winner was very good. The outside post, the race under the belt, he was traveling well throughout. Got a lot of size and scope to him, too.
Yeah, right.
But the runner-up was good as well. Jack's Golden Goal, green early, Dalila Rivera. She hit the long shot, hit the board on a long shot earlier in the day. And even when she doesn't win, she seems to get horses to outperform for her.
Really does. I mean, 9-5. So your shortest price on the board with your longest price in second. And the 2 really ran well here. The 9 Booked with a start under his belt, able to get the job done. But you watch at the end of this race, Ricardo's not letting go on Booked, and the 2 is still chasing. They were well clear of the third place finisher. These 2 colts can run a little bit.
Cutting into the margin, gaining it late as well, yeah.
8-5 favor the win, 29-1. 29-1, 18-1 to round out the superfecta.
Yeah, Cut the Nets, rounded out. Wasn't having a lot of fun in the gate, but Blackjack, the other horse in there that got sent to the lead. But you're talking about the 9, a lot of size and scope. These Yaopound, this is an Indiana bred, by the way. These Yaopounds can run.
They can.
9-2-1, 4 huge prices is mentioned underneath, but it's the 8-5 favorite on top. For Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr., Jackpot Farm, and a winner to break the maiden in career start number 2, getting an extra furlong.
And, you know, we were talking about it off camera, just what a difference a race under your belt makes. Just from a mental standpoint, they know what to expect. You know, they've all been schooled in the mornings, but it's a different atmosphere in the afternoons. Plus, in the morning, when you go to work out of the gate with other horses, you're working together. It's kind of like sparring.
Yeah.
You're not looking to knock anybody out. That ain't the case in the afternoon. If you're against 9, there's 9 against you.
You know, a lot of people are looking for Just a Holiday, the Wesley Ward runner. A lot of his horses usually show a lot of speed. Did not have the best beginning. Kind of got eliminated at the start.
Yeah, broke poorly.
Yeah.
Our time, guys, coming to a conclusion here. The next crew is going to step in. I want to give a big shout out to the grounds crew. This place, there were 46,000 plus. It was a mess.
Yeah.
Incredible job cleaning this place up to get it ready for the Sunday action. And a big thank you to everyone who came out this entire week. The atmosphere here for this final Belmont Stakes Racing Festival was off the charts.
Ditto. And everybody in the truck that's made this happen.
Yeah, all the people on the other side of the camera that make us look good in front of the camera, or as good as we possibly can anyway. Just, thank you. And John Kakame's retiring.
Yeah, can he step out here for a sec,
yeah,
John?
Can we have John come on camera here for a moment?
We got to say goodbye to someone who's been with NYRA for a really, really long time. We're going to miss him so much. This is his final day. John Kakame's retiring. Come behind us here and we just want to thank you for everything.
Part of our team.
Johnny, you'll be greatly missed.
One of the best Met fans you'll ever meet as well.
Right, the best, man.
Johnny.
And yeah, absolutely. A lot of great years with the New York Racing Association. You better come back and visit us.
Yes, I will, for sure. My heart is always in Saratoga, man.
We're going to miss you, Johnny.
For sure. I love all you guys.
John, thank you for everything.
We're going to miss him a lot. We're going to take a timeout. Next crew coming up after a short timeout. It's booked to kick off the Pick 6 on this final day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival from Saratoga.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the NYRA Bets Pegasus Stakes plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1 as we are here in the winner's circle celebrating Booked, who graduates in his second start here at the Spa for Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana. But I'm pleased to be joined here today by Terry Green of Jackpot Farms. And Terry, things didn't go as planned, I'd say, first time out at Churchill. For him to step up and do this at the Spa at second asking, it has to be a relief to know that you have a nice horse.
Oh, yeah. We were, at Churchill, he just broke slow on us, and it was such a short race. So, we were a little concerned about that. But Ricardo, he can get him out of that gate. So it was very exciting today.
I heard you say to Ricardo, you remember you rode Basin for me, right. So, it helps to have that familiarity with a rider.
Yeah, we love Saratoga. One of the first horses I ever bought, we won the Hopeful with him, and everybody, I didn't even know what we were doing at that time. Everybody said, you don't realize what you did by winning the Hopeful, but I realize now after being in it 6 years, it's not an easy thing to do.
Refresh my memory, which horse was that?
That was Basin.
That was Basin. Okay, exactly. Well, also, picking out a Youpon that, Steve trained himself, paying $325,000 for him, does, and then Steve being able to work with his progeny, I'm sure kind of builds the confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's one of the best in our opinion, and I mean, he's had a lot of horses for us. He's done real well, and he liked the horse a lot. And Susan, my secret weapon, she loved him, and she was begging me to buy him, so we ended up buying him. And I had some partners that came in with me, and they were first-time guys, and they're really excited. So it's going to be a lot of fun with him, I think.
I was going to say, it feels like you bring the beginner's luck to the horses that you have. Well, you should have a lot of fun up here at the spa with him. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
All right, booked. See if he can emulate Basin for Terry Green and his partners. Very, very happy partnership group here in the winner's circle, as we will be welcoming in a new crew, and they will be taking you through the late pick 5 here on this final day of racing up at the spa for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
Saratoga Racecourse on the day after the day. So he did it again. From last to first, again. Golden Tempo, Kentucky Derby winner, Belmont Stakes winner, silencing his critics in likely the last Belmont at Saratoga. As for his trainer, Cherie DeVaux, more history and another Triple Crown win to celebrate. This Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, not over yet. The stakes racing, not over yet. Enter Slay the Day, learning how to slay turf sprints. In from Kentucky, the favorite in the Soaring Softly Stakes. Overcast Sunday in Saratoga Springs, temperature in the high 70s. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. This is America's Day at the Races.
Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone alongside Megan Burgess, Jonathan Kinch, and Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai on this final day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, guys. But yesterday, we all woke up just excited to be horse racing fans. Andy, in the end, went to bed feeling the same.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, a lot of times you sort of have to invent narratives about things that may not be quite as exciting as you're pretending they are. And I think it was almost impossible to downplay what took place here, really over the entire week, but specifically Nitrogen on Friday, but the racing yesterday. I mean, the right horse wins the Belmont, the best horse wins the Belmont. The Derby winner answers any question saying he got lucky in Kentucky. We didn't get lucky yesterday. He was best. And then Nysos, Englishman. I mean, just a remarkable day of racing.
Yeah, I mean, Belmont Stakes Day, the festival itself typically doesn't disappoint. We get to see so many superstars. And yes, you're 100% right, Andy, with Golden Tempo. It's always good when a Derby winner, you feel good about that horse when you go to bed every night. And the way that he ran in that Derby, I wasn't quite sure how good he was or how good that performance was. Based on what he did yesterday, he deserves every bit of credit he gets.
He does.
What a tour de force day Cherie DeVaux had, cementing the best 3-year-olds in the country, not only with Golden Tempo, but what a performance from Englishman and a scintillating Woody Stevens. And as far as Golden Tempo is concerned, we thought he was a horse that needed a pace collapse. I myself believed that it would take a lot for him to show up in the Belmont Stakes, and he did so in a big way. But I'd agree with Andy. Nitrogen, to me, was the highlight of my weekend, being able to follow her through Oaklawn and now see her really triumph in her career best effort in that Ogden Phipps, which I will remember for the rest of my life, for
and
sure.
More on Nitrogen later on in the broadcast. In case you missed it, if you're watching the show, not likely, another look at the 158th Belmont Stakes. Top of the stretch, Golden Tempo. We pick it up going into the far turn. Golden Tempo, where he was in the Kentucky Derby last, but not as far back, and just now starting to find his best stride.
Well, I think both he and Renegade showed that they don't necessarily need the fast pace to run. But Renegade got into perfect position. He simply wasn't good enough, but Golden Tempo was.
Yeah, when I saw the fractions at first, I felt like my opinion going into the race was going to be confirmed, that Golden Tempo was a horse that needed a setup. And he didn't get a setup in this race, and he ran extremely well.
Commandment wasn't as compromised as he was in the Kentucky Derby. He did get a better trip. He was a bit more forward than that of Golden Tempo. He ran well, but ultimately there was no doubt about it. Golden Tempo was best here.
The three of them have a shot.
They do.
Renegade, Purple Cap, Commandment, Golden Tempo outsprints him to the wire.
Yeah, Renegade will be remembered by horse players as one of the most ridiculously overbet horses in Triple Crown racing history, actually. And I think it's satisfying, even if you don't particularly like a horse or betting on it as a handicapper, and I don't think any of us like Golden Tempo from handicapping, it's satisfying when the race is over, and even if it's not the best race of all time, whatever, the best horse won this race.
Absolutely. You know, that's the thing. You know, there's nothing worse, in my opinion, than when we get excited about Triple Crown races. And the next morning you wake up and you feel dirty about the horse that won.
Yeah.
It's happened before because you get so much build up to it, and then when it's over, it's like, I felt great this morning when I woke up that racing was in good hands with Golden Tempo.
Golden Tempo, Kentucky Derby winner, Belmont winner. The salute to the 46,000 plus here at Saratoga from Jose Ortiz. What a 5 weeks for Ortiz. Lilies, roses, carnations. Megan, the third jockey ever to win the Kentucky Oaks, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes in the same year.
Jose's class in every way, getting to know him through the years, especially just the way he treats people, whether that's the valets, people in the room with him. They just have really good things to say about Jose Ortiz. So, and it's not just Golden Tempo, which obviously a triumph, the Derby Oaks double magnitude. He's just had a triumphant year, and it'll be interesting to see, of course, how this Eclipse finalist for these jockeys ultimately shakes out as his brother, Flavien Prat, but Jose right now is riding a hot hand.
There was a subtle move he made going into the first turn where it looks like he might get fanned 4 or 5 wide and just kind of flip Golden Tempo down towards the rail, saving ground and giving the margin of victory. Maybe a difference-making move.
No, I think it's very fair. You know, all decisions in a race matter in the final outcome. It's just like a turnover in the first quarter of a basketball game can be as costly as a turnover late in the game. People often don't notice it. In this case, you did notice it, and you're right. Those are the things that make a difference. It's the little things you do during the running of the race. It's not always necessarily what happens in the stretch. You got to make sure you're in the right spot to get there so you can win, and that's probably the difference maker.
I was ready to slam my head into the wall when I had to watch the narrative unfold about C. Like he could have been a Triple Crown winner. Like, see, they should have run in the Preakness Stakes, and we would have been looking at the 14th Triple Crown winner. Not so simple.
No, it's the what ifs in sports are impossible.
Here's what would have happened. He would have gotten absolutely nothing the Preakness. No knock on him, but as anybody knows watching
Sharif
the Preakness,
said it took him 5 weeks to get ready for the Belmont.
That race would have never set up for him in any way, as speed dominated in there, and then he wouldn't have run back in the Belmont. So frankly, Sheree made a decision that allowed us to have a thrilling race yesterday, so we should be thanking her.
Much more on the Belmont Stakes. Live look. Horses in the paddock. Gene and Jude, race 7. Start of the late pick 5. We say hello to Acacia Clement. Great stuff all week. A big weekend for the family, the Clement tribe. We'll get to all that, but first, this race 7 paddock report. Acacia.
Yeah, and Lafitte will start down to the inside with the number 1 in Complex Agenda, who I thought ran too well to lose last time out, got a very tough beat. But I think using this horse's natural early speed was the right way to go about it. Went to the front last time out and was beaten by Sanborn, who's incredibly well bred and going to try stakes after that. So I think a highlight as far as the company is concerned. But this is a horse who was claimed, immediately rewarded the connections with a win, and then since then had been kind of switching back and forth between surfaces. But this is exactly what he wants to do. He's sharp here in the paddock. He is a turf horse. He's looking exceptionally well, and hopefully he'll be able to make a little bit of amends today and hold on for the win, because he really had his head in front every step of the way except right at the wire. Now the number 3, Gene and Jude, is your current favorite, as he does have a tactical running style. He is stepping up off a non-winners of 2 win last time out, so he has run fast enough numbers to certainly put him into contention. But I do think that he meets some decent company in this field. He is a horse that is always very sharp, particularly putting the tack on. Saddling, he didn't do too badly today. He got much sharper afterwards, and now they're kind of keeping him away because they're saddling the 11 outside by the 3 tree. So just kind of giving him a little bit more space and keeping him on the horse path, because he can be a lot in the paddock prior to his races. But for his standards, he's doing quite well. He's on the smaller side, and like I said, while he is coming in off of a win, he does keep Flavien Prat. He was chasing a long shot pace setter last time out. I respect him. I just feel like he is coming into a field where it's a bit more wide open than just the most recent type of winner with a horse like that. The number 7, Final Denial, comes back off of a layoff for Horacio De Paz. He too is stepping up, but it faced good allowance company on the turf prior to that last start on synthetic at Turfway back in December. Watching that race, he was off slowly that day, and this is a horse that often can put himself into the race a little bit more. I've always felt he looks more like a turf horse physically. He has a turf hoof to him, so he gets back on the grass, and he is incredibly fit for his return to the races, not having run since December. Really well defined, very strong in his hind end, which I appreciate and I think is a positive, especially for a horse that broke slowly. I want to see some power in that hind end, and that's exactly what I'm seeing for him. I think he's a very intriguing long shot coming back off the bench, Lafitte.
Wide open 7th race, Acacia. Deep, competitive, mile and a 16th turf battle is next. Late pick 5 is next. The 7th from Saratoga, winding down the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival on Fox Sports 1. Stay tuned.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at NYRA.com/groups.
Gearing up for the late Pick 5. Welcome back. Play that Pick 5 on your NYRA Bets account. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get started. You can sign up if you haven't done so just yet. 8 weeks of racing Saratoga just around the corner. When you sign up at NYRABets.com, you're going to use that promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NYRABets.com.
Don't be the one to tell Lafitte it's actually 10 weeks.
Is it 10? No, so the main meet is 8, and then some. Have you always been this way?
Yes, I have.
Since elementary school.
I didn't want you to leave early, you know? I thought you were going to leave us early, and I didn't want you to leave before Travers.
Counting is
Trying to
hard.
help.
Counting is hard, Andy Sterling. We will be back 4th of July weekend. We promise. There's a look at the favorite, Gene and Jude. The current favorite at 5-2, Jake. Hey, why Gene and Jude the favorite?
I'm unsure. I guess the win last time, Flavien Prat, I don't think the race was as good as it looks last time. The horse was supposed to run well and did. The races before that have all been fairly disappointing.
I don't know, Meg. This horse comes out of a non-winners of 2 lifetime optional claiming win. Is he really supposed to be favored here?
No, he's not. And even if you go back to that November the 7th race with that 78 Buyers speed figure where he ran second, I mean, the speed held. They went 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack that day. It was kind of a merry-go-round. And then many of those horses, Andy, came back to regress. I just feel like he hasn't been facing very much.
The curse of success. Flavien Prat is going to be overbet the way Irad Ortiz used to be. And sometimes as a rider, you feel like maybe you're underachieving or you're letting the bettors down, but you can't help them overbetting horses of yours just because you're riding them.
Pratt aboard Gene and Jude. A couple of Grade 1 victories, the New York and the Met Mile. As for Complex Agenda, Maggie, if you're watching, covering your eyes, trained by Tom Morley. Complex Agenda at 11-1, Andy, in front, almost home. Brutal beat in the end.
Maggie's not the only one that needs to cover her eyes, because I made a nice bet on this horse and was immediately commiserating with Maggie after the race. This is Tom Morley's 2026 in a nutshell. Horses endlessly running winning races and getting beaten at the wire. It's rough. This horse ran super well, and I think this horse should be favored, guys.
That's who I'm going to pick. Look, this horse has to get a good trip. Down inside, tactical enough, will be able to save ground. Now, look, things can happen, but this horse is meant to get a good trip. I think it's probably the best horse in the race as well. Good trip, best horse, 7-2. Where's my NYRA Bets account?
I think he's the controlling speed from the inside. He's going to be forward. He's going to be able to save ground. He can wire this field.
Complex Agenda, another look at him in a moment. And the post parade for the 7th race, mile and a 16th inner turf course, $45,000 allowance, optional claimer, late pick 5 on this final day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Call to post, and we'll meet the field. Starting with Complex Agenda, Ricardo Santana looking to go back-to-back, trained by Tom Morley. As mentioned, there he is, as you were just discussing, inside speed in the second choice of 7-2.
Barring something unforeseen out of the gate, I completely agree with Meg. He is the lone speed. He is the horse to beat.
Number 2, Salt Spartan, the New York bred.
Yeah, last race was likely a setup race for this. Dave Donk usually fires big races, big shots up here. I don't love this one in here.
Gene and Jude is the favorite.
I'm not going to say he can't win, because he can win, and Flavien will get good position, but I don't think he should be 5-2.
Mo Crisa, New York bred, back to turf.
Yeah, back to turf. The last 3 races have been on the dirt. Should appreciate the switch back. probably won't like the pace scenario.
Number 5, 3%. Junior Alvarado takes over.
Named for my win percentage in Saratoga in 2015.
Might be better this year because you do have 10 weeks to work with. There's Bridle and Butterfly.
Yeah, I'm not sure this horse isn't probably better sprinting, but they have taken a couple of attempts going long.
Final Denial, 5-year-old debut, Manny Franco, great week.
He's my top pick in this race because his price is, I think, adequate. Horacio Deposit did a terrific job.
Yeah.
It's not great off layoffs, but I think this one can be forward and win.
American Grant, tall order on paper, followed by a 14-1 shot. Gio's to blame, a first turf race since his debut.
Yeah, some of the siblings are the good ones, at least, were dirt. It feels like Todd might be just trying to guess what to do with this one.
Rabaja just blew by.
The problem with him in here is that his 2 wins and best races are on the front end, and it's hard to see that happening here.
The Paddock Pastor, look out for him in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, this horse was wide last time, closing to a slow pace. I've seen worse 13-1 shots.
And Vintage Vino draws in. That's a big price on Vintage Vino.
Should be remembered that he's in this race because he is good enough to win. Layoff, coming in from Gulfstream or not, going back to Linda Rice. He's burned a lot of money at times, but he's pretty good.
Yeah, nice look at Rabaja for more than a flash, and Javier Castellano in the saddle.
Yeah, we're talking about him. And he's riding the turf sensationally, but tough for him to be in front in this race. And he just runs best when he's forward. Maybe second off the layoff, he could run better.
Your emotional support animal is loose again, Andy.
I'm not going to say anything. I had a comment, but I'm going to withhold it for the first time in my life.
Here's Final Denial. Last turf race, 2 starts back, mid-November Aqueduct. Final Denial, Megan, makes a bid at 14-1.
He did. He ran well that day. I agree with Andy. This horse is probably way too big of a price when you're looking at those turf races where the pace up front came apart a bit with the winner, yes, being closest to it. He came further off of what he had in his recent efforts. Final be more forward at the pace, and a perfect trip by Jamie Rodriguez, ranging up the inside, 14-1 that day. So the winner of that race, Blown Cover, has since come back to win. He's competitive in this race, and I can forgive his 3-back effort where he was wide at the entirety of the racetrack. He's incredibly live in this race.
Manny Franco should be able to work out a great trip here with Final Denial.
There's been so much conversation of the big races, and obviously Flavien Prat having a big weekend, Jose Ortiz, that it really has been missed what an incredibly good weekend Manny Franco's been having. He had 7 winners coming into today in this highly competitive racing, and I think Manny, obviously, he's been leading rider in New York, staying here all year for the last few years, but I think people are maybe not noticing how much he's improved his riding. He's done so well with his agent, John Panagot, but he's got so much confidence, and he's riding all horses well, not just sprinters, not just saying the lead.
Yeah, look, I think Manny is outstanding, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, like a lot of his cohorts, he didn't chase going down to Florida and trying to get these big. He stayed here and he established his business here. He got comfortable in big barns and big operations, and I think it's gone a long way in his development.
Can be a real momentum stopper to go down there and change your business.
Late pick 5 in moments. They'll cross over to the turf course. Acacia looking at Vintage Vino, and perhaps another example, horse on the also eligible is getting in and being forgotten.
Yeah, being completely ignored. And it's funny, Linda Rice asked me in the paddock, Acacia, where's the 15 tree? And I said, I have no idea, as you don't normally see that number. But this horse drawing in with scratches, and I think a major player is one that lately always has been coming from far off of it. So is going to be a horse that's closing late. I thought ran very well last time, though, being between horses and then 2 starts back, going 1.5 miles down at Gulfstream. I don't think either of those Gulfstream races he was ever able to get into a comfortable rhythm. Had won his last start with Linda back in October, and he looks great coming back here. He always gets hot. That's very typical of him, but he was moving great in his solo warm-up, and that's not always the case for Vintage Vino. So I was really pleased what I saw from him, as he will be running on late. Ruben Silveira staying here. The number 12, the Paddock Pastor, is another one that will be running late as well. He came off of the bench, and last time out was in that same race that Complex Agenda was. And Complex Agenda, as we've discussed, was on the lead, whereas this horse was at the back and actually got a little bit keen early on as well. And he ran on late, just not able to reach the top 2, and just really seemed like a horse that needed the race. He is a bigger bodied type of individual. He too got quite hot, but he is an energetic
type that's also very typical for him, but he looks much more refined and fit second off the bench now. Just the problem with both of these horses is that they don't really show any early speed, and it will be interesting to see how these pace dynamics do shake out as that 11 Rabaha, as you touched on. He got a big warm-up. We'll see if anybody can go with the favorite early on, Lafitte.
As they march towards the starting gate, Acacia, Jonathan, this late pick 5, how many would you have to use in the 7th race to feel comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what the rest of the sequence, how you feel about that when you make those decisions. But for me, I would have no problem singling the 1 here. I do think this horse is going to get a great trip, and I think this is the best horse in the race. If I was going to use a couple more, I would want to have the 7 and the 15. I would feel, I wouldn't say I felt like I locked the race up 1, 7, 15, but I would feel very comfortable with those 3 horses.
Final thoughts, Megan?
I'm fine that perhaps a 3 will try to go with the 1 Complex Agenda. Stewie's also has some speed. So we'll see how it shakes out as far as the inside runner controlling up front. But I do find he's fastest, and he has that competitive form, as we've touched on.
I think the Paddock Pastor, I know he's a deeper closer type, but he is too big a price in this race at 13-1. He actually ran pretty well last time out, having to go very wide on the second turn after being sluggish early. The post did him no favors, but 13-1 I think more than compensates for that.
Maybe take him back, get over the rail, save ground, make 1 run. One of the better closers in the race.
In a perfect world, absolutely.
Yeah, the Paddock Pastor. It's about that time. Late pick 5, 6-1 shot, Final Denial. Manny Franco won the first race on the program. Big week at this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. 5-2, Complex Agenda from the inside. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 7th from Saratoga, live on FS1.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. Loading process continues with just a few more left to go in. We've just watched 3% go up. Rabaha. The Paddock Pastor with the lime sleeves. Bridle a Butterfly. And Vintage Vino. They're in the gate. Ooh, that was a very anxious Final Denial who opened the gate. Thankfully did not get out, and none of the others followed suit, so we'll just wait for them to close the front of the gate for Final Denial. Final Denial, 6-1 on the board. Take 2. And they're off. And it was a smooth enough break. Gene and Jude, one of the well-fancied runners, goes out for the early lead, joined by Complex Agenda, and Mo Crisa has his customer early speed as well. Rabaha is moving into contention. Final Denial is a bit ranked through the opening stages. He is racing in a very, very tight spot. He was able to get room in between horses and is 4 lengths off the lead. In the meantime, Salt Spartan is just in front of him, racing a joint 3rd. It's a couple of lengths back to the next flight. Down at the rail, it's Bridle a Butterfly and Geo's To Blame racing right next to one another. 2 lengths in front of Vintage Vino. The opening quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. The 2 trailers are 3%, and American Grant is at the back of the field. Complex Agenda and Gene and Jude going toward the half mile together, with Rabaha a length back, 3 wide 3rd. Mo Crisa is back to 5th, passed at the rail by Salt Spartan. The half went in 47 and 4/5 seconds. Around the far turn, Complex Agenda still doing it easily on the front end, has it 3/4 of a length over Gene and Jude in second. Salt Spartan, Mo Crisa on the far outside. The Paddock Pastor with the green sleeves is getting right into contention. He's got to cover a lot of real estate, but is starting to pick it up as the field turns for home. The Paddock Pastor in the center of the course trying to get to Gene and Jude, and a tough Complex Agenda digging in gamely. 3 of them across the course coming for the wire. Complex Agenda has something left. The Paddock Pastor trying to get by. These 2 nose to nose. It will be Complex Agenda. What a gutsy performance. Fending off the Paddock Pastor. And in behind them, it was a photo among Gene and Jude, Salt and Spartan, and some others were in that mix too.
Not this time. Not this time. Complex Agenda suffering that brutal defeat in his latest, tackled inside the final 50 yards or so by Paddock Pastor, and Complex Agenda said no.
And the difference in running styles and post positions made such a difference here, but you knew that would going into the race.
And look, I think some might think that the 12, the Paddock Pastor, and Jaime Rodriguez moved a little early. I'll always side with aggression because he almost won. If the one just gives up a little bit, he gets there. I'll never, ever, ever have a problem with an aggressive move. It's the passive ones that drive me crazy.
Sometimes you have to ride like that. Of course, Jaime Rodriguez didn't want to give that ride. What choice did he have?
And from that outside post, Megan, putting him in a great spot to be effective. The Paddock Pastor made his late run, surged, but Complex Agenda just kept digging, fighting, finding more, and winning trainer Tom Morley.
He did. We agreed he had way too big of a price going into this with solid form. And he's one of those horses that, as far as the Paddock Pastor, doesn't win very often, but always interesting to use underneath. But it's nice to see Tom Morley, who's had a slew of kind of those unlucky finishes, be able to get it here in this photo.
Right, he deserved to get the rail in this situation. If you want to say a little bit fortunate to be able to get the win. Well, he's been incredibly unfortunate to lose about a dozen races over the last 2 months.
Yeah, when the photos aren't going your way, Jonathan, you win one like this, it is going to be that much more satisfying.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm sure halfway down the stretch, everyone involved was like, here we go again.
Hard not to feel that way. I mean, everybody's been there. It doesn't matter who you are, trainer, jockey, horse player. We've all been there when things are going bad and you just expect something bad to happen.
Ricardo Santana, half hour ago, wins a sprint with a 2-year-old, and now another victory in a 2-turn race on grass here at Saratoga. 1-12-3-2 results. Reaction when we come back. Plus, until Englishman went nuclear, the performance of the week belonged to her. Nitrogen, pouring it on, and then some. Sensational in the Grade 1. Ogden Phipps. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 continues. Welcome back, Saratoga Lake. And here in Saratoga Springs, America's Day at the Races, Hillendale at Alapa. As always, a sponsor and bringing you the coverage all week long. One stakes race remaining. The Soaring Softly is next, but first, Complex Agenda moments ago. Megan, with Ricardo Santana going back-to-back on the Sunday program.
Really nice win for these connections. Got to the inside, was the controlling speed as anticipated, and managed to get the job done with a late closing paddock passer who went well at a big price.
Acacia with winning trainer Tom Morley in the winner's circle.
Holding on in the stretch with Complex Agenda. Tom, I know that one had to be validating, especially for owner Steven Rocco, just missing with this team earlier as well.
Yeah, Morning Prayer ran fantastically earlier, and we've had a year where every single time two horses have hit the line together, we've all been on the wrong end of the photo. So that was actually a huge relief there.
This horse was very game, did everything but win last time as well, and it seems that using his speed is really the key.
Yeah, I think he's a horse who, the blinkers made a huge difference to him, and gelding him probably helped enormously as well, and he had a habit of waiting on horses, I felt. So, look, he's still on the younger side. I think he'll go a lot further as well, and Ricardo just said the same thing, so maybe that's in his future.
And I hear that the individual that's been galloping in the morning has played a piece in this as well.
Yeah, Maggie's been getting on this horse all week up here, but she's also been getting on Morning Prayer, so we're going to blame her for that and congratulate her for this.
She made amends for this one. Well, congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you, Acacia.
No, he complimented you, Maggie. Don't worry. You made it back here today, so she redeemed herself, Lafitte.
Say, oh, God. Oh, God. A little salt with the sugar there, Megan.
Yes, that was funny, but she has. We actually went and got our pedicures done for the Belmont, and she said, I thought I was going to get on 2 horses, and Tom put me on 6.
Maggie, when she first started working with us, she would go home for Thanksgiving, and she'd say, I get home for Thanksgiving, and the next morning, I'll get home like that evening, and the next morning, my father wakes me up at 5 o'clock in the morning to gallop about 8 horses to the track. I think she stopped going home for Thanksgiving.
She has to develop a better work ethic, does Maggie.
Right, exactly.
As we turn the page to the final stakes races, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival soaring softly, and fillies, 3-year-old fillies sprinting 5.5 furlongs, a slay the day, odds on, Andy, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, if she brings that form in her last couple races here, she's a lock to win this race. Having said that, I want to see her bring that form to New York. Brian Lynch has been doing exceptional out of town. Hasn't run really too many horses. He's a terrific trainer, but we'll see if they run quite as well here. I'm a little interested in Should've, the 6th, who had enough good 2-year-old form to suggest with routine improvement she could be good enough to be competitive, and she just got a ridiculous trip last time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Slay the Day should be favored in here. None of these horses have ever run on turf not listed as firm. I know it's still firm, but we've had rain, right? So
yeah.
But for me, I'm going to look towards the outside. I think Alpenglow is a little interesting as a horse who ran really, really well in the synthetic 2 times ago. Last time broke slowly and rushed up. Yeah, and I think those rush up moves can be hidden when you're looking at figures and pace figures.
You read my mind.
Did
Were you
I?
looking at my notes?
I didn't. I was trying not to.
Well, I was going to say, stay over
a bad
there.
habit from high school.
I do agree with JK, though. If Alpenglow can get out, she draws favorably from the outside, and I think she can show some speed there. It is going to be a pressured pace, as Slay the Day is also going to be there on the front end. We'll see probably a cadenza for Brad Cox should sit that tactical trip. She'll be dangerous in here as well.
This is a grade 3 event, 3-year-old filly sprinting on grass, the soaring softly, as we look back at some of the highlights of this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And on Friday, 3 grade 1s, including the Ogden Phipps. Jonathan A. Champ was back. This is where she essentially clinched a title, winning the Alabama last summer. Nitrogen, she went next level in this Ogden Phipps.
Yeah, she was sensational. I mean, the kind of performance to get you excited about things to come, the kind of performance that, she strings together some of these. She starts getting, the word great tagged with her. I thought this was outstanding. She's definitely the leader in the clubhouse for the older division, and I'd imagine they'll take some pretty big shots with her along the way.
Talked to John Green and the owner-breeder, DJ Stable of Nitrogen, and asked him what the difference was. He said he thought it was a brilliant move by Mark Cassidy to take her to Lexington, and she just blossomed in acclimating to her new surroundings. You saw it in 2 consecutive bullet drills. Confidence could not have been higher for Nitrogen. Looking ahead, it sounds like it'll be the Shoe V at the end of the month. Jose Ortiz, 3 grade 1 wins on the afternoon, but Megan, you watched her all winter. She was fine. She won a race and then lost 2 straight. And you start wondering if the champ has leveled off a little bit. She silenced her critics with that performance.
This is something that I talked about in the race and with her owner, John Green, as far as Oaklawn Park is an incredible place, but it's also they train on the same surface, they run on the same surface, and as we went throughout the meet, some horses were getting a little bit stale. She ran a great race in the Apple Blossom. She was just decisively second best and then exhausted in that Azeri, and she really brought her A game to this Ogden Phipps, but she's one that I feel like needed to get away from Oaklawn and have that wake-up call, as you said, being able to bring her to Keeneland really woke her up. She loves it here at Saratoga, and I also felt fine in the paddock. She looked the best I've seen her from top to bottom since she came to Oaklawn last November.
Look at that image. Mark Casse trained 3 Grade 1 winners over the week here at Saratoga.
He had an incredible week. And, you know, I'll say something else. I don't know where that performance came from because she ran, in my opinion, as well at Oaklawn as she's running all her other dirt races. I just think she just exploded for whatever reason. And if she's that horse, she's going to be impossible to beat, especially in her division. And I'm glad to see Mark say a couple of things. It's clear that he's a little tired of people saying he should put her back on the turf and that she's a better turf horse. The truth is she's never shown the racetrack to be a better turf horse. What she is so incredibly talented that she can run effectively in top races on the turf. But the other thing that Mark knows is the turf division races are much tougher. It's a much deeper, tougher division than the dirt division. So she can dominate in these races. The dirt racing would just be tougher on her. She could run well in those races, but she's more likely to dominate on dirt. And you could just see Mark was just glad to finally put that to rest with that performance, say, okay, I don't need to hear anymore that I should be running her on the turf.
For DJ Stable, they've been around since the mid-'80s. John Green said that they've never had a horse do that, perform at that level, registering a 113 Beyer speed figure, what Nitrogen did yesterday, and look forward to seeing, Jonathan, what she does the rest of the season, and something just special about a champion returning to Saratoga and doing something like that in front of this big crowd on a Belmont Stakes Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would imagine that this is one of the few races that they circled and they decided they were going to bring her back as a 4-year-old. When you have a champion like that, there's a lot of opportunities to do other things and to make a lot of money doing those other things, but they decided to bring her back and run, and I would imagine these races, Personal Ensign, Breeders' Cup, will be races that we'll hopefully see her in coming months.
Nitrogen, one of 3 Grade 1 winners on the week for trainer Mark Casse, and look forward to seeing what she does later on this season here at Saratoga. As for Shred the Gnar, when you're talking about the competition, her win in the La Troyenne, Megan, she was very good. It's a Grade 1 win. How much separation, though, is there right now between Nitrogen and essentially some of the other would-be major contenders in the Distaff division?
There's a lot of separation that I find Nitrogen has put on Shred the Gnar, who I do find is talented. You'll see Fully Subscribed right there with her, and look where Fully Subscribed was against Nitrogen in that Ogden Phipps, who I thought Fully Subscribed ran a great race off of the layoff in that La Troyenne, but just wasn't able to get to Shred the Gnar, who had the seasoning advantage on her. It's going to take a big step forward to me for Shred the Gnar to meet Nitrogen at her A game.
Well, Brian Lynn's already said he doesn't want to run Shred the Gnar at 1 1/8. He probably really doesn't want to run at 1 1/8 now, especially against that freak show.
The racing office is going to be begging people to run against Nitrogen.
That's the performance that scares them off when you do something like that at the highest level, specifically here. So yeah, we look ahead to the Chouvi at the end of July. Sounds like the next spot, next race for Nitrogen. As for the Soaring Softly, horses are in the paddock. You're looking at the odds-on favorite in Slay the Day, turning into quite the turf sprinter, 2-time stakes winner in sprints on grass. Can she register another one in the Soaring Softly next?
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Back at Saratoga on this Sunday afternoon. Co-feature is next. Grade 3 Soaring Softly live. Look at that gorgeous paddock. 3-year-old filly sprinting 5.5 furlongs with Slay the Day odds on. Soaring Softly, the answer to the trivia question, who was the first ever winner of a Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf? Took place at Gulfstream Park back in '99. Soaring Softly from the 12th post in Jerry Bailey.
I bet the German horse that got buried down the rail, buried in the rail, and then didn't bet her back when she won the Hong Kong Vase in her next start. I'm still bitter.
That's the first thing that comes to mind?
I'm a horse player. That's what horse players do. That's what horse players do. We see a race and we remember the tough beat we took.
I asked Jerry Bailey what the first thing that came to mind for him, and he just said, Soaring Softly, just how big and nimble she was for such a big filly. She was pretty good.
I remember Jimmy Toner training her. That's what I really remember. And how many of these races and horses that we have named for Darby Dan, the Phillips family horses, Jimmy Toner trained so many of them. The memories of Silver family, and what a terrific trainer Jimmy is, and the success he had through his career. What a kind man he is as well.
And he's Soaring Softly coming up 13 minutes. We check in with Acacia. This Soaring Softly paddock report.
And looking forward to this nice group of fillies, beginning with your favorite in Slay the Day. I saw her at Keeneland when she did win that Limestone 2 starts back, and she was impressive that day, being able to kind of be forwardly placed and pressing the pace setter, taking over, and very game through that performance, defeating Cy-Fair, who would come back to turn the tables on her in the Mamselle at Churchill following that effort. But last time out, too, Slay the Day was also wide throughout when trying to press, and she was fighting for it, but I don't think that she had the most ideal trip. I think she's been remarkably consistent, running well on dirt, and then even better since switching to the turf. For Brian Lynch, who had a tremendous winter down in South Florida and seems to have been able to continue that on. While she isn't the biggest filly, Slay the Day, she has a lot of length to her frame, and she extends when she strides as well, which I always like these into mischief fillies sprinting on the turf, and she's been good, not to mention her tactical running style. Looking at a couple of others, though, the 3 Cadenza won the Take the A train last time out when getting back to the turf, so 2 for 2 on the grass. I've always felt that she's more of a turf horse. I had commented last time that I wished that she had grown and filled out a bit more from 2 to 3 than she has overall, but I have to say she looks far better today than she did last time, and she was able to get the win against a pretty nice group in that stake race in her most recent effort. Now she does have to continue to step up, facing graded company for the first time, but she's better in her coat, better in her weight overall. I just like what I see from her a lot more versus her last start. Like I said, I love that she's staying on the turf, and she was chasing off of it last time out, but another one that has shown that she can be tactical. The number 1 Hen Party is running here in New York for the first time for Owen Hardy. She ran behind Cy-Fair and Slay the Day last time out in the Mamselle, and she just has no early speed. She was off the pace, she was wide, she was closing on her left lead, she was lugging in. She does not seem like an easy horse either to handle or to ride, as she wears a full hood with her ears covered so to muffle out the sound, as well as a shadow roll, a piece of fleece over the noseband, which in theory and ideally will encourage a horse to keep their head down, looking over it. And she also races, as I noticed watching her replays, and it's the same today, with front wraps only. It's not something you typically see with turf horses as much, but that's what she's been doing
pretty consistently throughout her last few starts. But she comes back, like I said, off of a decent effort when switching back to the turf last time out. She stacks up nicely with her company. I just think that she is her own worst enemy sometimes, but at least Flavien Prat is getting aboard for the second time, so he's gotten a chance to get to know her, Lafitte.
See if she's a little more cooperative, a little more manageable today for Flavien Prat. Hen Party at 9-2, but all eyes on Slay the Day, 3-5. There she is behind her groom. Either she's really little or he's really big. Either way, Slay the Day has a lot of ability. Her latest appearance, this was Kentucky Derby week. The Mamzelle, John Velasquez on Slay the Day, checks the rear view, Andy, and says, oh boy, there's Cy-Fair.
Yes, she was not able to hold off your good friend Reagan Swinbank's horse, Cy-Fair, who's going to Ascot. I wish her luck. She'll need it. But this is not quite the race that she's running in Ascot. She'll be pretty tough here. Speaking of Ascot, there's a horse in this race who's almost 20-1 that almost won a race at Ascot. This is a good horse.
No Cy-Fairs to deal with on this afternoon, Jonathan.
No, not at all. But there is still some interesting horses, I think, though. You know, I mean, Hen Party probably has to get a little bit faster, but certainly is around. She was wide in that race that we just saw there. And then we've already kind of shared our enthusiasm, Megan and I, for Alpenglow as a possibility as well.
And I like Should've, so there are other things. But I was mentioning Flowerhead. You know, I don't know what happened to this horse. This horse was second in the Group 2 Queen Mary. Ascot, earlier in her career, her form has fallen apart since there. They ship her here. I wonder if they're shipping her here looking for more firm turf. And even though we had some showers, they would take a jackhammer to get this horse anything other than very firm after the way it's been all week.
John Velasquez, who's made that walk many, many times, owns just about every record there is to own here at Saratoga. Another Grade 1 win over the weekend. He'll be riding Slay the Day. Megan, how good do you think she is, or how good can she be Slay the Day?
She can. She's run races that are just faster than these, but I don't find, especially in a turf sprint, where, as you mentioned, a 20-1 shot who's been Group 2 and placed in Europe, anything can happen. I think 3-5 is a little short on her, knowing that she might just be better than these. I thought Cadenza was incredibly interesting with the tactical trip off that Take the A-Train effort, but I'd agree with Andy. If Flowerhead off the travel, off the trailer from those European travels, if she can get back to her form, she could be interesting underneath.
I thought the horse taking money you don't want, actually, is Cadenza, Meg. I don't like that horse's last race. I don't think she's competitive.
We'll revisit that Take the A-Train in a moment. Slay the Day. We saw Hen Party, the Godolphin homebred. Michael Banahan standing by live with Acacia.
That's right, as she will try to get her first graded stakes win here. A stakes win already for Hen Party, Michael. It seems like she's still kind of figuring things out as well.
Absolutely. We're putting on a hood on her today and a big shadow roll. And Flavien, after he rode her the last day, said, you know, if she put her head down and really ran through the line, he thought that she would have gone a lot closer. So hopefully she's learning as she's going along, and we'll see a big performance today.
Look forward to seeing what changes the equipment makes, but of course want to ask you about a Godolphin star, reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty, getting ready for the Stephen Foster. I'm sure this weekend with the Belmont Stakes probably brought back some memories.
No, absolutely, yeah, and it was as good a day's racing as it was yesterday. Would have preferred last year, but yeah, it was great. He worked this morning, worked very well. Bill's very pleased with him, and 3 weeks to wait to the Stephen Foster, and we're excited about it, and it looks like it's going to be a stellar race, and we're looking forward to getting him back going again.
And it seems like his Oaklawn performance last time was a race that he'd really get a lot out of as well.
Yeah, it was a funny race the way it all worked out, and obviously Irad rode a tremendous race and sort of took advantage of the two going out there pacemaking the race, which I don't think any of us would have thought that was going to happen in the race. But he ran great to the line, first start since last September. So we were very happy with him. We would have loved to have won, but very happy with the race, and really looking forward to the Stephen Foster and second half of the year with him.
As are we. He is a fan favorite for good reason. Thanks for the time.
No problem. Thanks, Keisha.
Lafitte?
Just feel lucky and fortunate as racing fans we still get to watch Sovereignty compete given everything he accomplished last year.
No question. Horses like him in journalism coming back. Nisos racing another year. You see what it did for our Met Mile yesterday. It just makes racing better having these horses stick around. And I will never in my life not regret that Godolphin retired Bernardini, who didn't have a fabulous stallion career. I always would have loved to see him run as a 4-year-old. He was a true monster.
Awesome.
It's unlucky to lose that Breeders' Cup Classic.
By Invasor, defeated Bernardini, a Jim Dandy winner, Travers winner, Preakness winner. That's Hen Party, Megan, and all right, so we watched her finish third behind Slay the Day in the Mamselle. What does she have to do to improve a little bit and beat the odds-on favorite?
Maturity, as Acacia touched on it, I find she's kind of has problems switching her leads. It kind of zaps her acceleration when she lugs in. She's got talent. She's got a beautiful pedigree. She's actually the half to first resort who won the Grade 2 Kentucky Jockey Club on dirt and in the Grade 2 in the Grade 2 Saratoga Special. But the Dam was a Grade 1 winner. I mean, this horse, if she can put things together and finish well, she's dangerous.
That's Hen Party. This is Cadenza revisiting that Take the A Train. She wins here last month. Aqueduct, she was favored. Andy defeats King Solver, Alpenglow. Brutal trip from the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean,
fades.
I just thought this was an absolutely perfect trip in here to just get the job done. I think it's a tougher field. You guys are making a case for Alpenglow, which I respect, and I don't think she's good enough to beat them, at least based on what she's done on the racetrack. But she's for Brad. Maybe she'll improve.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Cadenza, I think if you look at it all together, it's and you watch a lot of races, this happens from time to time. I didn't like her last time, and she won with an easy trip, like Andy pointed out. If you didn't like her last time and she won with an easy trip, then you're prohibited from liking her today, especially when she's 4-1, 9-2.
And facing the likes of Slay the Day, Soaring Softly, first ever Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner, I think, in terms of changes to the Breeders' Cup, expansion of the Breeders' Cup. This was the first race that was added, and a division that was much needed, the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. When you think back, there were only 2 grass races, the mile, a mile and a half, nothing specifically for the ladies. So horses like Flawlessly, Kostroma, Tucson, like they really didn't have a race to run in on racing's championship stage.
I agree. I absolutely agree with you. I also think Chad Brown's made a good point about that race. Running at a mile and 3/8 is very favorable to the Europeans. And I understand that the Breeders' Cup wants to get a lot of European participation, and that's fair. On the other hand, it's not good for the U.S.-based horses. And they're doing something that's far more favorable to one group than us, and it's supposed to be a championship race. Mile and 3/16, mile and a quarter might be a better evening factor. And I remember Chad was talking about that, and I actually think he makes a very, very good point. Okay, you want to do it. How about doing something that's fair for everybody? Because our best horses are never really the mile and 3/8 to mile and a half horses on the turf.
It does feel like the one Breeders' Cup race every year that's at the forefront of the conversation is where is it, what's the circumference, and what's
that's
the distance.
That's the other thing. We're always guessing what distance it is. What is it this year? Who's pointing to it?
No Belmont hangover for them. Still going strong, and the call to post for the Sunday co-feature, Soaring Softly, Grade 3, $200,000 purse. Hen Party, you're going the wrong way. Flavian Proud aboard.
Maybe from the rails she'll save more ground and it'll help her. I didn't like her chances, but it's Flavian. Anything's possible.
Difficult to ride. See how it all unfolds today. Flowerhead, the Irish filly, U.S. debut.
I feel like if she was live, she'd be a little bit more bet than the 1901. Like Andy pointed out, she was second at Royal Ascot at 100-1.
Take the A-Train winner, Cadenza.
Yeah, I thought Jonathan made a sensational point, what you said. If you didn't like her last time, even though we were wrong, why would you want her in a tougher spot today?
Slay the Day, second at Royal Ascot Bound Cy-Fair Derby week.
Yeah, she's starting to feel like one of those horses we're all going to probably try to beat, and she's going to stuff us in a locker at 4-5.
King Solver. Does that always make me laugh? Runner-up in the Take the A-Train.
Listen, she's a very respectable horse who improved last time, but she's going to have to improve on her last race to win here.
And he likes Should've. Dylan Davis aboard 9-1 out there somewhere, we promise. There he is in the Barbaro colors.
Yeah, you know, when one of the things with Wesley is his horses get out of the gate. It's something that they start working on very early in their careers, and it's always a weapon in races like this.
Alpenglow, third of the trio, exiting the Take the A-Train.
Listen, I respect both of your opinions in liking this horse. I didn't love her. A little bothers me a little that Jose D'Angelo has been on a very big run. It's been a little chilly the last month or so, and his big horse, Ben Tornado, disappointed. He didn't run badly yesterday, but a little disappointed.
Should've. As you look at Alpenglow circling back to should have for Wesley Ward, your top selection at 9-1.
Yeah, and listen, broke a little slowly from an outside post last time, which you don't see that often. I'm hoping breaks better. You look at this horse, second career start, ran a 77 buyer at Aqueduct. There's a 2-year-old number. Those 2-year-old numbers, especially turf numbers, frequently as 3-year-olds, 6-8 months later, they turn into 85s to 90s. Very often. Wesley Ward is about as dangerous a trainer shipping to New York as any trainer I have ever seen. And I'm going to give this horse a pass in that last race. She didn't break, and she was taken completely out of her game.
Should have. And Dylan Davis, a couple of wins yesterday. More on should have. We go right back to Acacia.
I agree with Andy on the trip that she got last time out, though should have has had a habit of not getting out of the gate that well, but typically she's able to kind of put herself into the race after that. And last time she just was never really gone on with early, and it was off of the layoff as well. I will say she is far more mentally settled this year, just in saddling, and yes, she's been sharp on track, but this is far better than what she has been in the past. And she is a very physically mature, big type of filly. I think she takes up a lot of space in the starting gate, and especially with her demeanor, she probably gets a little bit distracted as she's getting a bit more wound up now on track. She stayed with the pony for the warm-up, a very typical Wesley Ward protocol, but she's not the quickest early. And as Jonathan pointed out, it is an atypical Wesley Ward type of start, but I like her physically. She looks sensational. As far as the 2 Flowerhead, as you all were touching on, yes, she ran in the Group 2 Queen Mary at Royal Ascot at 100-1, finishing second for Charlie Clover. When she cleared quarantine, she's actually been in my husband's barn for the last few days, so I've gotten a chance to get to know her quite well and see her train quite a bit. And she's been just like this in the morning. She is a very sharp, very forward filly. That is normal for her, but she's not over the top. She wears that red hood. They'll take it off at the gate. She looks sensational in her weight, and even coming right out of quarantine, she had really good weight as well. I was not in love with her last race. She just really didn't kick on, but we'll see if she can run back to some of the better efforts that she does have for her U.S. debut, Lafitte.
Now, what'll she do in her stateside debut? Ammo Racing's Flowerhead at the gate. Final thoughts with Slay the Day at 3-5.
I think Jonathan's right. We're all trying to beat her. She'll probably end up beating us, but I think she's okay to take a shot against at 3-5.
Yeah, I'm going to look to see if Alpenglow can get some nice, comfortable position on the outside. She's got to break better than she did last time.
I think the key in this race could be the ability to be tactical, which led me to the number 4, Slay the Day. Hopefully she will. There's quite a bit of speed. We'll see what the 2 does off of that quarantine being sharp. Cadenza also could be dangerous, albeit I do like her as a tactical sort.
What a week, what a Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and the last of the stakes races about to take place. The Soaring Softly, Grade 3, $200,000 purse. Cadenza steps forward. Slay the Day. Odds on it. Post time with the call of the Soaring Softly. Frank Mirmati.
Last few runners left to load. King Solver goes in. Should have is next. Alpenglow completes the line for the 12th running of the Soaring Softly. And they're off, and Slay the Day bounced out in fine fashion and goes straight to the front, but Alpenglow wants that lead, and so those two hook up right away. King Solver is in between those two. Down on the inside, it's Cadenza. Should've is close up. Extreme outside, moving up to take the 3rd position. The 2 trailers are Flowerhead, and Hen Party is at the back of the field. The battle continues through an opening quarter in 21-1. Slay the Day on the inside, and Alpenglow. Slay the Day a short lead. A 3 wide Should've is 3rd. Cadenza tucked just behind them. And then it's King Solver 5th, angling out for the drive. In behind them comes Flowerhead. They turn for home, and Slay the Day, doing it well on the front end, has a length and a half, make it 2. Now there's room for Cadenza. The half went in 44 seconds flat, but Slay the Day is just on cruise control through the stretch, overwhelming the competition and putting on a stellar display. Slay the Day wins by almost 4. From last, Hen Party completes the exacta. Then it was Cadenza and Flowerhead.
No Sci-Fair? No problem. Slay the Day does just that in the soaring softly, much the best.
Meg was right. There was more pace in this race than I anticipated, and she's in that spot down on the inside. Yeah, she's saving ground, but another fast filly lapped on her, and she just laughed at these horses.
Yeah, look, when she was getting bet to 3 to 5 and 4 to 5, it's almost like you have to. Yeah, I try not to think I'm the smartest person in the room. I feel like maybe I was trying to get a little too cute
Probably
there.
for the best.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Hey, Alpenglow was sharper at least, and it felt like that was her best chance, and she just ultimately kind of wasn't quite good enough. But Slay the Day was able to get the pretty nice trip, albeit at contested pace, as Andy mentioned, and just was much the best. Again, I agree with Andy. Cadenza is about the luckiest horse in the world with her perfect slew of trips, and just wasn't able to be good enough in this one.
How did she not get second here? Not only did she save every inch of ground, seeing the perfect trip, and I know the one also saved ground, but the one blew the brake.
Yeah.
Hen Party, the top two exiting that Mamselle from Churchill Downs. 1-2, pick up the action in the stretch, Jonathan, and only a question of how far is John Velasquez hits the gas on Slay the Day.
Yeah, I mean, look, she ran really well. As a matter of fact, and you know, she's the type of horse that if she continues to improve, she's only a 3-year-old filly. As the year goes on, excuse me, she's got a chance to kind of make some noise with some of those tougher turf sprints with older horses. If she stays around till next year, based on these last 3 or 4 races, she's pretty darn good.
Trained by Brian
She ain't
Lynch.
going anywhere.
Johnny Velasquez, a Grade 1 Just a Game victory, Classic Q for Mark Casse. Had 3 Grade 1 wins this weekend, but Johnny V here teaming up with Brian Lynch always feels like a satisfying victory when it's Brian Lynch who winds up in the winner's circle.
Johnny's only win going into today was that race. Yeah, you mentioned
If you're
Classic
going to
Q,
just win
but
one.
he won 2 today, and they were the 2 stakes we've run as well. He had a nose win earlier today in the poker.
Johnny V here at Saratoga, another stakes win, soaring softly. The favorite delivers in Slay the Day. Speaking of delivering, he does it again on Belmont Day at Saratoga. Bookham Dano, 2024, won the Woody Stevens here last year, the True North. Yesterday, a successful True North title defense on Belmont Day at the Spa. Welcome back. You're still loose, Andy. You going to do something about this?
You still not allowed in Congress Park, Lafitte? I don't want to bring up the incident. It's a little embarrassing.
We saw just one. How many emotional support animals do you have? They're loose. Would you do something about this? They're going to get away. You're not going to have the support, and I'm going to have a bigger headache on my hands.
I go to you for emotional support, Lafitte.
Coverage brought to you by Naira Bets, as always, America's Day at the Races. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Nominate your racehorses today. Slay the Day slays in this Soaring Softly. Another look top of the stretch. Megan, Johnny Velasquez just waiting to give her cue.
She had a contentious pace where she wasn't the outright leader, but obviously right up on it. And she just managed to pull away faster than these horses. The competition she's faced in the past have been faster than these. And she got the job done as the 3-5 favorite.
Slay the Day, widening in the stretch. Johnny Velasquez, second stakes win in the afternoon, standing by live with Acacia.
Yeah, Johnny has had a good day, as is often the case here at Saratoga. But Johnny, Slay the Day, you've gotten to know her well, having ridden her quite a few times. Being down on the hedge like that, not the most comfortable position, she still fought.
Yeah, I was in a comfortable position. I don't want to be head-and-head with the person outside, which I expect him to go to the lead, but he can open up half a length, three-quarter length, and kind of stay there and start coming in, taking back, and it's like, I can't let him keep me in here, so I just kind of squeezed it a little bit, got a head on him with the horse. And then I sat again, though, give it a nice chance. And down the lane, as soon as I squeezed it, and shake the reins on her, she responded really nice, and she was expecting that out of her, and she did it.
As I said, you've gotten to ride her quite a few times, both on turf and dirt. She seems incredibly versatile, and just kind of whatever you throw at her, she takes it.
She's done everything right, in dirt and grass. I think she's probably a little bit better in the grass, just because she's very comfortable doing it. In the dirt, she kind of had to run a little harder. She has to try much harder than in the grass. In the grass, she's very smooth. And you can put it whatever you want, really, though. Last time I was kind of laying 4th, 3rd, and in the outside and dropping in behind the horses, and she was very good. Just another good horse beater.
And she got the win today, and she's been ultra consistent. Have to ask you, though, yesterday in the Belmont Stakes, you were aboard Commandment. I'm sure still smarting a little bit, but he ran so well. Can you tell me just a little bit about your trip, finishing second?
To tell you the truth, I expected everything that happened in the race. I expected the way it was. We talked, right before the race, and it was the way I was expecting it, and it came out. The only thing that he doesn't run the turns really well, and when Jose got inside of me, I was trying to hold him in there, and my horse does not run the turn. And even that I went after him early in the 3/8 pole just to try to hold him in there, I couldn't hold him in there. And finally, we got to the quarter pole, and we both started running. And I think that was the difference right there, that he got loose early enough, to get his stride going. And that was the difference right there. I think if I could have get him behind the horses the way I wanted to, hold him in there for a little while, by the time he comes out of there, the outcome would be different. But obviously, this is horse racing. He rode a really good race, and he took a chance. It worked out really, really well for him. And I think in the end, he was a little bit better than mine.
Always appreciate your insight, Johnny. Thank you very much for that, and congratulations on the win here.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte, I wish I could just sit down and have John Velasquez take me through every big race that he's ridden. Always gives incredible insight.
How about all 28 Belmonts that he's ridden in? Over 40 miles of Belmont Stakes that John Velasquez has ridden. 2 wins, and that close, Jonathan, to a 3rd yesterday, and a much improved effort from Commandment based on what we saw and expected from him in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, it's funny he says that. I thought that he was trying to keep Golden Tempo in, and Golden Tempo just had a little bit too much. And even in the stretch, I still thought Johnny and Commandment were going to get by, but Golden Tempo was not having it.
He did a post race when courting the $5 million horse. Todd Pletcher has broke his maiden last fall at Aqueduct. It was probably about as insightful a discussion about a horse racing that I'd ever heard. Honestly, it was brilliant, really
John
brilliant.
Velasquez, the jockey, the jockeys look up to. We move ahead. Race number 9. Sprinting on the main track here. Older horses. You see the field, updated odds, and secured landing. Andy, 2-1. How'd you see this one unfolding?
It's hard for me because I really like the 7, Private Desire, and Tom Morley scratched him, which is probably good for me, and I scratched into the 1, Gatsby, but I think any of Gatsby, Secured Landing, The 9, Forgiving Spirit, the 12, Shoot the Nickel, can win this race. I mean, I guess one problem for Secured Landing is there's a lot of other speed, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get his preferred trip, and I think it makes him vulnerable as probably the favorite.
Thoughts,
or close.
suggestions, opinions?
All that stuff. No, I actually think the 12, Shoot the Nickel, should end up working out a pretty good trip. Like Andy said, there's a lot of speed in here. I think you can probably expect, at least I'm getting used to expecting, that if Linda gets one in her barn, they usually can take a step forward. So if he takes a step forward, I think he could be tough.
I honestly agree with everything that you guys said. So are we just parlaying it off of each other? As far as Shoot the Nickel, first off the claim for Linda Rice. There was 2 in here first off the claim. Find is going to be dangerous from the outside post, tactical ability, and plenty of speed. I am interested in Gatsby, though, from the inside. We'll have to deal with some other speeds to the outside, but he's got the form to win this.
Something else you'll agree on, I'm sure, Megan, being part of that scene shortly after yesterday's True North and what took place with Bookham Dano, the champion, again on Belmont Day here at Saratoga. The matchup we've been waiting to see, Megan, with Ben Tornado, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Bookham Dano, crown champion, despite the fact he didn't compete in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. They locked up yesterday. Bookham Dano running down Ben Tornado in the stretch.
Incredibly emotional. I was with the Connections prior to his last breeze at Monmouth Park, where Derek Ryan, his trainer, told me he's a bigger, stronger animal. He is even more lethal this year. He's found he's really taken a step forward. And just the Atlantic 6 team and their partnership, being able to get to know them, they are so kind. They've shared this horse with people. He's just kind of that fan favorite that I can't get enough of. And this was the matchup, right? It was a close race in that Breeders' Cup, or excuse me, in the Eclipse voting last year between these two. And Bookham Dano showed up in a big way. Ben Tornado's raw speed. I almost think maybe the distance, we got him a little bit, perhaps, but maybe the Middle East, perhaps. But he's a lightly raced horse that I've always thought could be, I don't want to say fragile, but he had 2 starts last year, and one was in the Breeders' Cup where he won. So we'll see how he moves forward, but it was Bookham Dano's day.
And you saw how easy in the end, as Frank Mirmati described, with condescending ease, Bookham Dano in the True North.
Yeah, he looked in trouble too. Like it looked like he was going to have a hard time getting him. Maybe it's just the way sometimes Paco looks when he's riding. I can't ever tell what's happening, but I'll say this, it's got to be a vindicating win for them, because I think they were probably, some people criticized them for not running in the Breeders' Cup with a horse that won 3 times in Saratoga in that year, but then he was able to beat the horse in Ben Tornado, who did win it. So I would imagine it felt good for them to prove that Bookham Dano, deserves to be a part of that conversation.
You love the horse. Pick against the horse, and Dano keeps beating you.
No, I always pick against him. But, I feel like I've had a relationship with the Connection since he was a 2-year-old, because he won the Futurity, I believe, off the turf at Aqueduct. And Greg and I were on the set together, and probably Maggie, might have been Acacia, but probably Maggie, was interviewing them in the winner's circle, and Jim Scappy. And they said, we're just going to, what are we going to do with them? You're going to avoid the big boys. And we came back to the set, and I said to Greg, I think they may want to consider the fact that they're actually one of the big boys. And Jim started emailing me, and we started talking about it. And we were talking about going to Saudi and stuff, and it's just been fun with them. And they really are fun people, and it's nice to see them having such a good time together. And I think that group of owners, and they're not the only ones. You think of all the West Point people in the winner's circle, some of the big wins this week. I think that's one of the great things about being here in Saratoga, is seeing how infectious it is for Connections, having horses, now thrilling it is. They understand you're not going to win every race, but man, when you win them in these big races up here, there's nothing better.
The biggest of boys in the sprint division, a champion, Acacia, and Bookham Dano, the team, the story. This has become like one of the funnest, most entertaining stories to follow in the sport.
It really has, Lafitte. And to echo Andy's sentiments, I feel like we've all become friends with the Atlantic 6 team, and they really bring their celebration and their joy on the road, which is such a pleasure to see, and with a very talented horse in Bookham Dano. And we've talked about this too. For trainer Derek Ryan, he has stuck to his guns with this horse and how to manage him, and it's paid off. Last year, he was adamant early on about not wanting to go to Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup. They still won the Eclipse Award with his overall body of work. And even at the beginning of his career as a 3-year-old, I remember interviewing him at Tampa and asking about potentially stretching out and trying to get him on the Triple Crown Trail. And he said, absolutely not. We're going to stay at the 1-turn distance and that's where they ended up taking the trip to face Forever Young, where he just got beaten in nose over in the Middle East. But he has really stuck to his guns, and it has paid off, and it's a lot of fun to see with a horse that is just really cool, incredibly consistent, shows up every single time. And when I asked Derek about the Breeders' Cup yesterday, his immediate answer was, yes, we want to go to the Breeders' Cup Sprint at Keeneland, and I really hope we get a chance to see him there, because he has come back just as good, if not better, this year, Lafitte.
Bookham Dano, and questions about whether he was as good now as he once was, and emphatically Megan answered that yesterday in the True North.
He did, and actually Derek shared with me before when he was in training, and when we watched that last work, was they avoided Ben Tornado, they avoided the Breeders' Cup because it was a speed-favoring racetrack they felt they were up against to begin with. They said the Forego took a lot out of him. It was a slower Forego last year that he was able to win, and they wanted to give him the time to continue to develop. It's paid off.
Bookham Dano successfully defends his title in the True North. 3 straight Belmont Stakes Saturday's victory at Saratoga. Meantime, amongst the 3-year-olds, what was that? Englishman running a hole in the win in the Woody Stevens, and another Grade 1 win to celebrate for Cherie DeVaux and Jose Ortiz.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, Gunrunner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code NOTCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus Stakes, plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at naira.com/Saratoga.
They're off in the Woody Stevens, presented by Mohegan Sun. An Englishman broke like a shot. And here's the rematch. Englishman and Crude Velocity. Englishman went very wide. Seems like he did so on purpose. And Englishman is flying through the stretch. He's got a 5-length lead. Crude Velocity could not warm him up today. Englishman towering over the competition as Obliteration tries to get second. Englishman, what a tremendous effort to win by 6 lengths.
Like 24 hours later, making it rain at Saratoga. Literally. But yesterday, Englishman Geared down, crop uncocked, and Jose Ortiz doesn't want to hear about all the crude velocity hype as Englishman simply strolls. That was breathtaking.
This distance catered to him more than crude velocity at the end of the day. We kind of knew that. But Englishman, that was insane. That was an incredible performance. One of the best I think we've seen in years when it comes to that Woody Stephens. And I'm hard pressed to see a horse that beats him for the rest of the year in his division.
Well, he's got to run that. He's
right.
Very hard to see a horse beat him this year if he runs that race again. I mean, to be fair, and I agree. I mean, that was incredible. It was the fastest figure of the weekend at 115 Beyer, and a brilliant performance. But it's so much better than his prior races that you do. I mean, not that you want to see it again, right? I mean, he's running against Book of Downs pretty good. We'll see. But I agree. He runs that race again. Nobody's beating him.
No.
Nobody.
No, he was outstanding. It reminded me of Bayern when Bayern had that big performance in the when he ran that freaky good race.
His best. I thought that was his best career race.
Yeah.
Did you think he was capable of that type of performance? In other words, he was highly regarded. Crude velocity handles him in the Pat Day Mile. Like, how surprised are you of what he did, the performance he turned into the Woody Stephens?
I'm not surprised that he won. But, of course, I mean, listen, I guess every horse is capable of running in a great performance. You just don't see those performances. That's probably the fastest, I guess, Sovereignty might be the one that ran a big figure or to be close to it. You don't see those. There are years go by. You don't see that kind of figure, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm not shocked he won. I'm shocked he ran the race he ran. That's why he's a brilliant horse. And I said to Cherie before he raced, I happened to be talking to her yesterday afternoon, and I said a lot of people may not realize that the best 3-year-old in your barn may very well be Englishman. I don't think we realized how true that would be. And she won the Belmont.
Sensational. And yesterday's Woody Stephens, recapping all the Grade 1 activity yesterday. Live racing still ahead here. As you can see, horses in the paddock, 9 minutes out until the 9th. We check in with Acacia.
And as the rain has started to fall down a bit more heavily here at Lafitte, we are done with turf racing for the day. So Mother Nature, well timed. But taking a look at your current favorite and the number 6 Secured Landing, first off the claim for Linda Rice, as this horse will try to make it 4 wins in a row, and with 4 separate barns, he's been in tremendous form and is cutting back in distance today, which I like. He's built like a sprinter. I wrote that down last time with him. He's a bit more short-backed, very round and powerful in his hind end. Super coat on him. And he gets very aggressive on the track. I noticed that last time. And he went to the front and was able to wire things when going the mile. But I like a little bit shorter for him. I'm very interested to see how he'll handle it. And I just love a hard-knocking individual like this that holds his form no matter whose barn he's in. The number 1, Gatsby, coming off of a little bit of a layoff for Ilkay Cantermasi as he finished 3rd after breaking running last time out, and then just kind of dropped back and ran on again. A little bit stops and starts and not his ideal trip. His best trip is when he's able to be forward. And he comes back not having run since January, and he is typically a horse that can get really sharp and sometimes a little bit too sharp and revved up prior to his races. He's not over the top. He's acting well, especially when the rain started to fall more heavily. They brought all the horses back into the shed row, and they had to stand either in the saddling stalls or walk in a very compact area, and that can be a lot for horses, especially those that are a little bit more of the nervous types, and he's handled everything very well. I'd say he's probably almost all the way fit there. He carries conditioning, but he does look strong, which I like. And I think that he is going to be a horse, especially with the inside post, that should run better coming back off of the bench. Now the number 12, Shoot the Nickel, the other Linda Rice new claim, as you all were touching on, a very intriguing prospect in this race. He is a horse that first caught my eye walking into the paddock. He's always been a good-looking individual, but sometimes throughout the years, he's not carried the best weight. He's a very big horse in that he's incredibly tall and long-legged, a lot of length to his frame as well. And sometimes he just gets a little bit light, especially in his barrel and in his hind end, just not carrying the kind of muscle mass that you'd like to see. That's not the case today. And typically, Linda's horses really do carry excellent weight, and he looks strong. This is probably the best I've seen his weight in quite some time. Super coat on him as well. And for such a big horse, he does actually get himself into the race pretty well. And he had a wide trip last time out. I think he's very intriguing in here, Lafitte.
Looks the part. Shoot the Nickel. To be ridden by Flavien Prat. There he is. We were looking at Gatsby. Be ridden by Manny Franco. And the week they've had combined. Flavien Prat with 10 wins, Manny Franco with 8. 2 of those victories for Prat, however, of the Grade 1 variety.
Saw Manny at the end of day one, and I said, great day today, Manny. He looked at me and goes, I won 1 race. I was seeing in the future.
4 wins on Thursday, I believe, in a Belmont Stakes Racing Festival to remember, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's winning on those. I think winning on this weekend. Not that these two guys really need a lot of help with business, but I think it just helps establish themselves a good starting point for the meet. Getting owners and trainers and Manny and Flavien and helping their business through the summer.
Nysos is Nysos, but Flavien's ride in the Met Mile, it was subtle but made such a difference. First, he breaks sharp at what he needed to do with the Wilson chute to get him forwardly placed. Mission accomplished, and then he has all this company with him and so effortlessly eases Nysos just back off the pace, and he winds up in a perfect stalking trip.
You have to have incredible confidence to be able to do that. And a lot of riders would worry about being second-guessed in general. Flavien doesn't have to worry about that, but he has great confidence, and he has amazing skills.
The indication, I think, of a great ride is when people like us who watch a lot of races at one point in the race ask the question, what the heck are they doing? And then it works out perfectly. That's a great ride.
Well, the other thing I would say was there's one of my biggest complaints about riding, especially in New York, is passivity, unaggressive. Flavien's changing that. And if riders aren't being more aggressive because of him, he's going to take even more advantage of it. And that's what he did with Nysos. Nysos, if we look at the pace projector time from US, he was like the 4th or 5th fastest horse in that race early. Flavien made sure that wasn't the case.
Aggressive, a wire-to-wire win, 2-wire win in the Flower Bowl in the New York as well.
Yep, absolutely, knowing from the inside. And it was a plan we wanted to hatch. But you know, Flavien, I was talking about it with Seth, actually, and I said, yeah, we should go to the front, but do we really worry about it? Flavien knows to go to the front.
Big weekend, Flavien Prat and Manny Franco. Franco, who's riding your top selection in the race here at Gatsby.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gatsby at 9-2 is a fairish price. He's probably going to take some pressure, but I think Manny will be aggressive, and I'll side with that. I don't have any problem with any other contenders. I think in this race, though, I'd rather take the 1 and 9, who are at least slightly better prices than horses like the 6 and 12. But I will say something that I think is neat about the 12, Shoot the Nickel. February 26th at Aqueduct was one of the strongest speed tracks we've had all year. It rained. I mean, nobody was closing that day. He was the only horse that made up ground that day and won a race. Every other race, and you can look it up, were dramatic wire-to-wire wins. And it's very hard to find horses that are able to beat extreme biases.
You got a hold of your umbrellas, boys. Got to keep an eye on those around here. You turn your back and they're swiped. They're gone.
What are you saying? I don't
somebody
steal your
has,
umbrella.
Somebody
I
has
steal
your
your
umbrella.
rundown.
Somebody has
Let's
you.
get it straight.
But only on Fox shows. Only on
I do it
Fox
on the big days because that's how I feel about you. I want you on the big days to really be on your game.
Yeah. Much appreciated. Call to post for the 9th race of 11 on this Sunday afternoon, winding down the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. $20,000 allowance, optional claiming sprinters. And we start with Gatsby, and there he is, Manny Franco.
I find the scratch of the 7 makes his job a little easier, showing speed from the inside as he attempts to potentially wire this field.
Quiet Wisdom, last pair in the mud and slop.
Yeah, a little speed from the inside, but not enough to be able to overcome the other pressure.
Number 3, Great Wing, who the 8-year-old is, a 10-time winner.
He is. If he can get back to his two starts back, it's as far as class, he just doesn't level up here.
40-1 outsider, long shots to break side by side. Timaeus, what happened in his latest?
Yeah, he seems to be on a pattern of like running good, running okay, running. Maybe this is the pattern he's supposed to run better. I don't trust him.
Mr. Skylight, claim from Linda Rice by Rob Falcone.
This is my pick. He's been working excellent with the added blinkers in the morning. Gets him on for the first time in his races, first off the claim for Rob Falcone.
A secured landing, revving his engines, claimed by Linda Rice. 3 straight runaway victories.
Yeah, you got a horse who's been wire to wire in 3 starts with Kendrick and back-to-back 3 starts, and you have Kendrick. This horse is going to try to make the front.
Princip, first after claim, Wayne Potts.
Poor numbers for the trainer for this horse, but I always sometimes find myself wanting to make an underneath play for him as a closer, maybe pick up some pieces.
Javier Castellano in the saddle, then number 9 for giving Spirit back to dirt after 2 turf sprints.
One that is always right there, tactically meant. I like him getting back to the dirt.
Stewie, number 10, best races here at Saratoga.
This horse has been wide in his last 2 starts, and I predict he'll be wide again here.
Elazabal.
Has speed.
Go ahead.
Has speed, but will be contentious on that pace at a big price.
27-1 currently. And finally, towards the outside, aforementioned Shoot the Nickel for Linda Rice. 2nd and 2 for Rice.
Yeah, we've seen Flavien Prat making all the right decisions. He gets on this one for Linda Rice, who is making their first start for Linda. I think that this is a horse going to get a good setup. I don't love the outside draw, but I do think that they'll be able to work out a trip getting some, they're going to have some pace to close into. Flavien usually makes good decisions.
We should note that they did seal the track. Now, we're not really expecting any more rain. So I'm a little surprised maybe they open it up, but they have sealed the track, and the track has not been sealed, the main track, at any other point during the week. Now, whether or not that affects the races.
What kind of an impact can that have?
There's no way of guessing beforehand. How is it? When you win, it didn't matter. When you lose, that's why you lost.
Gotcha.
So that's the beauty of a sealed track. You're smart when you win, and you got screwed when you didn't.
Say that in the trouble line, got screwed by sealed track, as we have one here. And average post
Very
time.
simple.
You were touching.
It's a horse player. It's very easy. You're unlucky when you lose, and you should have won when you win.
You were touching on Shoot the Nickel, JK, and an outside post in a one-turn race, 6.5 furlongs. Why does the post bug you a little bit?
Well, I mean, it's just you're guaranteed to lose, likely to lose some ground, especially with the style. But it can also work in your advantage as well, right? I mean, it's like he's toward the outside. He doesn't have to worry about getting out. If the race starts to fall apart, then the best place to be running is in the middle of the track, and he'll already kind of be in a position to do that. But I prefer my outside drawn horses to have a little bit more tactical speed because I have a little bit more control. You kind of have to run for luck with a situation like this.
Looking at Secured Landing, Acacia, to his inside will be Mr. Skylight, and making his first start for Rob Falcone.
Yeah, and getting the blinkers on, as Megan mentioned, it does seem that they've made a big difference. And it's a pretty good size blinker cup, about a 3/4 cup going on here. But Face factually correct last time out, who would come back to wire the field once again before getting beaten coming up here. But I think kind of flattered by that. But this is a horse that prior to that last race, when breaking slowly, had been running far better, and I think able to put himself into the race a little bit more with the addition of the blinkers on today. He has worn them in the past with previous connections, but he was a lot sharper today than I've seen from him before. Warmed up really well. I think that some of the logical horses are the ones who talked about back in the paddock, but so far he's done everything right, and we'll see if he can move forward for the new connections and get out of the gate better than he did last time out, Lafitte.
All comes together, and Megan, and you might have yourself a 6-1 winner.
We'll see how it goes. I do find he's been racing against some pretty nice horses. If you go through his form lines, he's a popular claim, being claimed in his last 2 races. But prior to his bench back in January, I mean, he was running against the likes of 1-900, good as I once was. I mean, this horse is a shot in this race, and I've been really encouraged, especially from some of the Clocker reports, of how he's been able to be more engaged and responsive, because if he is more forwardly placed, I think he has a shot in this race.
Who figures to provide the early pace?
Well, I mean, Manny's going to go from the rail. It's always assuming they break. And I think the other 2 major speeds, at least on paper, are Gray Wing, who I don't know with this rider how much forward is going to be, and then a horse coming in from Finger Lakes, and Olazabal. We'll see how much speed they show. If not, Manny might be able to wire them. But you never know. And the break obviously has a lot to do with things. But Manny's got to get out of the gate.
Kendrick Carmouche, 2-time Manhattan winning jockey aboard Secured Landing, the favorite at 5-2. Frank Mirmati with the call tonight from Saratoga on FS1.
Shoot the Nickel. Olasabal will be the last one to load. Olasabal walking up. A little bit of movement there out of Shoot the Nickel on the outside as Olazabal comes up. They're off. Olazabal is very quick away from the gate. Gatsby along the inside is flashing the expected early speed from him, and Gray Wing is in between those 2. Stewie asked for a little more paces, 4th, 2 lengths off the lead, followed by Timaeus in the 5th spot, racing 3 clear of Mr. Skylight. Forgiving Spirit is in between horses, heading to the half-mile pole. Quiet Wisdom is moving through along the inside. Secured Landing follows that one. It's another 3 lengths back to Princip. Shoot the Nickel is at the back of the field. They string out. The opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds, and it's Stewie, the long shot leader, around the turn. And Stewie opens up a couple of lengths. Timaeus rallying on the outside. Down at the rail, Gray Wing, Olasabal is in between those two. As they reach the top of the stretch, Shoot the Nickel is caught very wide, but is making up ground. They turn for home just under 46 seconds flat for Stewie, who has a 3-length lead, but Shoot the Nickel has made this sustained bid and is about to swallow him up. Has to hold off Princip down the center, though, and Princip with good-looking strides comes right to Shoot the Nickel, and it will be Princip and Javier Castellano. A convincing win, pulled away to win by almost 3. Shoot the Nickel finished second. Then it was Forgiving Spirit third in front of Quiet Wisdom.
First after the claim, Wayne Potts. Princip, impressive in victory, running away late.
And I would say there's probably not a great deal of moisture in the track, even though it looks like there may be, but there is some. And Princip has run his best race on wet tracks. And guys, this is Wayne Potts' first win in New York since the middle of January.
It's a long time.
Is due at 32-1. Princip running down and putting away Shoot the Nickel.
Yeah, Shoot the Nickel made that move on the turn. I don't blame Flav. He didn't have any choice. He was 19 wide. But Princip wasn't that much in better. He was like 2 passes inside
Right.
of Shoot the Nickel. He just ran that well.
And I think we should note, I mean, obviously it was a contentious pace, but these are not the kind of, these aren't fast fractions. For a 6.5 here with a long run up, 22-1 isn't even normally that fast. There's a very good chance with the ceiling of the track that the track is very different than it was before. I'm not saying there would have been a significant difference. There was a ton of pace in this race. All of the 1 and 3 at 11, I kind of hoped the out-of-town horses wouldn't show speed. And then, you know, they broke the race open with Stewie. I like the move by Dylan Davis. Didn't work, but I like the move. Its race just completely imploded.
It's been a drought, long time, as Andy mentioned, since his last win. Trainer Wayne Potts, Megan, but for Javier Castellano, who's riding so well right now, and at 32-1, massive upset, Princip in this 9th at Saratoga.
And to do so first off the claim, Wayne Potts, first off the claim in dirt sprints at Saratoga specifically the past 4 years, is 2 for 48, 4%. So now he's 3 for 49.
It's not good, but improved.
Improved.
He was due 8, 12, 9 to Princip. 32-1 shocker in the 9th at Saratoga with a 7-time Travers winning jockey, the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. Results, reaction when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS1.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Hillandale Metropolitan Handicap. Antiquarian broke well, but Nisos has more natural speed and is up to take the lead. Nisos, Flavien Prat has decided to take him to the outside and has to come after Knightsbridge now. Here comes Nisos on the outside of Knightsbridge, and Nisos takes the lead and pulls away. Journalism is down the center of the track, and then Antiquarian, they're coming to the 16th pole, and Nisos is a superstar, drawing clear with authority to win the Hillandale Metropolitan Handicap.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us as we see Princip pull the big upset at 32-1. And I'm so happy to be joined by co-owner Tony LaCava, who's having a very special day. Tony, your first horse you bought into, off the claim and a win.
Yes, John Zanotti, good friend of mine. Forget About It Stables. We got involved with it. First horse, my birthday today. Unbelievable. I mean, I can't even tell you. It feels like a dream. I feel like I'm at Disney World. I mean, it's unbelievable, unbelievable. I mean, it's incredible. We had a great time.
What an amazing birthday present, too. This is going to be a good celebration.
Oh, yeah. We got a long ride home to Long Island, but we're going to celebrate a little bit before we go back.
And so special. I heard you guys cheering right behind me, which was awesome. And just the feeling of it. Were you always interested in horse racing? What prompted you to get involved as an owner?
I've always been, but John became a good friend of mine, and he said to me, let's take a shot. And I just said, okay. I wasn't too sure about it. I've been betting horses all my life, but just to get involved. And Wayne Potts did a great job with the horse, and I visited him the first time this morning at the barn, and then we came here and told Javi just one run, set him down, and I mean, it's almost like you black out for a second at the top of the stretch. It's like, holy cow. But it's exhilarating. I can't even explain it. It's an unbelievable feeling. Now I know why everybody does it.
If only we could bottle that. So thrilled for you. Congratulations and happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
How's that for a good present, Lafitte?
A birthday occasion he'll never forget. Actually, he blacked out almost at the top of the stretch. It's just a $20,000 claimer. This isn't one of the stakes races on Belmont Day with 46,000 people here. Just a $20,000 claiming. It's raining. It's a little bit quiet here on this Sunday afternoon, and the enthusiasm infectious. You can feel it through the screen.
It's the beauty of racing, and it's certainly great up in Saratoga especially. But listen, right, winning these races can be as exciting to them as winning big races for other people, sometimes more exciting.
I asked you, Jonathan, about the outside post. Shoot the nickel. He did lose some ground. He ran well. Looks like he's running a winning race, and then here comes Princip.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is that I was ready to use that as an excuse for Shoot the Nickel getting beat, but unfortunately Princip didn't get that much better of a trip. The race fell apart, and it kind of played into their hands circling from the outside.
Fell apart, kind of a theme in terms of the complexion of this 10th race coming up with these New York bred sprinters, 7/8 of a mile. You see the scratches, Andy. The scratches really changing things in this one.
I mean, I'd rather have the 13-horse field. It's better for us, but the reality is that they were all long shots, and I don't think any of them were major parts of the pace. So I don't think the race changed that dramatically. Jonathan, do you feel differently?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we'll see how the track, with the being sealed now, if the track plays, the same way it has been.
It's hard. Listen, it's hard to quite judge here because you had a very competitive pace. You had 3 horses went, then you had Stewie breaking the race open in the middle of it. So this race could have fallen apart on a dry track where it hadn't rained. But it's hard not to watch that race, especially because of the times. Like we've seen 21-3, 44 and change in the 6.5 furlong races with a long run-up, and this was a much slower pace, and it still collapsed. So it's hard not to feel like the track's a little different.
But with the scratches in the 10th race.
Yeah,
coming up. Yeah,
I don't think any of them were major play. They weren't major speed factors. They were all long shots.
Okay, what'd you come up with, Megan?
Well, Longpour's been on my heart since I bet him at 9-1 to break his maiden, and I think he's just been running against some better horses and has been running consistently well. We'll see if he can get back to his best form.
We saw Nysos get back to his best form yesterday in the Hillendale Met Mile, one of the most famous celebrated races in New York. Nysos from the inside post. Jonathan and Flavia and Pratt, just a masterful ride from start to finish.
Look at him.
Yeah, I mean, it was, you see his arm there kind of, he's asking Nysos. He's sending him away from there to hold that inside position. That's probably one thing these riders never worry about when they get off, that Bob Baffert's going to be upset about them using their speed. Right here, he found himself in a precarious spot, right? You got horses to your outside, you're getting a little bit of pressure, they're not really coming, and then he ends up on the outside because he takes back and goes around. I thought it was brilliant and brave.
I thought it was interesting with Antiquarian being obviously part of that pace. Well, to me, and I think, listen, you can second guess John Velasquez, you can second guess any rider, but I think Johnny, to me at least, he broke so incredibly well that for Johnny to drag him back after the break would have been foolish, and he would have been criticized for that.
I just didn't think Antiquarian possessed that kind of speed.
Yeah, I know, but he broke so sharply,
of
put
course,
him there, and then, then Knightsbridge kind of comes up on his flank on the outside, and they sort of get, a horse drags him along into the race, and I just think Johnny got in a spot because the horse was so sharp. I still think Antiquarian is really good. It was just a difficult situation for him.
Pinned ears running through the wire, Megan. Nysos.
Just incredible performance. I really liked Knightsbridge in that race, getting back to the mile, obviously, off of the 7 furlong try, where Belmont just finds he was better at that distance here in the Met Mile. And I thought he really was able to show a better race, but ultimately at the end of the day, Nysos has done nothing wrong throughout his career. I mean, he faced a monster overseas and doing so against a distance that wasn't preferred for him. So he got back to this mile distance. It's going to be, I mean, he's incredible. And also, I mean, what was your ultimate take, Jonathan, on journalism's performance in this race? What do we make of it? Because I felt like this was kind of, as we're getting away from the Oaklawn Handicap now, trying to make sense of what journalism's future holds this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was disappointed. You know, I mean, I wanted him to run better. I thought he was going to run better. I didn't really see an excuse for him not to have run better. Maybe it's just one of those deals where he is better just a little bit longer, and it was they tried it and it didn't go that great. Let's see what he does next.
I think it's fair to say that it was difficult for us to make up ground in the one-turn races. Now, this was a 1.5-turn race, and we did see horses close in the 2-turn races both Friday and the 1-2-turn race yesterday, the Belmont. He didn't make up much ground, I agree, and had a fast pace to do it. It was a disappointing effort, I agree, and I'd be surprised if they're still thinking we're going to go to the $2 million Stephen Foster off that effort.
So yesterday, winning the Met Mile, middle distance, right? He won last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, did Nysos. Quick exchange earlier today with Bob Baffert says that the Breeders' Cup Classic is once again the long-term goal for Nysos. Remember, it was last year as well, but he missed the Pacific Classic with a minor injury. Baffert couldn't get him ready for the Breeders' Cup Classic in time. That's why he ran in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. So as we look at some of the Classic contenders, yesterday's performance, and with Nysos in the mix, how does that impact the current status of the Classic division?
Well, I think Bob, you know, he's talking about his next race. Will it be the Whitney? Will it be the Pacific Classic? Is he really going to come here to face Sovereignty and Magnitude, possibly those two horses in the Whitney? Or is he going to stay out in the comfort zone and see what he does at 1.25 miles? So I would guess, and Baeza as well, I would guess that Bob will stay in California. I'd love to see him come to the Whitney, and he's certainly come before and had success. But I'm going to guess, if all likelihood, he probably ends up staying out there, and it's probably the right choice for him.
Yeah, but that's just when you're trying to, you know, get this. If the Classic is the goal, getting that 1.25 mile race on your home turf makes sense.
He could come to Belmont Park on opening day and face Sovereignty in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. So we'd be happy to have him. You know, I'll put him up. He can sleep on my couch.
I'll
take him to Cafe
probably
Lux.
not necessary. Probably not necessary. 1.25 mile races have always been kind of on the radar for Nysos. He was supposed to be a Derby horse, Megan, but sideline. Same last year with the Pacific Classic, the Breeders' Cup Classic, and we watched how well he did run at 1,800 meters, about 1.125 miles on the other side of the world, running second to Forever Young.
Is that his best, though? To me, it's not. We'll find out, especially against the top-class horses in the division. That, to me, he ran an incredible race, but I still don't find that's where his best game at the end of the day is, against the horses like Magnitude, Sovereignty, those stayers at the end of the day.
Well, let me ask you a question. He gets the trip that Forever Young got, and Forever Young gets the trip that he got in the Saudi Cup.
True.
Do you think you'd still be saying that?
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you when it comes to that, but I still have my questions.
Bob doesn't want to win the mile again with him. In a lot of ways, the mile is a cop-out. The mile is an admittance that he's not good enough. He's trying to prove he's the best horse in the country. He's already proven how good he is. He's already got enormous value. At this point, he's looking at the huge upside to that, and he wants to see. Now, I think by running in the Pacific Classic, if in fact he's not a 1.25 mile horse, then they'll find out. And I wouldn't be surprised if journalism's out there as well. Yeah. We'll find out, you know, if he is that good, and then he can make a decision. But I think at this point with Nysos, the Breeders' Cup Mile would just be an absolute cop-out.
Yeah. Point is, it's a loaded division and makes the second half of the season. Now with the Triple Crown behind us, that's where your attention is moving forward in that march towards the Breeders' Cup Classic first weekend in November, last weekend in October, one of the two. How about the Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo? How about Paco, Preakness winning jockey? And yesterday, another victory, a graded stakes win in the True North with Bookham Dano.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
They're in the gate. And they're up in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. And Golden Tempo once again takes its place at the back of the field. Golden Tempo is coming along with Commandment as the field turns for home. On the inside, Growth Equity is just in front. Chief Wallaby comes to him. Out in the center of the racetrack, Commandment's running a giant race. Renegade in between, and Golden Tempo. Golden Tempo, Renegade, Commandment on the outside. Golden Tempo from last to first has to fend off Commandment in the final stride. Golden Tempo pulls away late. Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes.
From last to first, once again, Golden Tempo, St. Elias Stable, Vinny and Teresa Viola, along with the Phipps Stable, co-owners, co-breeders of a Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Golden Tempo. Acacia is with us. Acacia, you've had about 24 hours since. What is your biggest takeaway of Golden Tempo's stirring win in yesterday's Belmont?
He was best yesterday, and I was dead wrong about Golden Tempo, not thinking that he was going to get the right kind of setup in this year's Belmont, or that we'd be able to see the same kind of late kick that we did in the Kentucky Derby. He was best in that effort, and I'll say when he came into the paddock, he really stamped himself. He and Commandment were the standouts physically as well, and he just seemed to grow an extra hand out onto the track as well, Golden Tempo. Jose Ortiz did a tremendous job with him, much as he had in the Derby, and hearing that insight from John Velasquez and the way Jose was able to get to the inside at that pivotal moment, a huge effort from Golden Tempo, winning 2/3 of the Triple Crown. And not that he ever had to really validate a Kentucky Derby win, but I do think that in some ways he did. As Cherie DeVaux told me after the race, he kind of silenced every doubter with being able to do it again, and catching up with Vinny Viola following the Manhattan, as he had quite an hour there with the Manhattan Belmont Stakes double. Not only owning Golden Tempo, but being the co-breeder with him as well. He said it makes it that much more special to have been involved with this horse right from the beginning. Yes, carrying on that Phipps legacy, but a legacy for Vinny as well, who claimed that yesterday was one of the best days in racing that he has had, and just really special to see, and thrilled that looks like we'll get a chance to see Golden Tempo back here at least a couple times this summer in Saratoga, Lafitte.
Derby win, Belmont win, Napoleon Sola. Preakness winner Napoleon Solo. Golden Tempo yesterday here in front of 46,000 strong at Saratoga. As you look at Bold Love, who is trained by Chad Summers, a Preakness winning trainer, and Napoleon Solo, who has been sold since. But his Preakness win and that particular performance, Paco Lopez. And for Summers, not only the winning trainer, but also involved in the acquisition of Napoleon Solo.
Yeah, he's been buying horses for Al Gold for years. I mean, listen, he bought Cyberknife. He didn't train him, but he bought Cyberknife. And they've made some score. Bought this horse for $40,000, won the Champagne with maybe as impressive a 2-year-old performance we saw in the country last year for a 2-year-old. And his Preakness was terrific, and he, speed figure is very much in line with the races that that Golden Tempo is running. He's going to run the Haskell next. He's been sold for a lot of money. They haven't announced it, but I'm sure it was a big ticket. Al Gold doesn't need the money, so I'm sure he got an offer he couldn't refuse.
And very appropriate, Megan, that Chad Summers does get to continue to train Napoleon Solo.
Right, and I mean, Chad's bought multiple Greatest Stakes winners for modest price tags under, south of $100,000, which is a very difficult thing to do.
What do you mind your biscuits cost?
Yeah, not a lot.
Yeah.
I think 30 and 50?
Something like that.
And then they sold a piece of him, was a lot of things. Listen, we'll see with Napoleon Solo. You can't really call him a one-hit wonder because his Champagne
not
was
when you
so
win
good.
a Champagne and a Preakness.
Well, the other thing was he was really not able to train particularly well up to his first 2 races. So now he's training well. I mean, I'm not saying I'm his biggest fan going forward, but I'm not going to be surprised when he's the leader of this division at the end of the year, the 3-year-olds.
Chad Summers says Bold Love here, number 6 at 4-1. We check in with Acacia in this race 10. Paddock Report.
And at 5-2, we see Move for the King as your current favorite, as we'll see if he can ever run back to that gaudy 91 Beyer speed figure that he posted 2 starts back. And while his last race as the favorite was a disappointment, it was in many ways just kind of a return to reality for him, as that race 2 back does stick out like a sore thumb. But last time he did break well, and he ended up in kind of a stalking spot, and he was ridden hard early by Ricardo Santana and just never really looked like he picked up the bit and got into the race. He's always a horse that's very sharp. He's very big, but because of his demeanor, he has been more effective sprinting. I think the 7 furlongs suits him well. They saddled him on the walk as they always do, but he handled everything fine. But I will say that he is, for him, doing very well today in the paddock. His weight looks good, and he does have some natural speed. We'll see if he can get back to some of his better performances. The number 1, Toscano, I've always liked, and he comes off of a race where he was pressing the pace setter and they just went 1-2 around. He's sidelined since then, so he comes back a year later and off of the layoff. He looks strong off the bench. I'd say he's probably about 85 to 90% fit, also a little bit warm, showing some kidney sweat, usually a sign that a horse might need a race off the bench. So while I respect him and his form overall, I do think that he will be better for a race. The number 12 to the outside, Long Pour, he's a horse that never really grew or went on much, but one that I've always liked physically. Despite the fact that he's small, he's very well put together, and I like him going back to the dirt. He's run fine on the turf, kind of comparable numbers, but I do think that he puts himself into better position when being on the main track. In his dirt race 2 starts back at Keeneland, he broke very sharply and then was kind of taken back and just never really looked comfortable. So when switching leads, I think the 7 furlongs will allow him to get into his stride, because despite being a rather short horse, he has a lot of length to his stride when he does move, Lafitte.
Maiden win here last summer, Long Pour.
That was a very good effort by him. The problem is he hasn't really quite backed it up recently, but I don't think it's impossible.
Back at Saratoga, see if he can reach back and find his best. Currently 9-1 if you like him. These New York breds sprinting 7/8 of a mile. Call to post, $105,000 purse will start with the Met Mile winning jockey and the New York winning jockey, Flavien Prat, aboard Toscano.
Yeah, well, once again, you're going to get a good rider, but you're taking the worst of it in the price as he comes back off a year layoff.
Number 2, Fireball, a name like that better be quick.
Ran really well last summer and looks like he's kind of climbing back into that better form.
Dead on the board, huh?
7-1 cold. Cold on the board. We saw anyway. Here's Bold Love for Chad Summers.
Yeah, a horse is going to be tactically meant. I mean, bred for dirt and clearly moved forward when getting to it.
Leo's reward, number 7, second start off the bench.
Well, he did run his fastest Beyer figure in Saratoga, for what it's worth.
Nice long look, Bold Love. Ricardo Santana seeking a 3rd win.
Well, if he runs back to that 2-back effort, he's going to be tough.
3rd win in the afternoon.
He and the 5, sorry.
Go, no.
He and the 5 have been running against restricted 3-year-old races. Now they're running against olders for what it's worth.
There's Leo's reward.
And he still ran his best figure. Now, have they harrowed the track, guys? What are you seeing?
I think
the track is now harrowed.
It's harrowed.
Okay, keep that in mind.
Mo for the king, better post. John Velasquez takes over.
Much better post, and as far as he's concerned, his last couple of races put him in the mix here.
There he is, Johnny Velasquez. 2 stakes wins this afternoon. There's Mozambique, co-owned and trained by Rudy Rodriguez.
Another, as mentioned, kind of running against some restricted company, but he is going to be one that's probably going to be coming from off of things here.
And Longpour graduated impressively, as mentioned, here last summer.
I like this horse, and if you go through his form lines too back, a senior officer came back to win an allowance optional claimer here this week with a 99 Beyer speed figure. I agree he hasn't really taken that step forward, but we'll see if he meets the right group today.
Oath of Omerta should be involved early.
Is he really fast?
Not real.
You could be right.
Be
you could be right. He should be forward in here. He's probably not fast enough to win, but that's a reasonable point. I agree.
Top selections, JK, starting with you. Who wins this 10th race, this New York bred sprint 7/8?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 8 Mo for the king. I'm going to draw a line through that last race, pretend it never happened, because I think that the race 2 back, there's actually a reason for that. I know it kind of stands out. It looks like a one-number thing, but the horse was moved to Rob Falcone. So when there's that change, then there's a reason for that improvement. It's easier to digest. I think it was just unlucky last time. So I'm going to look for him to run back to that race 2 back.
3-1 tepid favorite.
I picked him. I mean, I make my picks for the morning show, and I picked Mo for the king. I obviously he runs his race 2 back. That's one of the reasons I was asking about the track being sealed, because he ran such a huge number when he ran on a sealed track. And he's a horse that consistently runs pretty well. I don't love the price. I think 5 to 1 is like an underlay, and I don't think we're getting much more, Jonathan. He's looking like he's the favorite, I believe, in the multis.
Megan?
Sticking with Longpour, I think he's going to be tactically meant. Again, I find he's been running against better horses, and I agree with Acacia's comments about getting to this distance could be to his benefit, as he is one that needs to kind of gets him going a little bit. You need a little bit of time to get him truly engaged and at his peak. So I think getting to this distance could be dangerous. And it's not like he's run a truly bad race if you scratch out the 2 turf tries.
His maiden win here last summer, late July. He's 7-1 today. On that afternoon, he was 9-1 and graduates and running away.
No, he did. He ran well, and he beat America's Back. He was fine. He's run some good company. Look at his last dirt race. I mean, yeah, he got beaten by almost 11 lengths, but the winner, senior officer, came back with a very nice win, a fast win. I think a 93 Beyer here yesterday.
99.
And the second, 99, thank you. And the second horse, Bring the Smoke, came back and won the Maryland Sprint in his next start with a figure in the low 90s, but still, impressively.
As you mentioned, fireballing. That's a big number.
It is. He has kind of given it up in his last couple of races, and races where it felt like he had it won. On the other hand, last time he dueled Illumatic, who was the favorite, into defeat, and he took beat by horse, just ran him down with a perfect trip. I could see him winning. I wouldn't knock somebody betting him at 7-1.
Any hints, Acacia? Clues? What's fireballing showing you?
Yeah, I like fireballing. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, but from my past experience with him, he is a horse that typically needs a start when he's had a little bit of a freshening. He carries a lot of conditioning. He looks incredibly fit and well-defined in here today, and I think he's a generous price. As Andy said, he was dueling Ilmatic, who's very fast early on. He hit the front and then just got run down late by a Linda Rice closer in projectability. So I actually thought it was a good race for him. 2 starts back, he set the pace and then was not able to sustain it. I can understand that race leaving a little bit of a bad taste in your mouth, but I do think that he has enough efforts to put him as a major player in here. And overall, he is quite consistent too. And I really like the appearance that he has made so far. The 6, Bold Love, as Andy touched on, he and Anyway coming in to face Older for the first time. But Bold Love really stacks up very nicely with his older company as a 3-year-old in this group, as he got bumped and really squeezed back at the start last time out. He was wide late. He was taking a long time to switch leads, which I didn't love, so really lugging in there and making a bit of a rally, but facing a good field. Anyway, did come back to win, as we saw, and Pretty Boy Maya, as we've discussed quite a bit, ran in the Preakness and was a horse that had run some very fast races for Jeremiah Englehart. So I like the slight turn back to the 7/8 for Bold Love, and like I said, he seems like a horse that has physically continued to improve and stacks up nicely and is taking some attention on the board.
7-2 currently. Bold Love and the track now, kind of an X factor. And as far as it was right, so it was sealed for the 9th, and now a Harrow track.
And by the way, I think it's very generous, Acacia. She's a very generous person to say that Pretty Boy Maya ran in the Preakness.
It's a true statement.
I guess. Depends what speed you have to be going in to be considered running.
They're saying it's a true statement.
It is. No,
Nothing
she's a very generous person.
about
She's
it.
much kinder than I am, in case you hadn't noticed.
No one has ever not known that.
No one's ever going to disagree with that one. No.
There's not a person on earth that says, you know that Acacia, she's actually meaner than Andy.
You know, you just don't know her like I do.
Vote for the King, who is 5-2 at post time, and making their way behind the starting gate. So with Fireball, and we know he's fast, who else could be involved with the pace early on?
Well, you mentioned the 13. I mean, there's some scratches of horse before. I mean, I think that, well, some of the speeds actually did kind of come out. Longport should be somewhat forward here.
Mo for the King's best race, the one we've all kind of circled two back, it wasn't slow.
No. I don't think Johnny's going to be that far off. We'll see. I don't know. I'm a little lost at this point. And the other thing is, Harrow sealing the track, harrowing the track. I understand why they did it. Their job is to make the track safe. That's their most important job here. And so I get why they did it.
Of course you're lost. Your emotional support animals aren't here to support you emotionally.
That's because you stole them.
They're in the park, my friend. They're in
man.
the park. 5-2 at post time. Mo for the King. Frank Mirmati with the call. The 10th from the Spa, live on FS1.
Anyway goes in. Bold Love. Longpour and Oath of Omerta. And they're off. Longpour had the best break. Mo for the King is quick in the early going too. Mozambique, Oath of Omerta on the outside is 4th. They're joined by Anyway, kicking through in a tight spot down at the rail. Toscano is next. He is 5 lengths off the lead, followed by Fireball, and Bold Love is second to last, and Leo's Reward at the back of the field. Longpour shows the way to the half-mile pole, leads it by 2 lengths. Mo for the King is racing in second. Then it's Toscano, and Anyway in between horses. The quarter went in 23 seconds flat. Fireballin' is in behind this group, has 6 lengths to make up. Mozambique is next as they head toward the quarter pole. Then comes Bold Love. Another length back, Leo's Reward is trying to pick up some ground with the pink cap, and Oath of Omerta is far behind. Longpour is the leader. On the outside, Mo for the King has been trying to get by throughout. Toscano is just behind them. Anyway is on the outside. There's 1 furlong to go. And Longpour just keeps on going. He's tenacious on the front end. Leads it by 1.5 lengths. Mo for the King has tried his best. Anyway on the outside. Longpour and Jose Lezcano. Too strong. Anyway up for second. Mo for the King third. Toscano is 4th.
Too strong indeed. Longpour back at Saratoga, where he graduated last summer. Megan, I think you got in the neighborhood of 5-6 to 1 Longpour.
I think 6 to 1, but I think the key for this horse was getting back into state bred company, as that's where his better races have been run. Not like he's been running against, he's been running against better horses and haven't disgraced himself. Also an aggressive ride. The key is he's been able to get the job done on the front end.
That was a great call by you. That was a very good ride by Jose Lezcano, putting him in the front. I said to Jonathan the turn, even though the 8 looked good, I said, I worry about him. He looks like he could be hanging a little bit. He does that. And Longpour is just too good for these. It was a great call by you.
Just another reminder, being on the front end in dirt races is always the place to be.
Different track, I think, as well. And by the way, I owe my friend Jeremiah Englehart an apology. I should not have made fun of him. I do. And he's a very good horse, and Jeremiah's a great guy and a good friend. And, he took a shot in the Preakness, and I shouldn't have made fun of him, and I'm sorry for that.
See what happens, and then we wind up with a 5-horse field and a big stakes race, and you're like, why doesn't
No
anybody
question.
be more
No,
aggressive
I
in running
agree.
these
When you're
races?
wrong, you're
Can't beat
wrong.
it to win it.
See, we told you that no one's ever said that occasionally.
Exactly right. I just wanted to prove it.
Long Pour proving that against this competition and on this track, he can be effective. And at 6-1, exchanging pleasantries. Jose Lezcano, Flavian Prat, a couple of 6-1 shots, run 1-2. Long Pour over Anyway, 12-5, 8-1. Calumet's Long Pour in the 10th at Saratoga. Results, reaction when we come back, and much more. You're watching America's Day at the Races. One race left on this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. One race left. We'll be back before long. How many weeks of racing this summer at Saratoga?
It depends who you ask. I think there are 10, but
We'll go with 10.
Maybe we only hired you for 8.
We'll go
That
with
could
10.
be what it
That's
is.
a strong possibility. Read the fine print. Check the contract, read the fine print. We know we'll be here for 4th of July. July 4th Racing Festival, Belmont Derby, Belmont Oaks. We're at Saratoga, top class thoroughbred racing. What else is new?
No, it's fun to be here and see them in Long Pour now. As I want to say, before I look, that he has 2 wins, and they're both in Saratoga.
1572, Megan, for Long Pour. Calumet Colors, Jose Lezcano, asked for his best, and he gives it to him.
Long Pour bought my dinner later. Got the aggressive ride, got to the front end. It seemed as if the 5 didn't have the cleanest of beginnings. Kind of took a little bit of bumping as he was expected to. I expected him to be a little bit more forward on that pace. As it was all Long Pour though in the end, as he got back against New York Freds. Those are his friends. Impressive in that one.
Yeah, and then looking ahead to the pick 6 for those interested, the 4, the 7. The 8 and the 11 are covered. Everything else is a carryover.
And for people that wonder, well, wait a second, this is Saratoga. This is part of the Belmont meeting. That's why we had a carryover on opening day. So if it carries, it'll carry to Thursday at the Big A.
late pick 5. The first two made a lot of sense. Complex Agenda, Slay the Day, odds-on favorite, and he's soaring softly. Last two a little bit trickier to find.
No question about it. Proceed blew this thing up. It's not about a short-priced horse or two in a pick 5 or a pick 6. It's about being able to get a price or two in there.
And this feels appropriate to close out the week here for the Belmont Stakes. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with a nice, easy maiden hand race here. Jonathan, the handicap of New York Breds.
Yeah, this race is impossible. I mean, it's Irish Goodbye. I understand why the horse is favored because we know who he is. We've seen him run a couple of times, but there's so many interesting things going on in here.
I think the favorite is going to be tough to beat, as you do. I don't understand why Aristide Malwal, if that's how you pronounce it, the number 7, is right now 30-1. I thought, you look at the race that Irish Goodbye was in, I thought he ran really well, rushing up into that pace when it was a fast pace. And Irish Goodbye ran great in there, I'm not denying it. But I don't think Aristide Malwal won that badly to be that price.
Megan, you're going to give our FS1 viewers 2 straight winners to close out the show, because we will be saying goodbye, but you'll be able to see the 11th and final over on FS2. Who's it going to be?
We're going to try. I'm going to go with the 8, Sultan Hassan, who's been working really well in blinkers. Strong drills with Be the McDonald, who ran well on the Mike Lee earlier in the week.
Final thoughts, guys, on the week and this third and final Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Saratoga delivers.
Yeah, Saratoga never lets us down. The Belmont Stakes never lets us down. And when they're together, obviously, they never let us down.
Love and emotion for this game. It's what it's all about. I felt it everywhere. It made me really emotional. It's my first Belmont Stakes, and it was a fun one.
If only every problem in racing, the answer was that simple. Like, oh, we'll just do it at Saratoga.
I'm laughing. She said it's her first Belmont. It was my 48th. You weren't even born when I went to my first Belmont.
No, not a bad, yeah.
You were like 20.
Fall back for a classic American horse race in a Belmont Stakes here at Saratoga, and looking forward to next year when we'll be back downstate and the reopening of Belmont Park, a reimagined, rebuilt Belmont Park.
Belmont Stakes belongs in Saratoga. We've been blessed to have this as an option when Belmont was being rebuilt, but it's a 1.5 mile race that belongs at Belmont Park, and it will be back.
That'll wrap things up for us here on FS1. We'll see you over on FS2 for the 11th and final here from the Spa. Coming up shortly, 23 minutes to post. New York bred maidens on this terrific week of thoroughbred racing and the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and the 10, the 9 flat Grade 1 races. A week to remember and a story to remember, given what Golden Tempo has accomplished. Kentucky Derby winner, Belmont winner Cherie DeVaux making history at Churchill Downs, first ever female trainer to saddle a Derby winner, and now the first ever female trainer to saddle a pair of classic winners. Lots to smile about after yesterday's Belmont Stakes. Golden Tempo, last to first, once again a second for Jose Ortiz, winning the Oaks, the Derby, the Belmont, all in the same year, and Cherie DeVaux hosting that August Belmont Trophy, the celebration. Golden Tempo in the Belmont, the last Belmont at Saratoga. See you over on FS2.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that Domestic Product does, it gives you great confidence.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. means keeping the games going.
Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
Welcome to our viewers on FS2. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. One race left in the Sunday program to wind down the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Belmont in the books, and just outside the paddock, Megan Burgess, Jonathan Kinchin, Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Much more on this 11th and final, but in case you weren't watching the rest of the afternoon in the coverage today, just joining us on FS2. Yesterday, Belmont Stakes 158th edition. It was a rematch of sorts from the first two finishers in the Kentucky Derby. 5 horses exiting the Kentucky Derby, and in the end, the same result as the Kentucky Derby with Golden Tempo.
Golden Tempo stamped himself at the top of that division right now, and they got him to beat going forward.
Yeah, look, it was rewarding as a horse racing fan. I at least always want our Derby winners to represent our game in the right way, and he was one of those horses where I didn't quite trust his performance in the Kentucky Derby, and the way that he ran yesterday made me feel warm and fuzzy again about the performance that he showed.
It almost seemed through some of these classic races, Lafitte, as the discourse of the pace setups in the Preakness, in the Belmont Stakes. Well, we were a little bit wrong. We thought that it wasn't going to set up for a horse like Golden Tempo's late closing kick, that he perhaps needed the pace to completely fall apart, and he didn't. He ran his race, and he was best.
What was the first half mile? Like 48-4 or something along those lines?
Was it that
somewhere in there?
48-2.
48-2. Yeah. So if somebody told you at the half mile about 48-2, Golden Tempo's last, where would you have guessed he would have finished?
Well, he wasn't last that far back. And, something that had to be fair, we talked about before the race that was true of both Renegade and Golden Tempo was they had been effective in prior races where the paces weren't that hot. They happened to get the perfect storm in the Kentucky Derby, but that didn't mean that they didn't have any chance in the race. I think the whole point of the race was misbet, at least from my perspective. I thought all of the horses, including Golden Tempo, should have been a similar price in there. Whether it was Commandment or Emerging Market or Belmont's horse Chief Wallaby, Golden Tempo. The horse that made everybody an overlay in there was Renegade, being a preposterous 8-5. Not that he couldn't win, but I don't understand why he wasn't more on par with the other contenders in the race. I didn't think it was surprising that Golden Tempo won, even though I didn't bet him. He has run effectively when the race's paces weren't that fast.
Third place finish, Renegade, off of the runner-up effort in the Kentucky Derby. About a half hour prior, it's always the penultimate race to the Belmont Stakes in the Grade 1 Manhattan. Acacia is with us. Deterministic Acacia, trained by your husband, Miguel Clement, becoming the first back-to-back Manhattan winner, going all the way back to 1989.
Just amazing. And I know that in some ways he was a horse that many people thought should have had an asterisk next to his name last year, because the Manhattan was moved a day later and run at a slightly shorter distance because he was on a different course. But this year he did it at the scheduled distance, and it was incredibly validating to see. It's been a journey with this horse, and he was Miguel's first Grade 1 winner last year in the Manhattan, backed it up in the 4-star Dave, and now coming back to do it again a year later and really improving off of that Fort Marcy, which was a prep and was meant to be a prep for the Manhattan. He's just been training so well, and he really means the world to Miguel, to me, and to the entire team, giving the whole group a chance to run and be effective in those big races. He's such a cool and special horse to be around, and it's hard not to get a little bit emotional about Deterministic and just what he's done for us and our team and our family. And I know for my late father-in-law, Christoph, he always believed in this horse, always believed that he would be able to stay as well, and he was absolutely right. And I know that he's looking down and is incredibly proud of back-to-back Manhattan wins, a race that he always loved. And I definitely lost all professionalism when rooting down the stretch yesterday, Lafitte. I might have ridden almost as hard as Kendrick did.
They completely understandable. Acacia, congratulations to everyone associated and involved with Deterministic. How difficult it is to successfully defend a title in this Manhattan. You have to go back to Malicious back in 1988, 89. Before that, to the early 40s. Deterministic. Yeah, last year, you remember, it was rained off or postponed 24 hours, the Manhattan, and the distance changed to 1.1 miles. And when Deterministic won, everyone said, like, well, if this race was run at the distance it's supposed to be run at, like, no way Deterministic wins. He can't be effective running that far. He proved yesterday that he can.
Especially since his margin was diminishing at the end. And I understand. If I owned a second or third horse in there, especially the second horse integration, I would probably have echoed that sentiment. But what people have to understand is it's not always just about the distance. They're not moving a 16th of a mile earlier, and they're not closing as well if they move a 16th of a mile earlier. The race dynamics change depending on that. It's not always about the distance.
Yeah, and I think that one thing about Deterministic, and I felt the same way about Rhetorical as well, and his performance on Derby Day, is that horses that are forward in turf races, to me, they use all their energy throughout their race. I think they actually can stretch out better than some of those kind of late running types. I feel like their limitations for the closers, that the mile closers, I worry more about them stretching out than horses that are forward.
And Megan, not exactly the trip they would have drawn it up on the chalkboard.
No, not at all. I think that we all questioned if he was going to be able to perform in the way that he did, especially being able to get to the front end in his speed-favoring ways. But I just find it's incredible as far as Miguel and the entire Clement team of developing these horses. I mean, Deterministic was on the dirt at one point in his career. So was Grade 2 Belmont Gold Cup winner Tawny Port, who now has a ticket to Australia. So I think the development of these horses and being able to find what they're truly best at, and Deterministic certainly has.
Back-to-back Grade 1 Manhattan winner. One left. New York Breds, who's ready to graduate. You're looking at the favorite, 6-5 now, aptly named Irish Goodbye. Riders up, post-parade, and the nightcap next on America's Day at the Races.
on the outside. Orb is third, 3 lengths behind them. And then it's Revolutionary. And farther back, the filly, Unlimited Budget. They're entering the final furlong with Palace Malice to catch. Palace Malice by 2.5 lengths. And then Oxbow and Orb was sputtering late in the game. Revolutionary down inside. And they're coming down to the finish. And it will be Palace Malice.
After running off in the Derby, Palace Malice in the Belmont Stakes. Jonathan, one of the tattoos, Palace Malice.
Yeah, one of the only Triple Crown race my father and I got to go to see together. So it was a memorable one. It was fun. It was just him and I on a trip, and Palace Malice was really good that day. It wasn't the fastest Belmont of all time.
Doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be.
He got very good. He should have won the Travers. He was crazy unlucky. Blew the break in the Travers. Won the Met Mile the next year.
Mike Smith told me first time he'd ever experienced this. Remember, the Palace Malice had blinkers on for the Kentucky Derby. He broke sharp, made the lead. It was a sloppy sealed track. The noise behind him was so loud. He said Palace Malice was literally like running scared.
He said that. Well, that was the most interesting Triple Crown race because, of course, the
Orb,
Derby
yes.
was the meltdown of all meltdowns with the Orb winning, and then the only horse that was forwardly placed in the Derby to run back into Preakness was Oxbow. He paid $29 or something like $30. The horse who set the pace in the Derby was Palace Malice. What did he do? He came back and won the Belmont over Oxbow. So if you were betting based on dynamics and what happened in that race, you got fat.
That happens often.
Yeah,
You'll get fat if the son of Palace Malice scores in his debut, who you're looking at there, Imperial Anthem. The favorite, however, to his inside at a much shorter price, 6-5, Acacia, Irish Goodbye.
As this one will try to break his maiden after finishing second in both of his starts. Got run down by a deep closer on debut, and then last time out did have a slight stumble at the break, but I thought was getting out a little bit coming into the stretch as well, and then just got run down late there as well. He's run valiantly in both of his tries. Debuting at 7 furlongs is not an easy thing to do, and now in his third start, this is the strongest I have seen him look as well as he's continued to fill out. It's funny, I actually know this horse quite well, having seen him quite a bit as a foal, as he was bred by my father-in-law, Christoph and Miguel, and I actually owned part of the mare for a time as well. So always rooting for him, but he has come so far physically now as a 3-year-old and just given some time to develop and fill out into his frame, and it's really fun to see. But I think that getting out of the gate has been a little bit of the Achilles heel for him as well. He's able to put himself into the race. He is outfitted with a ring bit in here today, and I think very much the horse to beat. Hopefully he can be the most professional in his third start as well. A couple of interesting first-time starters in here. The number 8, Sultan Hassan, another son of Cairo Prince, debuts for Horacio de Paz. The dam was more of a turf horse, as was the second dam as well, but this guy doesn't really look like a turf horse. He looks like he's well spotted in here. He's a pretty burly individual. I'd say he probably is about 90% fit overall, and he does debut with blinkers on, but according to the DRF Clocker report, he has been working with those blinkers and with some more accomplished horses in the mornings as well. Incredibly professional acting, though. He's acted like he has done this before, which I always like to see with firsters, and especially as they get a little bit older, I don't put as much stock with them debuting with blinkers. Just typically for Horacio, maybe like to see a start, but he looks very well spotted coming in for his debut. Just to his inside, another big price, the number 7, Aristide Maillot. We'll get back to the main track. I'm with Andy. I don't think he should be such a big price. He is a horse that they tried the turf with last time out to no avail, and he had a little bit of a turf look to him, but overall I think he's a bit more of a dirt horse, and he's very sharp in here today as well. Super coat once again. He is outfitted with a breastplate that Bill Mott does use quite often for very narrow type of built horses to keep the tack in place. I don't remember him wearing that last time, but I like him. I think he's going back to his preferred surface, and 2 starts back he was chasing. He was a little bit uncomfortable and high-headed. Maybe he's a horse that's figuring things out as well, Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Riders up. These New York breds ready to sprint 6.5 furlongs to close out the week. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Irish Goodbye, Andy, 7-5. Does that feel right? Does that feel too short? What do you think?
You know, I think Jonathan's point was a very good one. There's a lot of interesting horses in here, but this horse has run very well in both of his starts. He got left first time out, rushed up into a fast pace that completely collapsed, and he ran well. And then last time out, Max Money was coming off a layoff for Mike Maker, and he had run very well as a 2-year-old, and he was just ready to roll, and he ran him down. He ran good figures. He is way the horse to beat. But as Jonathan said, this is like a race where it's a minefield, right? There's just a lot of potential, sort of weirdos that one of them probably is going to show up and run. I just don't know exactly who it's going to be.
Which weirdos are going to be? Who's going to graduate? Calling the field to post. Let's meet these New York bred maids. An Ice House burned money in that turf experiment. Back to dirt.
Problem is his dirt race, he was very much with the bias, and he still didn't run well enough to be competitive here.
Bold Scholar, Brown Road Racing, first-time starter.
Yeah, this horse was entered for 50 on the turf and scratch, so I'm not really sure about the dirt here today.
Can Rhodey run a little bit?
I have no idea. He is a total wild card that took money for John Kimmel first time and shows up 14 months later for Todd Pletcher.
King Pharaoh, Kendrick Carmouche aboard, 4-1 contender.
This horse can certainly win, especially with the cut back to the 6.5.
Hurricane Kaz in 15-1.
He's got races that make him a contender, and he could be the speed.
Frankie Coffee Cake, Junior Alvarado aboard.
Yeah, this one seems to be a little bit up against it, but he is getting bet a little bit. This horse could be much bigger than 13-1.
Maggie likes this horse, the 6.
And Jose Lascano seeking a second win in the afternoon with a 21-1 outsider.
I think he's very interesting. He was scratched recently, but I thought his race on last time in the dirt, he was involved in that fast pace we talked about with Irish Goodbye.
Sultan Hassan, Barry Schwartz's first-time starter.
Yeah, I'm going to pick this horse. This horse was working 2 works ago with Be the Donald, a horse that ran second in the Mike Lee the other day.
Boss of Everything, 30 at 19-1 first out.
Listen, he didn't run that badly with routine improvement second time out. He has a shot to get a piece.
A Thunder Taker, second at 16-1 first out.
It's a good name. Didn't run all that well for maiden 30.
Irish Goodbye, 7-5 favorite, 3 minutes of post.
Listen, we can talk about the other possible horses. This guy has run well, though, in both of his starts and is absolutely the horse to beat.
7-5 here, then. Imperial Anthem, the Palace Malice, first-time starter, cold on the board.
Yeah, the workout report didn't have anything overly nice to say about this one.
Javier Castellano won a 32-1 shot earlier in the program. Trying to spring another upset, then to his outside, a fresh face, Run Cotton Bond Racing, first-time starter.
As a first-time starter that I don't really have much to say about, isn't taking much money in a very tough field.
13 deep, New York bred maidens, 6.5 furlongs. As they'll continue to warm up, and we close out this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and we'll be saying goodbye to a friend who's been here at the New York Racing Association for 35 years, John Kakamis. Camera operator, it is not going to feel the same without him on set the next time we're here, the next summer, or every day that we're here on set at Saratoga.
Aqueduct as well. I mean, I first came to work at NYRA, did some work here in the mid-'90s, and John was here, and he was often my cameraman. He and I have been friends for a long time. He's the only person at NYRA that's seen a similar number of Grateful Dead concerts as I have, and he's a tremendous guy who's been a great asset to us for many years, 35 years here, and friendly face, and we are going to miss him a great deal, and I'm going to be very sad not to see him anymore.
Me too, because he kind of keeps Andy in line a little bit, or as much as Andy can be kept in line.
I don't care who sits over there. I'm just going to just keep yelling Johnny.
Yeah.
So, no offense to the next person.
It's been a long time, Johnny. Thank you for everything you've done for us.
Thank you.
For so many years.
It's another
little hand for our friend John Kakamis. And I know we speak for everybody around here. We're the ones that are on the air right now, but this includes every single person in front of the camera and behind the camera. Johnny's a great friend of many of ours, and we will miss it.
We greatly missed 35 years here at the New York Racing Association.
Many of it with me around.
He's still
really torturous.
Still stayed.
And a big part of this production and this broadcast, and the team that's done such a terrific job all week and bringing our viewers the sights and sounds of Belmont Week, the festival, and here at Saratoga. And there are the challenges because it's not on the calendar. This is something very different, though it is the third consecutive year and a memorable third Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga.
It's delivered in every way, and we get to race number 60 with just so many memorable races. I mean, we didn't even talk. That's how good the race has been. We haven't even talked about the Bed of Roses today. The battle in that race where Ways and Means got that desperate win. I mean, that was the most thrilling race in a lot of ways. And I mean, not the ultimate best performance, but the most thrilling race. it's kind of gotten lost a little in the shuffle, and it shouldn't get lost. That's how good the racing has been.
The incremental fractions of that race was the track record. If they were just going the 6 furlongs and they win another furlong.
Yeah. These days, these weeks, these races don't always live up to the billing, exceeding expectation. And one more to go. Reaching post time for the 11th and final. We check in with Acacia.
And taking a look at the horse down to the rail and the one Ice House, who does go back to the main track. I was very mystified as to why he was the favorite on the turf last time out, because I really did not think that he looked like a turf horse, and gets back to the dirt, which I really think is his preferred surface. And I understand and agree with what Andy was saying about the flow of the race and his debut on dirt, but I do think that he's back on the right surface. He gets blinkers on today as well, and he broke sharply in his first race and faced that horse we've actually been talking about for Horacio de Paz in Be the Donald on debut. So I like him in this spot. Going back, the number 3, Rody, looking at the DRF Clocker report for him, recently was training evenly in company with Valentinian, a horse that probably never really materialized, but I know at one point they had been considering running in some big graded stakes for 3-year-olds last year. So maybe some positives. He has much more of a turf pedigree, and I wouldn't mind seeing him on the grass. So he's a little bit mystifying to me, but I will say he does look fit, and I really think the gelding should help off the layoff Lafitte.
Rody, Flavien Prat, Todd Pletcher, Human Element intact. Whisper Hill Farm, Mandy Pope. Rody is in towards the outside, the heavy favorite. Irish Goodbye looking to graduate in his 3rd career start. 6-5 favorite at post time. Frank Mirmati, one final time. Terrific job all week in this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Post time for the 11th and final.
Right back at you and the team, Lafitte. Hurricane Kaz. Some already made the Irish Goodbye earlier. Others focused in on the finale, where Irish Goodbye is the 6-5 favorite. That's the 6, Frankie Coffee Cake, who is restless. Run cut to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Imperial Anthem was off pretty slowly. Boss of Everything and Run Caught are 2 of the first out of there. Here's Ice House flying through along the inside to take the lead. Hurricane Kaz is also in the mix through the opening furlong. And in between horses, Sultan Hassan has moved up to take 2nd. Here's King Pharaoh close up, only 3 lengths off the lead, moving through on the inside to take 3rd. It's a gap of 4 back to Bold Scholar, who is 3 clear of Aristide Mayol. Racing in mid-pack with more than a dozen lengths to make up. Thunder Taker is next. Racing in the yellow cap, a length in front of Rody. Irish Goodbye has a lot of ground to make up. Trying to make some headway now. It's a gap of 5 to the 2 trailers, Frankie Coffee Cake and Imperial Anthem. 45-3 for the half. Ice House, King Pharaoh looming menacingly on the outside to challenge as the field turns for home. King Pharaoh and Ice House will come to the 8th pole together. They have pulled 4 lengths clear with 1 furlong to go. King Pharaoh in front. Down the center, Boss of Everything, and down at the rail, Hurricane Kaz is starting to make some headway too. And from the back of the field comes Irish Goodbye. It's King Pharaoh in control, however, and King Pharaoh wins it by 2. Tight photo, very close between an oncoming Irish Goodbye and Hurricane Kaz. In behind them was Rody, who was picking it up very nicely late.
Very close for 2nd, not for the win. King Pharaoh, 2-time Manhattan winning jockey Kendrick Carmouche, Rob Falcone, King Pharaoh in the 11th and final.
Cut back in distance, took a lot of money last time, a little less today, got it done.
Yeah, you like to think the cutback probably had a lot to do with this, right? He ran the mile last time, cutting back to the 6.5. He had the figures that fit in here. It was him in the 11 that made the most sense. None of the others really showed up.
No, my 7 looked like he was making kind of a menacing move with a good trip and the fast pace and just couldn't finish it. I'm a little surprised that Irish Goodbye was that far back. Maybe we watched the break again. Maybe he didn't get out that cleanly.
late bid. We don't know who ran second just yet. But we'll be right back with the results, reaction, and the 11th and final. King Pharaoh graduates in his third career start. Final race of this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races on FS2, winding things down from Saratoga. And we'll be back, 4th of July Racing Festival. And then for the summer, each and every day, Saratoga Live, the most prestigious individual race meet in North America. Kendrick Carmouche yesterday, guiding home Deterministic, first back-to-back Manhattan winner since the late 80s, and guiding home King Pharaoh to a maiden score moments ago.
And for Kendrick and Rob Falcone, it's nice to win the last race of this racing festival, and also want to say how happy we are that everybody came home safely in what's been an incredible meet. And thanks to everybody that made that happen.
Yeah, it's, leaving here the last 3 years after the Belmont, it's been comforting because we're coming back. Usually in September when you leave, there's dang, you got to wait a whole other year. But now you're just like, a few
you
weeks.
don't even mind going back to New York for a little bit, go out to dinner a few times, and see a few movies. 3 weeks, we'll be back.
Because we spin these stories forward. The Triple Crown is behind us, and obviously right now, Golden Tempo, the leader of the 3-year-old division, Napoleon Solo with the Preakness victory. But looking ahead to races like the Haskell, the Jim Dandy here at the Travers, there's still a chase for a 3-year-old title.
Yeah, I mean, listen, let's say Napoleon Solo were to win the Haskell. He doesn't have 2 Triple Crown wins, but he's got 2 Grade 1s, and it would be great to have this get finally settled here in the Travers and settle this, because races should be, these divisions, these championships should be settled on the racetrack.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the summer with seeing some of these horses come back. We saw Further Ado win earlier today. That'll be another new addition to that Triple Crown, not Triple Crown, post-Triple Crown 3-year-old picture.
And Megan, some of these breakout performances that we saw over the last several days, like many of those horses will be running this summer at Saratoga and Marquee races.
They will, as Englishman was an impressive winner of the Woody Stevens. He'll be pointed to the Jerkins, and runner-up in the Belmont Commandment. We'll see again, hopefully running the Travers, and we'll see if they can square off and if somebody new will become atop the 3-year-old division. But right now, there's no question, Golden Tempo remains supreme.
That will wrap things up for us here with the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival behind us. We look forward to getting back to Belmont Park, of course, in September, and next June, where the Belmont Stakes returns downstate for the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you next week when America's Day at the Races continues, and racing will continue at Saratoga for the 4th of July weekend. The highlights yesterday in the Belmont Stakes. One last time here at Saratoga, Jose Ortiz, what a 5-week run. The third jockey ever to win the Oaks, the Derby, the Belmont, and Cherie DeVaux, a second Triple Crown race win to celebrate. Golden Tempo, proving that Derby win was no fluke, takes down the Belmont. Have a great night, everyone.